On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, Mahoyo collab going strong. We are no foolin', though there was a little bit of fools. And we're going to finish up our recap of the latest story chapter, Ordeal Call number 2, The Inescapable Gehenna, id. I'm one of your hosts, Omega. With me, as always, is Lucky. And we don't really have an intro because we're flying by the seat of our pants.
A little bit, yeah. I hope everyone's enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka I am still pushing Toko Supremacy. And while we here at Studio Omega like to bring you the latest in FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for the JP&E version of the game, so anyone not want to spoil should be careful in the baths.
Definitely. Yeah, so we got a lot of stuff to talk about. So, sorry, scratchy throat. We're going to run through a wide variety of stuff here. I want to once again reiterate the spoiler warning we like to give out, because we are going to be talking about id, obviously, section by section later. But we're also going to be talking about, early impressions of the Mahoyo collab. We're going to be talking about how things are going with Madam President and many other things. So as always, if you're not caught up on your stuff, be careful, keep your ears peeled, and we'll get there. And also, in addition to me, reminding everybody that this episode is brought to you by our wonderful, beautiful patrons and all of our listeners. It's also to point out that, the episode is a day late, hopefully not $1 short. Friday night I was not feeling too good. I think it was the allergies, but I felt a little sick, feverish, super tired. But luckily, it rained that night, so the air's a lot cleaner, so I'm feeling more normal today, which is good, because it gave, an extra day to catch up on some stuff.
I know you're, very budget conscious, but you may want to consider, maybe getting, a room-based, elf air filter or something.
Oh, you don't understand. No, I have those. Actually, I think my standing filter, my air freshener got to switch the pre-filter.
Well, then, I meant it to maintain your air filters, especially in these trying times.
Yeah.
I need to actually... I got one for my room, and they help! They fucking help!
I do.
There's a lot of shit in the air,
I did, earlier in the week, make the mistake of hitting the dark, dusty corners, vacuuming them out, which always, disturbs some stuff, and also did head out for a little bit earlier in the week for unrelated stuff. But yeah, no, it's my allergies are still, super bad when it gets bad, which is unfortunately a lot that I see the little alert. Oh, yeah, ultra-high pollen counts tomorrow. Usually it's not so bad, but sometimes you get a little bit of the hay fever, but it seems to have passed, so we're good. And, with the patron alert aside, we move into our first segmentum of the show. We're going to check with everybody's favorite kohai. Mash.
Woo!
Senpai! 起きてください.
I have 2 pro tips for you this week, and wake the fuck up, Senpai, I time for pro tips. Some of which are probably bigger than others. First is listing April's items. Obviously, it's been a few days since this happened, so you probably already know, but if you haven't been checking your tickets, April's exchange items are sun scales, shells, seeds, stakes, and fangs, all of which are pretty good selections. I thought I would be going for solar hides, but I need shells. Who could have guessed?
Sorry, I'm just thinking. I'll explain why I'm going.
Yeah. No, I know. The audience will find out soon. But there's keeping you track on your items, your mats. Also, again, not a universally required alert, but was something I did see in the official news that I was, interesting to keep track of. But yeah, due to new laws, on Google Play Store anyway, FGO is now rated 18+ in Brazil. I assume this has to do with, changing regulations about microtransactions, basically. I think it's only on the Google Play Store. They said that it may or may not be changed on Apple Store. I don't think this will affect anybody's availability to play FGO, but it is something that's interesting to note, and like I said, I think we'll put that in a pro tip, just in case you're wondering why that happened. But that takes us to our next segment of regular business. Records from the Throne, a regular achievement topic.
That's me. So, alright everyone, be lucky. Have horrible luck rolling for Marie Alter. I don't have a lot. I have 4 10 spins. But I really want that Toko CE, so I'm gonna roll for the Toko CE. 3 10 spins and I get Alco. I get Toko on my 4th 10 spin. So, move forward a week. Alice rate up happens. I'm like, man, I could really use some more Toko CEs, but I don't want to get surprised by Alco again. I'll roll here for a bit. First 10 spin, get Alice. I'm done. I'm fucking done. This is completely due to the ill luck that I had with Marie Alters and my problems I was having with Aqua Olga. But I'm still just like, why? Why now?
Yeah, well, we talked about the luck on the other foot.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's how it happens. I have really bad luck, and then I have really good luck, or I have really good luck followed by really bad luck. That's just how it is. How it always is. But, Alko, Alice, and Sonoji Smile is protected. Yay.
I will insert, before we added an extra bullet point, I was just gonna say verbally, yeah, I also got Sojuro Smile protected, because it's pretty easy.
So, also, I do want to say, people on our Discord would have heard me kvetching about this a lot over the past day, but Aqua Olga was defeated, and yes, I do think that is worthy of putting into our fucking achievement topics, because Jesus fucking Christ!
Oh. No, I was thinking about it when you added it in the last minute. I also did clear mine. Our Discord would have heard me kvetching about it like a week ago, and then slow rolling. But yeah, no, I do think the intent is obviously that clearing the elementals should be a pretty major achievement. It is supposed to be, like, out of all the varying, levels of clearing the game. It's supposed to be pretty out there. So far, and at least that I think you can technically do the final chapter without doing it. You don't get all the special rewards if you didn't set that up for stuff, but I don't remember if you need to clear the elementals in order to access, the finale of Ordeal Call.
I don't think so. I think it's just you get the special tchotchke at the end.
Yes, you get a little thing, which is important because we need that for stuff, and also I believe is one of the qualifiers for getting, a gajillion Saint Courts and stuff. So, it's important, but it is not technically mandatory. However, boy, how did we take that not mandatory thing a little too seriously.
No, guys, I think I have literally spent over 24 hours trying to beat Aqua Olga. Guys, I know some people will fight me on this, but I consider myself not that intelligent. I usually am the person of, least resistance. I'm not good at putting together the strats, as it were, especially when you have, all these extra moving parts. And guys, boy howdy, did you realize how many fucking CEs there are? Guys, do you know how many just fucking, 50% charge CEs there are? There's a lot!
And yeah, I know how many of those I have.
Look.
Do you know why I know, gang? Do you get it? I'm laughing about it now. I was not laughing about it earlier.
I was definitely not laughing about it earlier.
But no, it's one of those things where, you literally said that, and I was I thought to myself, yeah, that's exactly my same thought earlier this week, was I was thinking about saying I discovered 50% battery CEs nobody's ever heard of.
I forgot some of the ones that are actually really good, like Magical Girl and Sapphire. That's just 50% battery and 30% MP gain. That's amazing! Why haven't I been using that more? Shit!
Yeah, there are some really good ones. I mean, it is because normally you only have 6 slots, right? And it's mostly usually 5, because you usually have a support in there. And you can't fit a team of 5 5-stars and 5 5-star CEs unless you're, literally master level right now, I think. And I don't even know if you can yet. That might be...
No, not even. I think you're still
later
at
master level
even at max.
Yeah, so, you can't go that deep in the tank. If you've got 5 good CEs, you're probably fine. Which is, again, I want to say this because I haven't seen it a lot, but I do kind of feel like there is an argument to be made from people. I'm inventing a guy in my head to argue against, but there may be an argument for the Aqua Olgas that, doing these, 10 deep raid battles does actually reward you for having been rolling lots of CEs and combining lots of them and having them, because you actually get to use your vast collection. Unfortunately, I think the main problem is the 10 deep raid stack is, even with pausing and retrying and all that shit, is annoying. It's so tedious. And I think they know it's tedious because despite the fact that the next fight's supposed to be tougher, trickier, more gimmickier, I'm pretty sure the next elemental Olga is not a 10 deep raid boss. So, they may have realized that while that was interesting, that was not, very conducive. Obviously with the pause, I think the idea may be that, you tackle them one at a time. But since you gotta rebuild your whole team whenever you're doing it, you can't, do one, go to the next wave, build your team, right? You have to build them all at once.
I mean, what I did is I just used the fucking auto for everything, and I did just go one at a time, and just, at turn 10, fucking pause and reset battle. That's how I had to do it, because,
Are they 10 deep?
Oh, I didn't. I thought I heard people talking about the next one wasn't 10 deep, but okay. But, sorry, I was losing my train of thought here. The problem that I have with, I think that I have with, like, the Olga battle is all 10 fights are basically, you know,
What was
challenge
the
quests.
Yeah, but the same. Like, they're like mini challenge quests. Some of them are
It's like
full
generally
challenge quests.
they're not like too crazy, but they're just crazy. They're just crazy. They're just complicated and crazy enough that you can't steam by them. And a lot of them require like very specific solutions. I'm just all like, I don't have a solution for 10 individual fights where I can only use each serve at once and one CE once. Actually, fun fact on that one, Axe, I did that with Kichi Hogan. I didn't get all of them, but I got down to like only 4 dragons left.
What does Hogan do that makes it easier?
Well, she's just quick AoE, and I paired her with my Scotty and my ruler Scotty.
Ah, okay. So you just focused on one. Yeah, I tried to do some setups with that, but I had trouble. I mean, I discovered that my new Kashin Kojin is pretty cool. I don't remember if I said that her smile was protected, but yeah, she's fully gassed up there. Because she has an AoE stun chance. But yeah, no, that one was tough. I think my best battle was I shaved down to maybe like 5 or 4 enemies left, I think. So not everybody, but decently. Poison dots would be good. Hey, guess what, gang? I don't have any of those fucking assassins. This is so. I wanna cycle the story back a little, right? Like, Lucky, you said you basically did this like one wave at a time and reset because, as we brought up, every single fight is basically like a mini challenge quest where probably, with I think the exception of a couple of them, most of them are designed so that the premier, easiest, smooth brain strat will just be a little tricky. You know, you can't wear down that Canis fight because Canis is regenerating, 100k out of 700k every turn. You have to go big and hard. I think the Ruler Scotty fish one is probably the most straightforward. Just get some Avengers that loop,
I believe I used Summer, and Space Ishtar on that one.
Yeah, same.
Because that was
with my Maria's backup. That was pretty easy.
Because that's what happened with the dragon ones. I would just I would hit with Kichi Hogan, and then sometimes I would hit them with Ruler Scotty's MP, and that would usually clear enough. And I was just focusing down Black Bard, so I just kept stopping and said, Originally, I went with Kichi Hogan because she has the ability to remove defensive buffs at the end of her fucking at her with her MP. But guess what? They did not get removed.
Yeah, the guts are not removable.
Thanks.
I think those guys might have some defense ups though that you can strip. I don't know, but that's the thing, right? Like the fights are designed so that you have to engage with the mechanics and you can't skip them, and that's very annoying for lots of reasons. We haven't even talked about Aqua Olga herself yet. But I was going to say this. Okay, we're back after a short break. We're talking about Aqua Olga and the lead-up fights, which are also all a pain. There's so many of them to get in there. But what I was going to say earlier, Lucky, was that I always had confidence that you would complete it.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you have a much better roster of units than I do. You're much more diligent about leveling your skills to at least 666.
Yeah.
And I know you say, you're not an intelligent person. I think you usually have better game sense than I do, though. Like, you're better at figuring things out kind of instinctively without necessarily being taught. The problem is, obviously, for something like this, is that means you have to, like, look at it, get your hands on the problem, and like, work at it. And FGO team comps are a little annoying about that, because you truly don't know what you're getting into until you get into it.
Yeah.
By the way, FGO, there's a great FGO2 quality of life. Do better about hints and just straight up tell people the mechanics ahead of time rather than have them look it up on the wiki, because they're looking it up on the wiki.
I mean, they are getting better about that, though.
True. There are several systems that have good hints.
Like, they did talk about, the advantages, and if you do, the high difficulty quests on, Order Call, they usually have some hints on hints and tips and tricks on what to do.
Yeah, they are better about explaining some of the gimmicks. It's just, I feel like that should be, hey, guess what? We also have this complaint about id. I feel like there should be some fights where it's easier to tell the gimmick without having to wipe to it first, basically.
No, it's true. Cause, I don't dislike the idea of gimmick fights or trick fights and stuff. Some of them can be quite fun. Earlier, I was trying to do the Blackbeard Sunken Treasure one, in which, you defeat doors, get treasures, and depending if you hit Blackbeard or Blackbeard hits you, you swap treasures, which has different buffs and debuffs. That one's a lot more simpler. That one's like easy to like understand, but it's still, hard in its way because you're fucking, going back and forth. I lost, but I wasn't upset about it because I was like, oh no, I'm just not like, playing it right. It wasn't because I had a gross misunderstanding of what the fight was. A lot of the fights in the lead up to Aqua Olga and Aqua Olga herself was just frustrating.
Yeah, they just feel designed to run counter to what you gotta do. Like, what did you actually do for Dagon?
Actually, it was actually a surprise. I did Ozymandias, Maeve, and Oberon. Yes, I did the Oberon cheat. I fucking slapped Ozzy with Black Grail. I went and sat down. I got Maeve's skill to 10-10-10. Did all her rank ups. Did Ozymandias ranks up, and I still don't know how exactly, but I got fucking Ozymandias to hit 1 million.
I mean, that would be the way to do it. Sadly, I can't do that because I don't. I talked about this on our Discord. I'm developing a love-hate relationship with how, like, load-bearing Oberon is. Because
I do want to say it. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, because, hey, gang, I've deliberately rolled for him many, many times, and I still don't have him, and it fucking sucks because, like, everybody's just like, oh, that wasn't that hard. They're like, oh, that guy's easy, just use Oberon. I'm like, well, I'd really like to, but I can't.
No, damage number is one of those things that I think that people need to understand that we gotta stop pushing so high. The higher we push the damage numbers, the higher that the team is going to push back on difficulties.
And I think you want to talk about like changing the meta, right? I think break bars were a great step early in the game's lifespan to fix that, right? They made it so that if they want to, the fight will not care about if you can do 2 million damage or whatever in one single turn. It will care about you doing 2 million damage over, 4 turns, which is like really interesting. And, like, that's good. Unfortunately, the Mercury Fragment guy was a throwback because he negates your first turns, basically, by absorbing the damage's HP anyway. And also, I personally, I hate the way that mechanic is labeled. They say it's like 5 hits, 3 turns. The number of hits doesn't matter other than that you get to do a little bit of extra damage at the top. He doesn't actually stun himself until he gets a full turn after it anyway. Mm-hmm. Even after you use all the charges. So it's still 2 full turns, and he gets like 1.8 million HP. So, like, the game just gets to lie to you about how big his HP is and about how many turns it is, except he's, beating you up the whole time. I do not like that fight a lot because I don't have an Oberon to max my damage. I tried with other supporters to do Oz and Maeve, and I just couldn't keep those guys alive long enough for the damage to add up normally.
Yeah, no. I was working on my Ozymandias, but I only got him up to 666, so I was actually very surprised. I do want to say, my Black Grail is level 100, though, so it's a big attack.
Mine's only in the 20s. Yeah.
It's a big attack boost.
I'm getting CE XPs. I should do that more. I use Black Grail a lot. My strat was, I did the reverse, which was just like, I had, also, I'm pretty sure you actually said your number of medals. You did better going in Olga Marion medals than I did. I had 115, which It worked. But, more medals is always better. But I was just like, okay, I have the 100 medals. I feel like I need minimum to try the Olga Mary fight. I'm just gonna thug it out, and I just did full ruler stall. I got all my tankiest rulers just be like, we're not dying, boys. Got Jean in there, got Qin Shi Wang. I can't remember who the third was. Was it... Oh, no, I don't think it was Summer Melusine. But like I just got a big block of rulers, and I was just like, you will not kill me. And it worked. Like it worked out. And so like depending on what you're doing, you do have alternate win conditions, but it's also just like the enemies are so fucking annoying. Tlaloc was so chance-based invul. Fuck you.
Well, again, this is where I broke out CEs. I used Vlad. It was... I can't remember, but there's an Altera CE, which is just ignore invincible and a 50% battery.
50% charge, no.
I think I slapped another one on...
Let's see, I think that fight was... I said this in the when you were away. I think that was, for me, that was Jolter with a Pierce, Koyan of Light, I think with the 50% Pierce maybe, or another piercing, and then Leonidas with a Guts CE to just tank.
I think for me, if I remember correctly, it was Berserker Vlad... Berserker Castoria, and then a support. I think it was probably waiver.
Berserkers is another good pick. I probably could have gone Kintoki. I talked about this a little off mic as well. The one thing I learned about this is that, like, obviously you can use budget units. I mentioned this as well. I've got a bookmark of a guy who tweeted out that he did it with all, like, welfares or lower. Like,
Nice.
literally all free units. I assume, though, that they all had, like, maximum skills and foes and shit, because they weren't grailed, I don't think, many of them. But, like, God...
I salute that, man.
No, yeah, because God knows how many turns it took. And you want to know what his Olga Mary comp was?
What?
Mash is the damage dealer, Hans Asclepius.
Ooh, big stalls.
Yeah, no. So, like, I don't know how many turns it took that guy, but that's... So there are backup strats. It's just, you have to have a lot of free time to do it. And I know that my battery was really chewed up by the first couple attempts I did. So, like, obviously, it doesn't necessarily matter if you have good units or not. But like I said with the Assassins thing, I really learned that I do not have good members of certain groups. I have a pretty decent round of single target riders, but getting them to, without an Oberon or another, like, crazy high damage booster to get them to kill was tough. So I had to switch to tanking. I used my AoE alter egos instead of my Assassins, basically, because King Protea will not die. Tiamat was also pretty good in that fight against the Wyverns. So just some fights were tough. And then conversely, there were other matchups that were, real easy to set up. The Crab Sabers, very easy to play in that one.
I did not like that one just because they put basically the super boss right at the end when you have no time left and you're just like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, that part is annoying, the biggest guys at the end, but at the very least, like, I didn't have a problem killing the shit out of those waves with my many high-powered archers. There was also an archer one that was pretty easy with all my lancers. I've got good lancers.
For the crabs, I believe I used Durga, John, and some support. I cannot remember. For the lancer one,
I think it was all offense. It was Ptolemaeus, Ishtar. Who was the third archer? Because it wasn't actually Mage Archer, because her attack levels aren't very good.
No, but like I said, somehow, some way, I was able to get through all 10 waves. Olga Marie was absolutely the worst, though. I'm sorry, I love Olga. When she becomes available, I am throwing everything I have at her. But right now, she belongs in the corner. She belongs in the fucking corner.
Please take a pic. It's okay. We'll get her back. We'll show her the pictures of how all the elemental Olgas are dressed with their belly buttons out.
But no, just every time, like, just her, this I don't know what to call this series. The Olga Marie quest was such an endeavor in taking away all your toys that it was like the final fight with the champion, because you had to use 3. You couldn't use 1. You couldn't use 2. You had to use 3. You can only use 1 copy of Servant anywhere. You can only use 1 copy of a CE anywhere. You had no support. You did not have your regular ass Mystic Code to rely on, and
you can't command spell revive.
No, you can command spell revive to heal and do MP. And fun fact, I would know because I tried this. If you wait 24 hours, you'll get your command spells back in mid-battle.
Wow, literally mid-fight? Shit, I should have paused more.
Yeah. No,
I reset and waited for the refill.
No.
I mean, that's pretty strong, but still.
No, unfortunately, that was the time when I was on the last turn I needed for Super Orion, and Maria Olga just kept doing 3 single attacks in a row, which would just killed Super Orion. I reset that turn 12 times. She did the same thing every single fucking time. If she had done a different attack or done a skill, I would have won like 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's literally how I won mine. Like, I think hours before you finished yours I was like, oh, I'll go back in. And, like, she just decided not to kill Orion. Like, I get her to her last break bar. She auto NPs. Orion gutsed, because I had to max his skills to 10-10-10, so all his skills reset after the first time, right? 5 or 6 turns later. So he gutses. Castoria and Merlin are fucking dead. I spent a command spell to heal him fully, once already, and then did it again, and I was like, okay, if she attacks 3 times, we lose. And she just didn't. She just decided not to attack 3 times and kill him, even though my guts was spent and I healed him. Like, which is very frustrating game design when you're down to just guessing.
No, FGO relies a little bit too much on RNG. It's one of the reasons why people are so adamant about getting, the 3-turn clears and, setting everything up turn 1. Because everything, after turn 1 is up to fucking God.
Yeah, no, like, while I do bemoan the too much groupthink smooth brain about FGO sometimes, because, like, as we just discussed, you have so many units available at this point. You do not require Jolter. You do not require Super Orion. You don't need Oberon or Berserker Toria or whatever. Like, you can clear most content with anybody with a box of scraps. But so, like, obviously thinking inside the box gets a little annoying. On the flip side, though, I don't think people are wrong when the thing they actually want from that is consistency. Like, that happens in a lot of games with RNG. You want consistency. So most people are not after, like, one true comp that does everything. I mean, they kind of are, but you know what I mean. They're after consistency. How can I consistently make this go 3 turns so I don't have to worry about does this random mob do an evade that I can't deal with? Do we am I getting, who are the enemies targeting for NP gain defensively kind of a thing? And just like, can I do this in a static number of turns, pressing all my skills, and does it work? And it's like, yeah, that's how a lot of game design is. I understand why people are after consistency.
That's true, but I also, do feel like, I do believe like we're in an arms race with fucking Lasingle here. People keep trying to push more and more damage numbers, and Lasingle's trying to be like, people, we have to like keep making challenges, otherwise people are going to say this game is fucking boring. So I'm just like,
and I definitely think Aqua Olga was another ramp up, because like Flare Mary was like time consuming, but I don't remember her being hard.
No, Aqua Olga did so much stuff. Every single break bar, she would fucking do a giant ass AoE MP. She would like do so much MP
4
down.
She stacks. Literally, her first break bar, she just NP to 0, which personally, I've always hated. I will always hate. Like that's just. Do you know how much of a struggle it is to get NP1 of a servant, gang? Why you do this to me?
Strip buffs. Fucking, every time you hit her, she gets defense up. MP down, 3 stacks of MP down. You're just like, oh, increase your school. God, I don't know if like. I don't think this is the first boss, but just when she's like, no, all your skills, increase cooldown. You haven't used them? Too bad. You're just like, ugh.
Yeah, it's like, it's so... God, It's like you said, it's such a deliberate attempt to take away all your toys that is, like, really frustrating and annoying. And, like, obviously there are multiple avenues to deal with it, but it's like, if you want to do it in a timely manner, I don't know how the fuck you do it without Super Orion, because he is one of the servants she is weak to, specifically. And also, he is one of the few units that I can think of off the top of my head who is just like, yeah, nah, brah, we don't need NP here. Show me two buster cards and we'll figure it out, brother.
No, like, even like, oh god, how many badges did I get at the end? Hang on, let me check real quick here.
I think you said you had over 150.
I was over 150. You can say that much.
Which is generally considered, if you haven't done the quest yet or you're struggling, over 150 is generally considered the magic number, because basically every break bar she's going to NP, which is AoE, and also stick you with a shitload of debuffs. So the minus 50 medals for the team-wide 3/3 invul and debuff immunity is really good. You can get around this with a couple of other invuls, like I used Merlin in my team comp, also because he boosts the shit out of Super Orion, but his AoE invul can also basically tank in. Okay, so no, I got 179 badges. I chalked it up to beating Dagon pretty much. Oh no, but my Olga Marie was actually almost very similar. It was Orion, Koyan of Light, and Merlin for that would be another probably pretty good pick. And honestly, if I didn't use Koyan of Light earlier on the card, like I said, I used her to support Jolter. I'm thinking about it, she probably would have been a better fit than Castoria, because what I wanted Castoria to do was AoE debuff cleanse, and that just never happened, because that's on the NP. Her targetable invul did save my bacon a little bit, like, her buffs weren't wrong, but the thing I actually wanted Castoria for didn't matter too much.
You know, I actually didn't use a lot of my art supports, because I was trying to save them all for the climactic finish, which was one of the reasons why I was talking about, I did every fight individually. I'm basically like, alright, what is the lowest common denominator that I can do to solve this fight so I can save all my big guns for later? And it took me a while, actually. Oh god, you guys do not understand. I went on a fucking tirade the other night about this fight. Most of it is bitch. I had a lot to say. But that night, like, it was like 10 p.m. my time. I'm like, alright, I am angry, but I am tired. I am tired of FGO. I am gonna go lay down. I am going to sleep, and in the morning, I will re-tackle this shit again. No, Lucky was too mad to sleep. I woke up at 1 a.m. and I was just like, well, I guess I'm not fucking sleeping. A couple hours later, I dug into FGO. So I think it was like, from like 3 a.m. to 8 a.m., I was working on the Olga quest. It wasn't just pure Olga fighting. I actually went back to do some enhancement. Enchantment.
That was also a step I definitely had to do. Oh, God, I'm so broke right now.
I'm not so broke, but I am definitely half as broke as I was. I was at like 1.8 billion before. I'm at like 900 million now. I spent 900 million QP, and God knows how many mats, leveling servants, some of which I didn't actually use.
That's okay. They got them for later.
Yeah.
I do think, if I understand them correctly, the Grand Duels are not as tough because they have lesser clear requirements, They're not as tough as the Elemental Olgas, but they are also weird because you have to do a team of only the selected class. So having handfuls of different class members of a variety of skill levels is important. But yeah, I was down through just like lots and lots of leveling to like 200 million QP before Olga dropped. Barring making back some of my QP from the Mahoyo collab, I'm at like 20 or 30 million again. It was bad. I went down to sub 1 million at a point.
When we get this fucking special quest tonight, I am putting on my QP shoes and I'm going dancing.
Oh yeah, no, go for it. They're great for that. So the way the Grands work is that you have qualification quests, then you have the final duel. You have multiple difficulties of the qualifications. Also, if you are curious, chat, I've heard that those are the premier bond farming for FGO. Like, those quests, regardless of the level you're doing of them, get a shitload of bond, so you can use them to really pump through your bond 11 through 15 to get lots of extra coins and Saint Quartz and shit.
Yeah.
Which is good, because that may be the kind of, genuinely, Lucky, I was worried I'd be waiting for that shit to beat Aqua Olga. Like, I'm glad it didn't. I'm glad just putting Orion to 10-10-10 and being lucky was good enough, because, like, damn, some of that shit not fun. And there's still some guys that didn't beat. I take a moral victory that I defeated Canis finally. Kazgil juiced up Dioscuri and Medusa to beat her ass.
Oh, I think I mostly used... Yeah, I just used Saber Ibuki, I think, and some supports.
I mean, that's a good one. I tried with, like, Saber Lancelot as my third guy, but I decided to go with the support after trying, because I wasn't using Kazgil later in the card. And, like, usually just my Dioscuri or my Medusa is fine. They're both NP2, with maxed skills. I think I actually had the Dioscuri at 666, and now they're at 10-10-10. Again, places my QP went. But, like, goddamn, it sucked, and neither Lucky or I is that one meme about, the Army Ranger in the neck deep in the pool of water eating a fish. I love how much this sucks. I don't love it,
no,
actually.
No, I don't. It sucked. It's over. I'm glad for it. I think the thing that pisses me off the most about the Olga piece is not necessarily the difficulty, but there's, like, story tied to these events. We're going off in the air talking about, oh yes, we gotta defeat the 4 elemental Olgas. I'm just all like, do we? Are we?
Yeah, that's another one that's weird. Like, they treat it like it's a main story quest, but it's not really, so it's odd.
No, it's like, I feel like no qualms, like I talked about this, I feel no qualms about getting my ass beat on, like, the high difficulty quests, and, like, like Colosseums or on that, because, they're there for fun. They don't actually have any narrative meaning. They're just there, and if you're just there, and if you beat them, you get a cool reward. I'm like, neat, awesome, cool, fun. But when you actually put, like, story and lore behind shit, I'm like, you do not need to be making this hard. You need to make this shit actually accessible for people.
That's another
Well,
one
I
that's
guess
like, that one I don't know is like how much is like, I assume some of the level of difficulty is Lasengle's design of like that, but some of it I kind of feel like is Nasu's input of like, because Nasu is a weird freak who's like, no, they must earn it, and then Lasengle goes, okay, boss, we'll figure that out. We'll figure out what the hell that means. Like, I don't think Nasu informs exact mechanics, but I do kind of feel like he tells the gang like how tough he thinks some things should be. And sometimes it's not linear, and it's not crazy good, but yeah, no, it's wild.
But I think that is enough of us kvetching on Olga Marie Aqua Edition. So
Check back with
we
us
got
in
it done.
6 months for whatever the fuck the next one is.
Is it the Mountain Wind?
Wind Olga? Or Earth Olga?
Is it Wind?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Anyway, but
Earth is
all
next
of... yes, when we get to see Olga on Mount Rushmore. It's going to be amazing. So, that was still Records from the Throne, our regular achievement top. Let's get to Not All the World's Evil, but Damn Close. It's just me this day, and this is just more of a what the fuck moment than anything. Sona G, why the fuck does your welfare as the 20 flowers of the end per skill? Are you serious, son? You're a welfare!
Get his ass.
Those mats just came out!
Get him.
Calm down!
That was my comment. It's not really much of one because I haven't been trying hard, but I do want to let people know. No luck on Toko CEs myself. Obviously, no Alcode, no Monte Cristo either. Otherwise, I would have said it earlier. But yeah, no. That is crazy that he needs 20 lilies per skill. I don't even think there's that many in the shop. You should be able to pure prism flowers of the end now.
I'll probably hold off. I do want to make... I am trying to get at least all my welfares up to 10, 10, 10 because they're my welfares, and, you know, they have come to... They came to me in my times of need. Especially now that, like I said, I was sleeping on Kichi Hogan. I really was. This was another one that I went from 1, 1, 1 to 10, 10, 10, like, in one day. I was just like... I was looking at this... Wait, she has a quick support kit, plus she has a fucking quick AoE that strips the defensive buffs? That's amazing. What the fuck, me?
No, I think mine's 444. I should make sure she's gassed up a little too, because that would pair really well with my Kashin Koji.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this, if the rider had been a big boss like a Dagon or a Talok or another guy, that guy's dead. He's fucking dead. Do you know how many single target assassins I have? Send him to hell. Gramps, get him. Eat him.
Gramps would eat him. Gramps would eat Dagon. Shit.
The brother wouldn't know what hit him. He'd be slurped.
Fish stew, stomp menus tonight, boys.
But yeah, no, it's very funny how that goes up. But yeah, no, your welfares are really good. I actually, like, genuinely, I tried with, like, Cinder Ellie and the old classic. I used Kentucky Rider for the first time in a little bit. But I just, like I said, I just didn't have the damage amp to do the 1.8. God, Rider Kentucky, man, takes me back. That used to be such a go-to. Honestly, doing it for Sojuro is also really good. Because he joins for free, instantly, permanently, in, like, Act 2. I did write a welfare corner this week, so we'll talk about it. He is actually a great little guy to use. And actually, yeah, since we're moving out of that business into Did You Finish Your Master Missions next, I also should throw it, I do have another mea culpa. This should be a week for Fanservant Friday, but yesterday I was not feeling good and I crammed a Wanted last minute, so with also working on other stuff, I haven't had enough time to turn that around. I did post the next poll. I know it'll be Kikimori Caster, another Slavic house spirit type, but I just didn't have time to get into it, like, at all today. So I apologize for that. We'll be back to it. But enjoy your Wanteds. But yeah, Sojuro's going to be a fun talk about later. Okay, let's do Did You Finish Your Master Missions real quick. To complete your Master Missions this week, you need to defeat 3 Earth Attribute Servants, defeat 3 Evil Servants, defeat 15 Humanoid enemies, defeat 15 Male enemies, complete 5 quests, complete 10 quests. Do the event. Ooh. Pretty sure you can get all those done in event time.
Oh, event time.
Love events. And that takes us to Skelograms, which is, honestly, not super full, but... Excuse me, sorry. A couple of these will be a little more discussy, but we have a handful of stuff. Obviously, we are still in the tail end of the Sea Monster Crisis rerun.
Yeah.
But also, JP launched... Oops, sorry. Dropped the cap from my water bottle on the floor. Let me get that back before I forget about it. But JP is also launching their... spring new Master Aid campaign.
Yay.
Just like we got over here. So that started the 30th and is going until the 30th of April. It's JP version of this event. Log in over the course of 2 weeks for St. Quartz, EXPs, tickets, mana prisms, and more. They have limited time master missions for more St. Courts, more tickets, and more CEs, all that fun stuff. And of course, they are also running double suck chance, 0 AP main quest, start dash, and returning master missions. Basically, all the thing of like, you hear that FGO, finished its main story and they're doing other stuff. You want to catch up? Okay, that means it's time, as they say. And we also got some banners, and I think it's very telling which servants are on those banners. So the JP banners are Okita and Summer Okita, which is a little interesting for a new master poll, but Guda Guda and Redline are pretty popular over there. Summer Kama Parvati, and Castoria and Kremhild. So yes, Castoria is in both versions of this event, both comps. They know how this works. Additionally, they're also having a FP banner. So they are friend point pools with raid ups that are separate. So you can pick where your focus is. But they've got FP banners for both Hakuno's, Saber Lily, Habitrot, Nobukatsu, and Mary Anning. Specifically to get Hakuno and Habitrot, I think you have to have cleared the requisite main stories. So Ordeal Call 3 and LB6. Everybody else is just out there. So another good one to catch you up on your little FP buddy units, your pseudo-welfares. Next, moving over to EN, we got the official drop of Witch on the Holy Night X Fake Round Order collaboration event. After Witch on the Holy Night / Murder at the Kumano Hot Springs, the Robin side, Magicians Only Live Twice.
Bruh.
It's as long as the fucking number of pips.
Honestly, definitely wrote this one.
Yeah, no, he absolutely. I mean, who can blame him, because it's Mahoyo themed, so it's his baby, but so many pips. But it's basically how we drew it up in the pregame. I don't think there's any additional news or releases happening with it that got out there. There's a 2-week window to log in for apples. There are banners. Alco and Alice are both up now, separate rate-ups, and those are until the 19th. Space Ishtar and Calamity Jane is up until the 7th. Keep your eyes peeled for bonus quests. You can basically see when the next one will be at the evening reset. Not the login reset, but the other one. They'll hide the next time.
It's actually quite nice. You see it. You've seen it in the windows, seen it in the plans, seen it in the Steam.
Yeah. It's a cute little detail. The unfortunate factor is, though, that most of them are close to daily reset, which is, midnight-ish or later for a lot of time zones, or very early in the morning if you're European.
Not the easiest to get to.
No. They're not required, but they do have really good drops, so it's a slight shame. We got rank ups for Fujino and Jane out, and additionally, if you manage to wrap up this event early, which you probably will, because I think the rate at which you clear missions in this event is very good, very smooth. Not quarter. Half AP Bleached Earth until the 19th.
Yeah.
We also, in EN, got Fate Grand Kickoff release campaign for 1 to 410, login for 10 Sync Courts. I did not play the minigame at all this year. April Fool's was a Wednesday, and there was a lot of stuff going around. So I didn't get a chance to check it out.
I think I was still finishing. Was I still finishing up it at that point? I don't know.
Probably Wednesday? Maybe. But JP also had an April Fool's, and it was confined to mostly in the game, and was not really a mini-game. It was just what they called, quote-unquote, an unusual bug. But we brought back the classic. Everybody had their April Fool's arts. They also showed them off in my room with some April Fool's backgrounds. And also this year, we got April Fool's Ryoko drawn NP cut-ins.
I think my favorite was the Osakata Hime one.
No, that's a really good one, because it's her in the box. There were some very good combos, so that was fun. I believe you also got some Saint Courts.
No, actually, that's something that I usually see a lot more in gacha games. They usually do some weird little sprites. I know Nikkei does their super deformed models instead of the regular models, and I think Trick Cow also has some crayon drawing versions of characters that they put out. It's quite hilarious.
Yeah, it's a fun.
I do enjoy April Fools for the silly things that games do. I do not like April Fools when people try to pass off fake news as real news.
Yeah, that's a conversation I've seen going on, I think, for several years now. April Fools as a funny haha, day, a prank, a goof, a day where you're gonna get punked, so we get to do silly things. That's cool. The fact that a lot of people use it for bait announcements and stuff is not cool. Yeah, it's also true. I mean, I'll be real, Ax. You posted the JoJo announcement. I thought you were posting it because it was an April Fool's goof. Because, I mean, to me, I was like, that's so obviously fake. There's no way Netflix would actually announce they're delaying it until 2027.
It got me for a second.
They'll just continue. Like, I had to reread it a couple of times to get the text, but I was like, no, that's absolutely is fake just because that's not how Corpo would do it. That's how people think they project that Netflix would say it because they're mad at them, but I actually don't know if Steel Ball Run's problems are entirely Netflix because and aside, but to preface why I think this way on this, a lot of people are upset about Stone Ocean. The batches at Netflix did for Stone Ocean, like some of them were separated by season breaks, but at the time, I do believe Stone Ocean was just airing like normal on Japanese TV. I am pretty sure Steel Ball Run is not airing like normal on Japanese TV because David Production has not made the second episode yet. Like, it's not the exact same relationship, so it's not entirely Netflix's fault that they're like, they're hiding the releases from you. I don't think the second episode of Steel Ball Run exists yet. Which is a different set of problems, but is a little more understandable. Sorry, I just saw somebody on Twitter be like, motherfucker, that's the wrong Alice. It's because they rolled rhyme. Which, honestly, is all Mr. Nasu's fault. That is intentional. I talk about this in The Wanted, but Alice Konji is, in fact, in-universe named after Alice from Alice in Wonderland.
I will say, we haven't gotten to the full talks about this. Playing events is tickling the desire to actually pull out my copy of Mahoyo and play it.
No, same. I've been thinking about it. People have asked us if we wanted to stream it or not. I still don't know how I feel about doing a stream slot for visual novels, because that doesn't seem super interactive, but if you have strong opinions, chat, let us know in the comments now. Otherwise, we might just start playing and get our own and, like, talk about it later.
Yeah, no, it depends on the audience. I know some people do VNs on their channel, but I don't know how you guys would feel about it. I really don't.
It would. I feel like we might get a little more engagement than usual just because it is Type Moon, and that's kind of, what we're known for, I think, in the wider spectrum. But also, like I said, I don't know if people are going to be, like, actively engaging with, like, a VN read-along. Because I'm pretty sure the remaster is voiced, so we're not going to do, like, funny voices. It would mostly just be, reading along and reacting and listening to the bops. Because there are some bops. But like I said, that's for you guys to let us know how you be feeling. I mean, we do a movie night, but, there also will be a Mahoyo movie.
I actually had a blue...
Sorry, what were you saying, Lucky?
Sorry, we need to do, like... I wish I had, a Blu-ray player, because I do have all three of the Heaven's Feel movie, and I would love for people to just sit down and be all like, behold! Animation! Behold! Evil Sakura! Behold! Gale jobbing!
I think I'm going to save... we could talk about it now, but I think I want to save the Strange Fate, because I finally caught up everything. I want to save that for, like a whatchamacallit, like a later segment. I don't know if we want to talk about that right away, like in the free talk at least, if not in
yeah, we can talk about for the free. Yeah,
but yeah, that was what. Hey, guess what? One of my comments was in our anime spoiler thread was Gil is washed, Richard's my goat.
I don't think
all my homies hate
Gil necessarily job, but I'll discuss my reasonings for that
No,
later.
I don't think Gil jobbed. I do think he's washed though.
Yeah, no, he was washed. Everything that went wrong for him could.
Which I'm spoilers, gang. I think that's the point of Strange Fake. Is it's Narita has written it as like this cavalcade train wreck of errors. Everything that should go right doesn't multiple times, especially for my boy Jack the Ripper. Berserker Jack, fucking ballin'. Love that guy. How did I phrase it before? I think I said Berserker Jack rips. I hope we get that guy summonable.
Well, like I said, we have announced the Strange Fate collab for JP. It should be coming out sometime this month. Sometime.
I don't often hope this, but I hope it's like Mahoyo. I hope they do double banners.
I hope we go all in and we do like double SSRs and double SRs. We have so many characters. This is not the time to hold back.
No, but we can discuss that when we discuss the anime in full. I am very glad that they did announce not a back-to-back, but they ended on a cliffhanger, so I'm glad they announced a second season.
Oh, the cliffhanger. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
One more thing in news, Dex. This is Lucky's note. I put this in here because I realized this just before we started recording. But, good news, everyone. Yin Press is officially licensing the Fate Prototype Fragments manga. Not the light novel, the manga. There is a difference. But I want everyone who is interested in something to go out and buy it. Buy it and give them good sales numbers so they go, maybe we should try licensing the LNs. And if they license the LNs, they might license other things like, Strange Fake, Case Files, Apocrypha, Requiem.
Yeah, and specifically, Prototype is one of those franchises that, because it's not an anime, we don't have any of that shit over here,
No.
So, even if it is just the manga, you gotta go in. It's not the light novels, but I'm really hoping that this is a sign that, Type Moon is more open to the license with groups like Yen Press, and we can hopefully turn this into some light novel sales.
Well, like I said, we're not, they're not necessarily against, licensing, other prey properties. You can find plenty of them out there, but I do believe, I think, Prototypes is the first one that's the first manga from Type Moon that has, the manga edition that has an LN, that has a light novel? I'm not sure. I'm not actually fully caught up with all, releases for that. There's a lot of Type Moon properties out there. A lot.
Yeah.
I have to double check, but buy it. I'm gonna buy it. You should buy it. Sales numbers go up. Accessibility to other titles go up. Egoo. Alright. But with that, Omega, do you want to take a break?
No, I'm good.
Alright then. No break shall be taken, and instead we will go straight into Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. Like he just got his ass handed to him at front lines, but that's because I was talking a lot. But this week, let's give one last refresh just to make sure we get everybody in there. And everybody is 5 lovely comments. We'll get through them all, starting at the top, starting right now. Did I say starting twice? I think I did. Whatever. This first one comes from Monster Girl Aficionado, who says, Dear Lucky and Omega, no questions this week, just sending good vibes your well, and keep up the great work. P.S. Don't forget your PvP ladders. I am working on it. I just hit series level 14. I'll probably just try to do my frontline once a day until it's the last week, and then I'll start spamming Crystalline Conflicts. But yes, no, the 14 is going good right now. We still got our egg event, which has a fun mini game. And our Moogle Tombstones event, some of which you can see if you watch our Wednesday streams. But also, news has come out that we actually have the official schedule for the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Fest taking place in Anaheim, California, late April. They have blocked out a segment in the beginning for a 2-hour keynote, which we are going to be getting a lot of information in, especially since we have a letter from the producer only a few days before it. So they probably will not be regurgitating old news, but giving us new news. I wonder what. Lucky is actually quite keynote. Lucky is actually quite sure that we're going to be getting the teaser trailer for the next expansion, along with a bunch of the initial info and whatnot. Like I said, the teaser trailer is not going to be the full trailer, which probably will not be shown until the Japanese Fan Fest, which takes place early next year. I can't remember. I've only been keeping track of the next one, is it this winter? I don't remember. But it's very exciting. We're going to see what the future of Final Fantasy has in store, especially as we going into the next patch. We'll finally be getting Beastmaster, which I'm super excited for. One-handed axes and fucking shields. Let's go. Lucky's an axe man, don't you know?
Yeah.
So definitely expect our interest in Final Fantasy XIV to be only increasing, not decreasing, as we ramp up to the next X pack. So, moving on. This one comes from Late Dave, who says, this could be too late of a message, but we'll see. Event's interesting so far, definitely different from what expected. It took me forever to finish Witch on the Holy Night. I always thought Alko seemed like a mean-spirited character for the majority of the game. It's interesting seeing her being less intense. I remember that in game, they implied Magic Crest would heal the owner from fatal injuries. I don't remember this ever being a thing in other stories unless I'm misremembering. On the Magic Crest things, actually, yes. No, I do believe this is... I think it's mentioned in, Fate Zero and maybe Case Files?
It's in a couple of background places.
Yeah.
Hell, I think it technically didn't... We talked about this. Doesn't it technically come out in Nasu's comments about LB7?
Oh, yeah, no, of how, Munier would have survived, because they said about the Magic Crest. Yes.
Yeah.
I remember that, yes.
It's not a big plot point a lot, because obviously it's one of those things that's it doesn't always work, but it's mentioned every now and then.
And also, I do want to say, this Mahoyo event is kind of a sequel to the Mahoyo story. So, Alko has had a bit of character development. And I say a bit.
Yeah. She does say early after her first death. Hey, guess what, guys? It's like the summer camp event. She's gonna keep dying. But after her first one, she does explain that she come from the future of where the singularity is, which is 2001.
Yeah. And honestly, Alko is kind of a mean-spirited person. While she's not a bad person, she is definitely a my way or the highway kind of a person.
I have to double check. I think her alignment is in both chaotic good.
Yeah.
Might even be chaotic neutral. Like, she's not a bad person, she's a terrible magus, but also, she is the magical equivalent of a 300-pound gorilla. Like,
yeah.
Nasu loves this about his protagonists in his urban fantasy series. He loves protagonists who are dog shit mages, who only know one good trick. Aoko is basically the same as Shiro, but with bullets instead of swords.
No, it's true.
Like, everything she does has to be revolve around shooting things or blowing shit up.
Yeah. Like I said, my dislike of Alko mostly comes from the fact that she literally has plot armor. Literally. And I mean this literally.
I mean, that's what they call the buff, yeah.
Yeah. She literally has plot armor. So she will just always win. And as a person who is a fan of, consequences and unexpected outcomes, I'm not a big fan of that. Literally the only reason she was able to beat Toko is because she literally pulled bullshit at the very last second.
Yeah, it's showcasing what the fifth magic is supposed to do.
Yeah. So that's, like I said, she's a fun character. Like, overall, she's very interesting. She will make you laugh with her antics. It's just on a meta level, she's not it for me.
Yeah. And I think this event does a good case of showcasing her weaknesses. She is unkillable, but also, she's very bad at solving this problem.
I guess you can say that Alko's mean-spirited, but she's not actually malicious about it. She just thinks there's a certain way that things should be done, and it usually involves a lot of brute force. I'm just thinking about in the event when Sojiro's just like, yeah, I should just go on and leave, and just Alko just busts in and just shoots magic bullet, and you're just like, whoa!
Also, let's not give Sojiro too much credit. He's also a freak.
He is a freak.
Like, in the visual novel, I believe at one point he attempts to leave school by going out the window, like the second story window. Like, he's one of them guys that has no sense of self-preservation, but in like a funny way.
You can probably see how this translates to other Nasu characters.
Yeah, no, definitely, like, I think that Nasu, like, got his ideas for, like, Shiro as a person by cobbling together a couple of concepts.
Oh, no, definitely that kid from Karano Kyokai and fucking Sojiro just slapped them together.
Yeah.
Boom, Shiro.
And honestly, I think it's not quite the same, but I think that, like, in terms of, like, story roles, like, Alice and Rin are probably cut from the same cloth as, like, oh, look at you, you've got all this fucking great legacy of magic.
I don't know, I would actually put Alko in the Rin shoes.
They're definitely a little more similar character types.
Like, honestly, I know it's a little bit of a stretch, but I would actually put Alice in the Sakura shoes. More of, a secret ancient legacy, someone who's more withdrawn.
That may also be, I think some people have commented that, yeah, that Alice is a little, because Alice is another weird one where, like, she's not really a bad person. Her default alignment is also chaotic good. But because she is, a literal fairy tale witch, sometimes she does bad stuff. And when she does bad stuff, she's gonna get you.
Honestly, if you combine Alice and Fujinon, I think you get. I think you need a little bit more sugar in there somewhere. I don't know where you get that, but you get pretty close to Sakura.
Yeah, that's something I think we talked about millions of years ago. Like when I first watched the Karano Kyokai movies and talked about them. I think there's some I recorded some 5 to 10 minutes afterthoughts on each special on our Patreon a million years ago. But you visually you can tell that Fujino is got her ties to Sakura, but it's not quite the same execution.
Yeah. But like I said, actually getting to sit down and see the characters and seeing the characters speak and interact with each other rather than just reading a few lines on a wiki at a time definitely makes me want to go, I should actually get in there and learn the story. I don't know when I'm going to get in there. I'm still, hammering through my own backlog, and the backlog's only going to get bigger. We got, Nikkei half anniversary coming up. We got frickin' whatever's going on at the end of April. We got Pragmata coming up. We got Neverness to Everness coming up as well. My back half of April is already fucking full. It's crazy. And then we got Final Fantasy 14 patch coming. Why everything's late April? Calm down. Game schedule's just no. Anyway, and you got anything else to say on Alko's personality or lack of thereof?
No, I like what we see of Alko. And I think Nasi's really good at designing cool, fun power sets. I think what we do with the fifth magic has always been like really interesting because it's not like she can kind of do time travel stuff, but it's not just that. It also is weirder. I think at one point Alice describes it as defrauding time.
Well, basically what happens is Alko basically borrows time from the future to power up now and incurs some sort of time debt. I don't actually know what that means. No one explains it. They just say,
No.
Alko just says, I'm going to pay it off later, and it's never resolved, which is bullshit. It's bullshit.
But, like, other things she might be able to do with the fifth magic are also kind of a lot of that in that same vein, which is very, like, fun to, like, play around with. I'll just, I'll take this time and I'll move it over here. Honestly, I wonder if it's because, working on the remaster, I'm a little surprised that we didn't actually, like, bring up Alko sooner, just because she's a person who actually, like, natively understands singularities, because that's, like, very directly tied to her abilities. Also, I didn't realize until I wrote the one on Alko, but apparently, Ars Amalel Salmononis, the Gitia's NP, is supposed to be similar to the fifth magic. The fifth magic is still, something miraculous, but the thing he does with, like, burning up time to go back in time is, like, supposed to be similar to similar to applications of the fifth, and it's like, that's also really interesting. I'm very surprised we did not bring it up sooner. I'm going silent because I'm doing my daily frontlines and getting my ass beat.
It is what it is. But I think that is enough on that. We'll definitely let you know if and when, not if, when, definitely when we start playing Mahoyo to give us our impressions of it.
Like I said, even if we don't stream it, we'll do like we do for some other video game projects, and like we'll block out some hours to talk about it.
All right, but moving on. This next one comes from the Tyrant King, who just got into MTG Commander and may have subscribed to a lot of MTG related channels.
I think you usually do when you get a new hobby.
As you do. But they say, question, hey guys, my question is mostly for Omega this week. So for Omega, my question is, sorry, I feel that was just a little repetitive, is when do you think is a good time for a card to get reprinted in a TCG? I ask this because one of the games I'm playing has a promo problem, and reprint sets coming out like 1 or 2 times a year. Also, the cards in question come out 6 months ago and 3 months ago and are already at $90 at each for base rarity. Anyways, that's it for me. Sending good vibes. Wah, 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 wah. Sending good vibes your way and hope you have a great weekend and a happy Easter. That reminds me, I gotta go to the store tomorrow and load up on jelly beans.
We're gonna have cinnamon rolls. Now, on the subject of reprints, personally, I'm spoiled by Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Konami has a crazy aggressive reprint policy for cards. Not necessarily for rarities, but the number of cards that are not that have like 1 or 2 printings are very rare, and usually they're bad. Usually the cards are not printed because you only want them for like really weird specific stuff, right? But Konami, especially in America, has been picking up the rate of posting like reprint sets a lot, especially when you're talking about like promo cards. Like technically Yu-Gi-Oh! Has that problem too, but usually the promos are for like V-Jump or other magazines in Japan, so we just don't fuck with that over here. They get bundled into other sets, So, sorry, shaking my head, getting killed real bad.
Die.
Yeah. We're not that far behind in points. Me personally, am getting bludgeoned a lot. But, yeah, no, like, 3 months is kind of like, even if it is a promo, it is a product that I feel like, in terms of, like, the production cycle, just came out. At the 6 months mark, it's definitely like, well, you should probably think about putting in your next reprint product. Doing like 1 or 2 times a year seems pretty good. It's just a ratio of like when you want to do it. Obviously, for promos, if they're actually like promotional to like, tournaments or stores or whatever, like that's cool. Promos tucked in like, side content like game and other media releases, that can be annoying, and like you just had a problem in previous years with doing that. Personally, I am kind of an opinion that like you should be very careful about making your promos impactful to the metagame, because that does drive up, like, scalping and shit, and incentivizes, kind of like the run-on for stuff that you see in games like Pokemon a lot. God. Yeah, no, Pokemon investing shit is crazy, and scalping.
No, I'm just thinking about the almost riot we had at the fucking art museum over the Van Gogh Pikachu, and the fucking people in Japan just buying Happy Meals and dumping the food just so they can get the cards, and then selling those cards to fucking little kids because they couldn't get in there to buy a fucking card.
Nah, like, that's, like, personally, that's behavior you don't want to encourage in the consumer, so I think that the corporate should do whatever they can to cut that shit out. And an aggressive reprint policy is part of that system. So yeah, I'm pretty much on the opinion that, like, you should reprint early and often, because you want people to be buying product and moving the game, and scalping for promos. Again, I always say this. There's no, this comes up a lot in Fail Portrayal, which is usually about card games, but I get that the secondary market is good for consumers, and that's great. There's not actually any incentive for the company printing the cards in the secondary market other than where your local game store just so happens to also, like, sell singles. Oh, well, that's the entire... Sorry, that's me being last guy left in a push all of a sudden. Cool, great.
Everyone ran away because they don't want to die!
That's okay. I don't have any battle high, so it doesn't matter for me. But, like... I personally think that, like, a lot of bad decisions for the consumers come from, like, the company trying to cater to the secondary market and make it feel more appealing, and it's like, no. You want to move product, the stores want to move product, so you should incentivize people to buy product. Guys, we're in the lead. Sorry. People are like, bitching about somebody who looks like they're moving weird, like they're using hacks or something, and I'm just like, I agree with you that saying using cheats in Frontline is lame, but we're fucking winning right now, so, like, what does that, mean, guys?
You're just that good.
But yeah, that's like I said, that's my opinion on reprinting. I think you should have an aggressive reprint policy, and I think that you, as the consumer, should feel correct to complain if, like, promotional cards are, like, really expensive and also presumably part of the meta. Like, obviously, if you're trying to collect, that happens when you cotton on to, like, rare printings. But this person said that, like, even at base rarity, they're really expensive. So it's like, nah, it sounds like that's core stuff that we're potentially missing out on. And remember, always say, fuck them scalpers. All my homies hate scalpers.
All my homies hate scalpers. Alright, but with that, as I try to fight a boss solo, this next one comes from meeting Hattori Chise at WeebCon. Oh, I'm assuming what, like, the English VA? I'm assuming. That sounds rad. Not trying not to die. But they say, howdy, Lucky and Omega. Hope you're all having a good week, and I hope the sushi rolls were tasty, Lucky. They were okay. It was my first time trying to make something like that, and, well, I didn't, make something that I had to throw away, which I consider a win. I will say that making sushi rolls is a bit more tricky than you would think. Getting the filling to just be straight in the center, a little bit harder. Getting, the rice to look, nice and firm, pretty hard too. Making sushi rice? Well, that's not as hard, but I think there's, like, varying qualities to making sushi rice. I made some very basic bitch sushi rice. Apparently there's, like, specialized fucking, like bowls and stuff you want to do when you make sushi rice. Like, it's like it's a copper bound cypress, like, bowl thing. Forgot what it's called, but it's neat. But yeah, no, I just made some tuna mayo, and I had some sheets of nori, and I made some sushi rice. Sushi rice is actually pretty easy to make. You just basically make rice, and then you add a mixture of vinegar, salt, and sugar to it, and it makes it a bit sweet and a bit savory. It's actually very tasty on its own. I do like it. Like I said, I'll probably keep practicing making sushi rice as soon as I get some more materials, so I can perfect it. But it was very good. I enjoyed myself very much. As for their actual question, though, oh, hang on. Oh, excuse me. I hope that ain't coming through too badly. But for their question is, now that we have made it a little way into OC2 discussion, my question is to the both of you is, what do you think about the choice to put us in a modern scenario with a family? Well, personally, having, beaten OC2, I think it was important. because, how do I want to put this?
Audio Call 2 has very meaningful things to say about the question of what are we fighting for?
Yeah.
And I think putting... Yeah, I think we're about to say the same thing, I think putting it on a personal level is very important.
Yeah.
Like even if it is kind of our idea of being like, it's all hazy and like vague, we're still drawing a personal connection, which I think is important because that is something that the character of the master, the player, does not have until we do that story. Like, obviously, you want to restore the world, and like, there's people, from Chaldea that's important, but
you really don't have personal stakes.
Yeah. Your stakes are, like, deliberately removed, other than just, like, the other driving personal stake is Olga Mary.
Yeah.
Like, that's a personal connection we make in Fuyuki, and, Lev throws her into the singularity, and we're still not over it, so many years later. But that's about, like, the connection to Chaldea. We never really discuss kind of, like, how we feel about the incineration of humanity and, then the bleaching of the earth, other than just, boy, that's fucked up.
We're too busy surviving. Literally.
Yeah.
So, this story taking a moment to, establish stakes and then, take them away of us, because, this story is literally teaching us about, seeking revenge and what it does to a person. In order for that to happen, you have to have, something to seek revenge over. I think they actually talk about it, like, you don't really feel an urge to, seek revenge over the incineration of humanity or the police earth effect, because it's too broad and impersonal. It happens to everyone. It's just, what happens in it is something that happens solely to you.
Yes. Like, that, and I think that is kind of like the singularity, or not the, well, actually it is the singularity, yeah. So the Audio Call story sets this up because it starts, like, there's a very early flashback, which is like, hey, as the last survivor of the last of your kind, you have a right to seek revenge, but will you? And, like, the first half of the story, we don't feel that revengey in the first act, because while there is a burden to being the last master of humanity, it's not a like we said, not like a burning desire, right?
I think it's also because we carry the burden of all the lost belts and singularities that come before it as well.
Literally. Well, literally, figuratively, but, still a little literally. But yeah, no, like, that's the general characterization, I think, of the master of Fujimura Ritsuka is that they do feel an immense sense of responsibility, but not like a burning desire for revenge.
Mm-hmm. So no, I think putting it in a modern setting, because putting it in a modern setting made it more relatable not only to, the master, but also you, the reader. So...
Yeah, I don't actually remember if this was an explicit comment about Audio Call 2 or just a general observation about FGO, but, like, it was remarked around kind of, like, because around hitting the 10th anniversary, and I think it may specifically have been about id. But, like, if you started playing FGO when you were the master's age, right, you would be an adult by now by the time it finishes.
Yeah.
So, like, there's definitely, I think, a lot of the vibes in id are about that. Like, if you've been playing FGO since launch, you may have, vague rose-tinted memories of high school to go back to. You might have those also before that, but I think that, like, part of the rating is about that kind of, like, understanding your audience a little. So yeah, no, it's I think it's pretty key.
All right. And but we will talk more about that later, and by we, I mean Omega. But we shall move on to last but not least. It is Agent 418 who says, "Hello, Lucky Omega. Have a good weekend, y'all." Same to you, buddy. The weekend's going pretty okay. Alright, but that is it for Mailbag. Thank you everyone so much for sending in your comments. I look forward to seeing what we get next week.
Alright. Let's see. We've gone about an hour and a half. Let's take a brief intermission here and let me refill my water.
I will be right back as well.
Alright. We are resuming. Haha. Anyway, it's free talk time. We got a few different things to talk about. Obviously, we'll be getting into id, but we should probably do our other stuff first, because it's shorter. So, do we want to do Welfare Corner first, or do some Mahoyo event first impressions?
Oh, let's do Mahoyo event first. Okay. Then we can get into our boy Sono G.
Alrighty. Well, I'm not done with the event yet, because I've been multitasking with several things, including clearing Aqua Olga as well. But overall, I am really enjoying the event. Obviously, there are a lot of jokes to be made about how many fucking pips there are.
Nah, definitely Nasu writing.
Like, they're not wasted. Like, a couple of those are clearly because they want to do the like, location transitions, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's very dense, lots of, character relationships. Probably some deep cuts from Mahoyo that I'm not following.
Yeah.
But there's also, I think, some intros for new people as well.
They do a lot of fun things with the camera. One of the things I noticed that sometimes when you're having conversations between two people, they'll put the silhouette like in the fore and the other person in the back. So it's like two people talking together. Like I really like that. They've done a lot of little things here to improve the storytelling here.
Yeah, some shot reverse shot techniques, like you said. Using some background effects. A little bit of the kind of like switching the focus in on characters. We do a lot of playing around with like. It's not just widescreen, but like doing that effect of like slicing down on the horizontal axis to pull in or pull out. Depending.
Oh yeah,
like you said, lots of little camera tricks.
No, it's very good with the cinematography. I do think my personal favorite though is fucking Robin.
Yes, that's another one that's very strong.
Just him flitting around and then you just like bonk and you're just like, oh well, Robin's dead.
Yeah.
We've been getting a lot of mileage out of that in our chat, by the way.
Yeah, if you don't pay attention to the shout out patrons, one of our longtime community members and patrons is called Robin, and so we got a lot of funnies we get to do with that one. But great. Yeah, no, we added extra like animations for Robin flittering in the background. Lots of other stuff going on. There are also handfuls of very interesting things with like maps and backgrounds and stuff in fights as well.
Oh yeah,
there's that black and white fight the first time against the star with Aoko that's like all washed out, playing like the gentle twinkle twinkle music. Like the sounds are like muted.
Nah, it's great. No, I'm excited. I'm excited to get in there. Like I said, we're doing a lot of detective work. And like it's like a full on mystery too, so I am very excited. But unfortunately,
right down to the fact which I will let you know. What section are you on right now, Lucky?
3.
Okay, so you're about to get to because I think it's 4 has it the first time they do it. But you have to do a little detective work. There are bad ends in this event.
No,
if you don't take the time to investigate things.
No, it's like I'm excited. It's almost like a VN, which makes sense.
One also there's usually a little bit of like investigating and detective work in Nasu's writing, but I don't even think the base Mahoyo is quite written the same way as that, right? Like, Karno Kyokai is kind of like that because it's a bunch of like disconnected, well, not fully disconnected, but you know what I mean? Like it's a series of vignettes which like often feel like little cases that Toko's sending Shiki after.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this one definitely has that feel because, you are fully investigating, doing investigation things, but you treat it like an investigation too. Every day's the same crime, but in a different way. And so you keep having to investigate, different people. They start this with the whole like psychic convention haunted spirits thing, psychics and exorcists, and doing a lot with like the people. Which I also really like how they approach it, like, yeah, no, guess what? Ryogi Shiki is just a Yakuza wife. She is just a scary lady.
I mean, she is, though. That's the crazy thing.
That's literally true. Like, I think this is just what Shiki's doing in 2001. Whereas characters like Ishtarin and Shiro are clearly because it's a singularity.
Shout out to young Ishtarin sprite, though. How dare.
No, great callback to that was used in like one flashback scene in Saber Wars 2, I think. Getting some great mileage out of it. And then like they picked the sprite that makes Muramasa Shiro look like the closest to Archer for I think a reason because it's like him in old man mode. Despite the fact that keep in mind our Discord's been talking about this. If it's 2001, that's 3 years before Fate Stay Night. So actual Emiya Shiro is like in middle school right now. Same with Rin. Which I guess means that after she de-ages herself, she might be the right age. But, like, Bazette's just acting like Bazette in this story, which is, like, a hard-ass but also a scaredy baby.
She did say she was here to or something capture someone, so she might just be working as, part of her normal job.
Yeah, no, so, like, there's good stuff, but then there's also, like, the servant cameos, like Sugitani. Karen's one of those characters who, like, I think her body is, like, fucked up because of magic and shit. So I don't know. I think she's supposed to be the same age as, like, Shiro in the gang.
I don't know. I just know that Fujinon's being a creepy stalker, and I love her for it.
Yes, no, that's great. But, like, Sugitani, like, is just, like, the servant we know, but also, obviously, that doesn't work because they just a person.
Or just a bounty hunter.
You know, so, like, we do a lot of really interesting things. Kashin Koji could just be Kashin Koji just hanging out, you know.
Being creepy. Making puppets. I could see it.
Yeah.
Except
like,
for talking normal.
Later, the propriety of the end quotes her and does do that thing she does with her weird diction. Like, it's got the random capitalization.
Oh, one day I'll roll me a Kashin Koji, then I will have puppets.
She's permanent. You'll get there.
Eventually, one day.
You know,
I'm still waiting on my Vidra.
That's a permanent I also still don't have. That one also still bothers me.
But no, like I'm only in section 3. I'm at like almost like 40 missions done. Like I said, I haven't been doing story, but I have been trying to get in there when I can. Thankfully, the thankful thing about the old quests is they only are 5 AP, and honestly, once you pay it at 5 AP, as long as you're just pausing and not actually quitting, you can, just coast on it. So
repeat. And that's what I was going to say earlier. This event, like, usually I feel like I don't dislike 100 mission events, right? They're usually easier than, like, hitting 3 million points on a ladder. But usually I feel like the way missions are scaled, you're not, like, anywhere close to being done until you're, like, done with the story. This one seems balanced the other way. Like, I am almost at 70 missions complete, and I'm, like, in the middle of... Actually, let me crack it open and check right now. What's my next quest I gotta unlock? Yeah, start of section 5, I think. So, like, it's real easy to work this. If you can get those bonus spawns, you can... It fucks with your 3-turn farming, but, again, like you said, they're cheap. Who cares? I've already got all my CE copies, because I got 4 out of the store and I got 1 drop.
Nice.
So, like, we're fully set on the damage CE, working through collecting all the currency. Like, this event seems balanced to be relatively easy to complete. And it makes me wonder if that's intentional. Like, did they know that they were doing id and Aqua Olga, and they were like, these guys need some time off, man?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Oh, well, if you see 4 enemies in a wave, that's because that's actually a double spawn. You can spawn up to 6 guys in that wave, usually. If you're doing the bonus spawn. Yeah, if you see the 4th guy in there, that's not an extra guy. That means the maximum number of guys is 6 guys. Like, the spawn levels is a little oddball. But it does make farming some of these missions really good.
Mm.
Oh, you think the bonus spawn only gets 1 extra enemy per wave? No, it gets the later quests get a little complicated. They want you to have multiple traits across multiple waves or to spawn multiple guys. Like, they can get pretty deep. But again, it's not necessary. It just makes them easier. It's the same with, like, the monster outbreak quests, Like, you don't have to do them, but they're really great at dropping QP, and they also drop mats and have targetable enemies, like, really good. So it's a good addition to work on them.
Mm-hmm. No, but I'll definitely be getting more into the Mahoyo collab in the future, and probably next week we'll probably actually have some real ass words on it.
Yeah, we'll have some full final thoughts, because the final quest should be available already, so should be free to clear up everything and get all into it and all the bonus stuff. And I do love that, like, you can see them clearing the missions because they're the ones that give you the summon tickets, but I love that, like, there's a section where the proprietor of the inn lays out the 5 spooky mysteries, and then you just see them all in your mission list to solve all of them.
No, and I love it. And I love that you get, like, a little special gift when you actually get in there.
Yeah, it frames it as, like, a little bonus box.
I thought that's rad.
Sorry, I'm selecting a team for a free quest right now.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say. Characteration's good. Music's great, too. I'm actually curious where some of this music comes from. I wonder if it's actually from Mahoyo.
I think most of it probably is. Of course, Mahoyo, it's Fate. We like to reuse stuff.
Leitmotifs, baby.
But yeah, we'll have our fuller thoughts later.
So
let's do a little welfare corner, because, like, it's so him. Like, I've only known him for 5 minutes, but it's still so him. Like, Aoko's like, hey, summon a guy, and we're like, well, Mash is here, we'll use the shield, I guess. And just Sojiro pops out, and he's like, hello, I'm a servant, I guess.
Am I getting paid for this? Rad.
But yeah, so we're gonna talk about him in Welfare Corner right away. He just joins you in like section 2. He's just some kind of guy, you know.
I do like how they do it. It's like you genuinely just summon him. He's not like he wasn't summoned by the land or, you know, summoned by like the Singularity. You genuinely summon him, so it's like, yeah, no, he is just a servant. Thanks, Alice.
Yeah, he's just here.
Yeah.
I mean, we're implying something happened with the older him that you meet early.
Yeah, we haven't
that
talked
guy
about
doesn't
that
show up
at all.
anymore, but we'll figure that out later. But as a welfare servant, as a free 4-star berserker, he's like a little bit on the lower attack side, but most 4-star berserkers hover around the same stat line anyway. Like, even those who are much more clearly weighted towards HP than he is, it's a difference of like 1k at the most, and usually like around like 400. Like, I think Tom Mokat's like 9.5 attack and like, you know, 10.5k HP, stuff like that. So he's like 9.9 and you know, 10,000 HP, so it's pretty close. He is quick, arts, buster, average hit counts and NP gain. I think he's like literally 0.5, maybe 0.55. And, you know, well-rounded hits. And so for a welfare, his NP is pretty crazy. I still say this is good use of giving you free servants. So, you get 1 turn of Pierce Invul, and 1 turn of Ignore Damage Cut, new buff, who dis. First, it is a single target buster, which does 150% damage, times 1.5, if they have a defense up. So basically, whatever the defense up is, it's probably not good enough to resist this. And then also, its overcharge effect is attack up first. But it's a sacrifice NP. You know, he is sacrificed at the end of it, which ignores guts and other protection effects. Funnily enough, Aoko's plot armor effect cannot fix this, despite the fact that is canonically what Aoko's plot armor effect is supposed to fix. Is you know, Sojiro killing himself or being killed. So that's purely for balance reasons, though, because if you could have a sacrificer survive the sacrifice, that would probably be pretty OP. Looking at you, Changong. Changong nuke strats. But yeah, so you're looking at single target Arash type damage, except that he's a 4-star berserker. So the output is pretty crazy. And it's piercing. Like, again, pierce invul, ignore damage cut. You're gonna hurt some guys.
True damage.
Yeah. His first skill is a 10 to 20% arts and buster up for 3 turns, so a pretty normal steroid. And also a 5 times 3 turns lethal damage evasion. Basically, the way this works is, if a hit numerically would do more numerical damage than Sojiro has HP left, he dodges instead. He evades. Does not work on instant kill, or any other effect that would cause him to die, like sacrifice. Also, does not work on dots, so ailments can still wind you down, and I believe it is an evade, so I think Sure Hit still beats it, but if your enemy is just trying to punch you, and the punch would kill him, he dodges. Actually, I don't remember if we talked about this last week or not, but this was brought up, but I do believe it was quote-unquote officially announced that Type Moon is working on a Mahoyo sequel. Nasu said that he had like 2 sequels in mind, but I think they announced that they're officially developing one. So, more power to him. But yes, the lethal evade damage is very fun. Second skill is a very strange battery. It multiplies his NP gauge. It starts at times 1.5, like 50% multiplier, and goes to times 2, basically 100% multiplier. So, at level 10, 50% NP becomes 100% NP. 100% NP becomes 200% NP, etc. This is pretty good because he's a welfare, so you can get, free NP5. So, you only have to make 150 NP to make 300%.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a pretty fun skill. Obviously, you only ever get to do it once because his NP has a sacrifice effect, but still, really interesting way to get that big stonking multiplier on there. Additionally, it also gives him 15 to 25% crit up for 3, and additional stacks of this crit up based on how low his HP is. 75%, 50%, etc. So, if he is below 25% HP, it should be a plus 100% crit damage for 3 turns. And I believe, like most of these HP gate effects, you get all the buffs, they're just not turned on unless he has that low HP. God, his first announcement were like 3 years ago. Crazy. But, well, he's cleared up his other priorities. Final skill is another funny one. It changes all of his command cards to a designated color after one turn, and also gives that card 20 to 30% up for one turn. So if you pick Arts or Buster and use his first skill, that means for that one turn he'll have 50% card effectiveness up. Passives are PresCon A, so Presence Concealment A for extra start generation, which is good for Berserker. He has a passive version of Knowledge of the Soa for 10% critical resistance at all times, and he is completely immune to Terror, Confusion, and Skill Seal, aka Silence. He cannot be made afraid, he cannot be confused, he cannot be silenced.
Just slightly terrifying.
So, Sojourner's a weird little guy. I think the basic idea is you want to hold on for as long as possible using his lethal evasion and maybe other sorts of, guts and evasion defenses to maximize his critical impact, and then when you know that Sojuro is going to die anyway, you fire his NP and you kill the shit out of your opponent. Or, if your opponent, I phrase this as shows their ass with a defensive skill, but I think it's basically like, if your opponent exposes a weakness by doing like a defense up or an invul or something, you just go, no, die, actually. And then, Sojuro scoots himself, which obviously, talking about like consistency and stuff, right? Self-sacrificing units are always super interesting in FGO because that forces a rebalancing of command hands. It allows guys to cycle in without needing to swap them with a master skill, etc. So it can be very beneficial to have a new guy basically rotate in, right? Also, I think it's fair. I don't think Sojuro should have any madness enhancement. He's not mad enhanced. He is just what we think of as crazy. Like, I saw some people in other Discords talking about how, like, shouldn't he be an assassin and not a berserker with, like, his character story? And it's like, no, this guy's a genuine whack job. Like, he is a person who does not have what we think of in modern times as common sense. He is definitely a berserker. Like, genuinely, I think Aoko would be a berserker if for the fact that she's the fifth magician, which makes her weird and out of context. Like, literally outside the domain of human understanding.
She gets
Sojuro is a berserker because he's a weird mountain man, yes. He also he's not from around here mentally, so berserker works. It also means that obviously he gets, I think thematically it works because of the way class advantage works. It means that 1, he's weak against Aoko, and 2, it means that most servants beat him up, but he also beats up most servants, it's the glass cannon thing. So I think it all works out. So yeah, he's a very weird unit, but a great thing to add to this arsenal at this step, like absolutely going to be worth investing in those skills because there is a wide variety of weird things you can do with this guy. Like, I think genuinely the fact that they gave him a self-sacrifice NP means that they can get away with giving him some very oddball skills that would be super busted on a servant who could, survive using their Noble Phantasm at NP level 5. Like, just, again, think about this, chat. This guy has a skill that is, in one turn, turn all your command cards to any color you like and make that color good. I'm sorry, free Arts Chain to hit 150% and then double? Or, I don't know, guaranteed Buster NP Chain? Like, a very solid potential. Hell, he's got PresCon for extra star generation. You could decide to just give him oops all quick cards and do that, He normally doesn't have 3 quick cards, but what if he did have 3 quick cards? Or 5 quick cards,
Sojuro is definitely, I do what I want. That's why Aoko has to threaten him with magic bullets.
Yeah. Also very funny that some of his animations are just him dodging Aoko trying to kill him. Like, I think I saw somebody ask, like, oh, who's the source of this huge laser beam behind Sojuro? And it's like, it's definitely Aoko. I don't know anybody else on the squad who shoots lasers.
Yeah, I'm not actually fully cognizant of the relationship. I don't know if it's, like, romantic or anything, but those 3 seem very tight.
They have a complicated relationship, I think. I think it's implied that it could be romantic, but also I feel like there's some jokes in this scenario and later about how, like, Aoko is also, like, doomed to be single because she just, you can't imagine her in a relationship, Alice, in her FGO profile, says that she has complicated feelings about Sojuro, which makes sense because she is a witch, which, again, to remind you, she's a capital W witch. She is literally not a human being. She is a weird magic species. Her lineage of witches can reproduce with humans, but she is a weird, non-human species. She's closer to a fairy than to a human. But also, like, she's an oddball one. I think Alice actually seems like a great character archetype based on just, like, again, her personality notes of, like, she seems like a cool, distant, like, Ojo type because she is a rich girl. Her dad is the eldest son of a huge conglomerate. I believe canonically her house in Mahoyo is her father's vacation home.
Yes, if I remember this correctly.
So, like, she is filthy rich, but, she lives herself as, like, a perfected magus. But Nasu also says that she is she's the number one dreamer in the work. So, like, she does have a little bit of, a girly side. Also, it's like, again, I did some backstory reading for Wanted. Nasu's description of, like, what Alice's mother, the previous Munster witch, was like is, like, also very funny. He's like, oh no, she was a total girly girl and airhead. And I'm like, that's very funny. But also a pop culture girly. Because, again, Alice is explicitly named after Alice in Wonderland.
It makes sense. We like making goofy mom characters. Just think of how Irie would have turned out if she hadn't had, sudden tragic backstory. Kind of like how Al's mom's did.
Yeah, no. Like, what everybody recall that among many other things from Prisma's the continuity with Alive Mom Iris Veal, where she, like, runs around with a minigun and stuff.
And she probably does actually have a minigun. She met Kiritsugu when she was driving a tank in the fucking Ironburn's front lawn.
No, like, no common sense at all. Also, I will say this. No, actually, her NPs are named after Lewis Carroll effects, but others that are not. Like Wandersnatch obviously is named after the Bandersnatch. Flat Snark is named after the hunting of the Snark. Thames Troll is named after London Bridges falling down, actually. Hey Diddle Diddle is another one. Like the ploys are all named after fables. I don't understand how that's supposed to work. Maybe they had different names. The Great Three ploys are supposed to be from like the founder of their order, which also, if you didn't know, Alice is directly descended from the first magician, Yumina, and also Yumina is the founder of the botany department at the clock tower, which is named after them. So, like, she's like kind of an Ojo both ways, because, like, she is immensely important in the magecraft world and also immensely important in the normal money world.
Money. No, I'm liking Alice's character. Again, like I've talked about this, I'm getting more invested in actually sitting down and playing through all of Mahoyo.
No, I think that's kind of like the vibe, and I appreciate this event is good at that. But yeah, no. So Sojiro's a very interesting character going on. I'm pretty sure he is, if not actually a masochist. Nasu gets to make jokes about it because you can see it in some CGs, and it's his ascension requirements. Alice originally wants to kill him for breaking the masquerade, but they settle on giving him a cursed choker that Aoko can use to choke him out whenever, and Alice can use to choke him out whenever they need to. Which, of course, like, is, I think, a woman's choker. Because it's just what they had lying around. So, we have fun here, is what I'm saying.
Isn't Nasu unless they put a guy on a leash. He does this a lot. But yeah, I think that is it on those two things. So I think with that, we need to move on.
Yeah. Do we want to move on to the... Because I wrote talking about Strange Fake into the What's Up. Do we want to talk about the Strange Fake anime now or after id?
Let's go after id. We got a lot of id to get through.
We are at almost 2 hours also, yeah. So some of that'll edit down. But yeah, let's run to id. Okay, let me find where the fuck we were. Because we're going all the way to the end, gang.
We are done.
We're both done with id. And as Lucky pointed out, I mentioned this off mic, but I feel like this is always how this goes when we do story releases. Like, usually one of us takes it upon themselves to write very detailed notes.
Yeah.
Occasionally, we've both had more interactive notes. Like, I think for like when we ultimately did Order Call 1 and like Lost Belt 7, we both had like big blocks of notes. Or maybe it was LB6. We both wrote huge notes independently, going back and forth. But usually one of us writes the majority of the notes. Obviously, because of the difficulties, it was me this time. Because Lucky was not in a note-taking mood. But I almost feel like it always happens that one of us, like, hits the end and then the other person just focuses on finishing it and takes less notes. So it'll be mostly me in the back half, but Lucky still has some comments here and there, and maybe, we'll jog some independent memories. So let's see. We were right at Mary and Cagliostro, so... Yeah, section 17, I think, is where we started. Or ended last time.
Yes.
Royal Authority of Despair / Chaotic Mechanism. I use this joke later, but it's like, gee, I wonder what the boss subtitles are right now. But where we just left off, 2 trumpet blasts. 2? So we're getting a double boss fight. When you get to the map to start this section, the gray bubble will now appeared at school. Lucky commented on the gray bubble earlier, so I actually saw it this time. And the story section begins with that dark hour effect triggering, the world, goes negative image colors, and, warps. 2 rings appear in the sky, and then night falls over the music room where we were previously. Mary Alter's right here. She's right here in the music room with us. So, she says her lines. She gets her boss subtitles first, or second, actually, because Cagliostro got hers at the end of the last section. Despite the fact that Cagliostro's, off in the gym, they both do the speech. So they both say, I am fire. Mary says that she, I am a blade. Cagliostro is, I am a vortex. Cagliostro is the revolution denied. Mary is the victim who was insulted and killed, trampled on, etc. Mary keeps going with her speech to run through, the whole thing of, you with a heart, I'm gonna destroy you if you want to defeat me kind of stuff. But also she drops some personal, lines in because she still seems invested in you and I deciding to embrace the fire and being consumed by vengeance. She thinks that would be super cool. But everybody gets to see her right away because we are, like I said earlier, she's literally in the music room with us. Kagekiyo apparently has some kind of sensor for everybody's hatred levels and says that, Mary Alter is over 9,000. Her hate power levels are off the charts. And Mary says not to hold back against her. She also specifies in this, big exposition dump, she is a proper heroic spirit and always has been. She was summoned to this singularity earlier. Tawada Mary never existed. Once again, makes me very suspicious of that Amatsuka Senpai guy. She says that Cagliostro's power of trickery is so powerful to thank her for that. Discussing, how he just made it so she blended in. Salieri's, thinking thoughts about what that means, but Jolter just says out loud that she's yeah, no, I talked with regular you in Chaldea about the Count of Cagliostro, so, I was kind of suspicious about him. I see how it works. Also, my observation. It's a shame, obviously, for reasons they aren't going to get any character interactions for things that become obvious later, but I imagine that Mary Alter and Jolter are totally toxic best friends.
Oh, totally. It's kind of the same vibe that it's probably the same vibes that she has with Saber Alter.
Yes. But, I feel in a different way because, Saber Alter obviously is based on Artoria, so, Mary Alter seems like she's got a lot more of, her girly girl energy.
Mm-hmm.
Saber Alter will take you out for food, but Mary Alter will be like, hey, you want to go get our nails done and buy a new outfit? Because all of your outfits suck, obviously. You need new ones. And I think it works because, obviously, as we know, Jean and Mary have a strong relationship, as we saw in Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
That said, Mary doesn't want us to hold her position as the fourth trial against her, though. She says she wants a second date. She says there's a fake Statue of Liberty she wants to go see. Which I don't know if there's a replica Statue of Liberty, in that shopping mall area. But that does sound like Mary, or Mary Alter, because Statue of Liberty, gifted us by the French, whole thing. That said, we're still asking the real questions, speaking earlier about kind of our personal sense of revenge. We ask her if she killed our loved ones, and she says she didn't. She claims not to know who did, and she summons her bloody monsters to do her work. It's described in narration, Mary's hatred is bitter, visceral, bloody, much like her ads she summons, her mobs. Because every trail, has had themed mobs. It had themed mooks. Finishing this pip and getting ready to go in the fight, we are informed that the magical energy of our Avengers has decreased.
Yes.
Our extra juice is less so, but connection to Master, better. Anyway, pip 2, we fight some mobs. The gang's ripping through enemies despite their number. They explicitly point out what I talked about with the mechanical note. They're getting more magical energy from you or I, but not from the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Jolter calls out to Dantes to ask him what the fuck is going on, but of course to no avail. He has literally never answered Jolter when she called. Mary realizes she can't beat us as is, and she's vacating the premises. She does say to come to the gym, and even leaves an illusory double for Kagekiyo to kill, because Kagekiyo, of course, goes for the no, you don't, decapitating strike. And then Mary's just like, wow, if it weren't for my illusory double, you really would have got me there. Anyway, bye. Going to the gym. But Mary also says that, they've been preparing for days to have this fight, and if we don't finish the overall trials, we're doomed. We'll never escape, so running isn't an option. She's probably taunting us, but, it seems true that, we won't get out of here unless we overcome the trials. Now, Jolter notes that this whole situation is odd, because whenever a boss event happened, we were pulled instantly to their location. The Black Shadow doesn't respond at all. Is it because we were already right here when it began, or for some other reason? I think it's both.
Yeah.
Because, hey, gang, Cagliostro's not what he seems. And unfortunately for us, Mary was literally right in front of us when the trial started, and she decided to leave, so, I think we missed our bus. We missed our bus pass. Salieri just says that we should treat it like Dantes is out of energy because they're not receiving any additional energy from him. And we sally forth. We try and take the shortest route to the gym, but it's filled with the Viscera enemies. Not visceral, Viscera, because they look like piles of intestines.
Ew.
And they always make a very creepy heartbeat sound when we do this. Anyway, you fight some more guys, we go to Pip 3. Jolter's tired of these motherfucking mobs in this Monday through Friday trial. She's hacking and whacking and smacking.
Chopping the meat.
Salieri finally, notes out loud we're in other space, it's night, nobody's here. Jolter says she wants to clear the hallway completely with her noble phantasm, but Salieri says we shouldn't blow up the whole school, it'll be on the news if we do, so we'll take a different route. Kagekyo breaks a window, jumps us down to the shortcut behind the school, which we were told was the shortcut to the gym earlier. Excellent use of foreshadowing, basically. However, there are enemy out here, including a big one. Everybody takes bets and thinks it's a giant organ. You can choose whether you think it's a giant organ or not, but everybody else bets it's going to be a giant version of the organs. And in fact, it was a big bug. So you fight that guy, and you do Pip 4. We're finally looking at the gym. It has space for many people, but there are no people inside. Only scorn, vortex, hatred, blades. And us. We're here too now. Sorry, I burped and that cracked my voice a little. Cagliostro Alter, he says, he claims, citation needed, welcomes us to the stage, and he does a quick change. He says, of course, that he's also an Avenger. Mary's here too. She calls on Cagliostro to throw some special effects. Using that power, she plays a slideshow of our dead family for us, trying to egg us on to fight her and kill her. She knows how we must feel. She wishes to stoke vengeance inside you and I's heart. The fire inside you/I's chest burns again, hot enough to cook us from the inside to consume us. But the person who's watching from our POV knows that won't happen. We already have a light in our darkness, the macrocosmos all our own. We've lit up this space inside. The pep talk the pseudo pep talk, that Amatsuka gave us earlier, finding our own answer, has really stuck with us, so we're locked in. Again, very consistent character beat for Fujimoto Ritsuka. There have been lots of times when we've had our, darkest moment in a chapter, our lowest point, and then usually once we get a hold of our determination, though, we don't let it go for the rest of the story. Mm-hmm. Whether that's, in LB5 getting our ass kicked, LB1, that moment with Poxty, even earlier chapters. Gesundheit. Double Gesundheit.
Oh, excuse me.
So, Mary passes it back to Cagliostro to do some action. He cloaks Jolter and Kagekyo in illusory flames, a mental attack. He's like, these are my flames are the flames of the mind. They only work on intelligent creatures. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jolter thinks also that obviously it's a trap, so, the fire will spread if they touch them, so those two keep their distance from us. Salieri, has used up a lot of energy, so Cagliostro says Mary won't have any trouble, right? Mary ascends her spirit origin. She speaks of her grudge, her curse, which will never stop spilling over. Her curses will always be overflowing. She hoped we would come over to the side and become an Avenger. If these episodes were a little shorter, if this was a Wanted, I'd hit a Sasuke clip right here. I'm an Avenger. Thanks, Yuri Lowenthal. But we won't do that. I'll just joke about it. But also, Mary knows we're not going to do that now. If the slideshow didn't work, we're clearly a little too more out there. We think we can do the fight. We think we possess the ability to fight her and defeat her. Mary wants us to try for real. So she summons forth her field of black lilies, and it's fight time now.
Fight time now.
Though, it's funny enough to talk about her saying she wants us to try and do it for real. If you break her first bar with Cagliostro as alive, she, like, turns into a bug and then gets reborn. I don't think they ever say outright that's Cagliostro covering for her, but I'm pretty sure that's his illusions.
Yeah.
I almost had to stone this one. I didn't realize that Cagliostro's attack inversion would stick around after he was dead. So, might have fucked up my buffs a little bit, tricked me up a little, but I did manage to thug it out with one guy left.
Yeah. I thought this fight was actually rather inspired, but using Summerkama's AoE damage and Castoria's debuff here really made it smoother sailing than one would think. I did use a command seal to blast Callie before he can MP. That bar was full, I'm all like, I don't like that.
No, he's got an AoE, so I think he does use his NP in that fight.
Yeah,
it's not like an
I didn't
extra
want to see
attack,
it.
so it's like, no, I don't want to, nope.
So I'm like, no, I get these back pretty quick. I'm just gonna command seal, blast them.
Seems appropriate. So we conclude the fight. Salieri realizes that we don't have enough spells for more trials, so we have to defeat our enemies here and now. He smacks Cagliostro to free Jolter. Both Jolter and Salieri fire their noble phantasms, but Mary is in hiding again, and so Cagliostro catches Salieri and Jolter in his fire. U/I tries to do one last thing to reach out, but we're just a little too slow, and the blade falls, and we go to Pip 5. In Pip 5, we reveal Mary has been struck by Cagliostro instead. The narrator apologizes, they knew what was up, but didn't let us know.
Damn it.
Of course, Cagliostro reveals that his true name is, in fact, Alessandro di Cagliostro. He is not an Avenger, he is not the third trial, he is a pretender.
This man gives off mad Doman vibes, but in, like, the worst way. I was actually thinking about this. I've actually cooled a lot, because we have made him the butt of so many fucking jokes.
Yeah, Caster of Limbo sucks ass, but, like, he's doing his penance by basically being our funny little jester now.
Yeah.
Literally, in the postscript, he accidentally says he was Limbo, and Kichi Hogan is, like, summons Sei Shonagon out of nowhere to hit him with another orange. So, like, he's doing his time, right? It's reverse NPC jail. He becomes summonable, and that's punishment enough. So many people in and out of game make the joke that Cagliostro is just Temu Doman. Like, he is just the cheap knockoff Doman, and I think that's intentional. But we do get a full true name unlock. We do the pretender, true name unlock effect. Mary is completely taken aback, but she really shouldn't be, because every single thing Cagliostro does is a betrayal. He admits to being a disciple of the foreign god, but says he was a phony one. I was summoned as a disciple of the foreign god, but I'm not. I'm the final one, and I'm very surprised you figured it out, but I'm actually on humanity's side. I like that he's surprised we figured out he was the disciple, but it's like the most obvious thing ever. He claims, though, that it was a fake gig. He's actually a servant of human order, and he has been waiting to be Chaldea's final ally. We even do a heroic music swell.
This guy's so fake.
I know, right? Like, he's so over the top. Mary's pissed, though, and Cagliostro cuts her down. Her spirit origin, starts vanishing. Jolter does not like how Cagliostro operates. He claims to be, though, a specialist in deception and scheming, and Kagekiyo's like, okay, well, if you're on our side the whole time, you should dispel these flames, and he does. She calls his bluff, and he has to do it. Fucking nobody trusts Cagliostro, and he knows it. Like, everybody is like, yeah, sure, you're on our side, buddy. Anyway. But, he does say that he, has come here to defeat his arch nemesis, the one who set up these trials, the one who called us here.
Yeah, at this point, I definitely think I see what's going on again. This is Prison Tower all over again.
It's some sort of, like, inescapable Gehenna, which is just a metaphor for some kind of non-escape from prison tower. Sort of prison you can't escape from. Don't worry, we make worse jokes in a second. They know what they're doing in Section 18. But anyway, Cagliostro's interrupted when a man appears to speak in the shadows without any of us noticing. A man wreathed in flame and shadow. He says it's been a long time since he spoke to us.
New count, who dis? So we've been blessed with future knowledge, so I already know that this is a separate count, but I think at this reveal, without any of the points, would have been the point that everything actually started to fucking finally click.
Yeah. And I think I think even the summonable Monte Cristo doesn't have an exact look like this guy, but it might just be because it's his behind the back sprite. They like do some real dramatic shit with him, of course. It's Dante's, of course he does. But that means, like I said, we move to Section 8, for this is a prison once more.
A prison tower once more, am I right?
Yeah, no. Anyway, Kaikiyo basically recaps this for us, for the people in the back. since we asked Cagliostro who the mastermind, who the true enemy is, and then Dantes showed up and said, "It me," we should just kill him. He's clearly the bad guy. Kagekiyo leaps into the fight, but Dantes is pretty good with the sword, in case you forgot. I know that his default Avenger form, just punches people and throws fireballs and fighting game combos, but he's actually supposed to be a master of the blade.
That's what the old priest taught him.
Dantes makes Kagekiyo blush by admiring how much high her vengeance levels are.
Actual blush sprite. I was
yes,
shocked.
I know, it's so funny. And then he says that the 5th and 6th trials should begin all across the domain, but then he's like, it's not time for the 7th, though. You haven't defeated the 5th and 6th. That's me. I'm the 7th. I'll be back later. Like Dantes feels like the I can say this, I think, from a position of authority here. Dantes feels like the dungeon master who, realizes the players have gotten into a box they're not supposed to yet, and he's just like, oh, no. This boss fight's later. I got a different one lined up for you guys. That'll be in a second. Hold on. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. Good luck. I'm behind 1,000 skeletons. Jolter says that, the words don't matter and that we just gotta get to the bottom of things. She wonders exactly what Edmond Dantes is doing, summoning Avengers and then fighting them. We continue to question the Man in Black, but he doesn't respond. This makes Jolter even more agitated. She's like, "Hey, buddy, I can't believe you're ignoring the master. You gotta say something. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to get you." And Dantes just gives a pretty non-committal. Yeah, I did it. I'm the bad guy. Jolter leaps into action. She is confused though by his battle prowess. She has clearly never read the novel. I'm fairly certain it is a Dumasian plot point that Edmond Dantes, the Count of Monte Cristo, could kick the shit out of all of his enemies mano a mano. But that would be so unsatisfying for him to just do that, so he doesn't. He could fight and stab these guys easily, but that wouldn't give him his revenge.
Listen, you gotta take away everything that's dear to them first.
Yeah. He has to build an elaborate revenge plot so that his enemies feel the pain that he has been inflicted upon. Also, I will say this is a little less clear in Dantes' scheme in this, because he's actually doing a different thing Dantes does. What Dantes is doing in this singularity is very true to the novel, but for different reasons I'll come back to. But in the novel also, Edmond Dantes' plans, the Count of Monte Cristo's plans, have an element of self-destruction in them. He always creates an opportunity for his enemies to destroy themselves through doing something dumb, not to necessarily knock down the dominoes himself. If his opponents, showed that they had, a hint of remorse or good in them, they would be fine. But it's because they engage in their own vices that they end up destroying themselves. So, he always leaves a little bit of wiggle room. Anyway, you and I order a stand down because we see that Dantes is not here to fight. We keep trying to ask him what he's doing, and he just talks parallel to us. He says that the finale is coming, and since there's only 3 trials left, it's the big 3. I mean, the final 3. Why does he say it that way? I don't know. It's Dantes. He's being extra. He literally never stops turning his back to us in this moment. He's being so strange. But he returns to spirit form, and he exits after telling us the next trials will take all of our might. This moves us to Pip 2. The gang cannot make hide nor hair of Dantes. He is completely gone. Salieri wonders about the new abilities he's showing, disappearing completely. But Cagliostro says it's because this Tokyo is his creation, his garden. He's also being all buddy-buddy with us. Cagliostro was faking... Sorry, what?
He said, what do we say about the 10-foot pole?
Yeah, no. He's we're all back up, buddy. Cagliostro was faking being the 3rd trial, and since he infiltrated, that seems to have disrupted the process. So, Boudica and Salieri counted as partial completion for the 3rd trial, I guess. This is, of course, all very sus. Anyway, he says that he learned a lot of background information from talking from talking with Dantes and Mary. But we're still a little nettled about the Elemental Olga's thing. Honestly, I'm more nettled about this now, actually. I'm more upset. This is your fault, bud. Remember that, gang. It's all Cagliostro's fault.
Oh, no. If he had just given Grief Olga a little bit more time in the oven, we could have had a new friend. I blame him for that.
No, many things to blame him for. Cagliostro just straight up says she'll cut his head off if he gets any funny ideas. Of course. Jolter is still, Jolter, great combat sense. Not a smart person, because she's literally a fake heroic spirit and has never been to school a day in her life until now. So, she's trying to figure this out. We desperately call it to the man hiding in our shadow. Jolter thinks that's not going to work. I think I wrote that wrong in my notes, but she's like, that's not going to work, obviously, because he's betrayed us, but we think that the two Dantes may not be the same guy. The shadow appears, though. The whole gang is surprised. Salieri thinks they're separate spirit origins, but we're not sure yet. Like, it could be that way, but it could not be that way. And you and I basically explained the whole prison tower backstory to the servants and the two Dantes problem. Because, again, canonically, there have always been multiple Edmond Dantes in the story. The original Dantes hiding in our psyche was summoned by Getia, but became our ally because we overcame the prison tower. The Chaldean one was summoned after that via the normal contact. The original Dantes has basically been with us since that incident, constantly, but also not so. You know, he keeps phasing in and out. So basically, he's our mental immune system, and Jolter is confused. She doesn't get this very well. She's also a bit annoyed that Dantes hangs out with rulers more than her, you know, hanging out with regular Jean and Amakusa. Her son is clearly showing. She continues to badger the shadow, but he doesn't say anything or react at all. At the end, he, shifts very slightly, neither says yes or no, then retreats. At this point, Cagliostro realizes that the trial ground didn't vanish, and we may already be starting the next trial. And we get 2 more trumpet blasts in the sky, and everybody shifts into combat mode. And that ends the section. Some of these go fast, and then some of these go slow. So now we're at Section 19, Death Storm King, Annihilating Beast. So now Odaiba's on the map. Also, hey, I wonder what subtitles these guys will have. Anyway, in the actual story, we cut back to Odaiba, outside the train station, and the giant Ferris wheel that is over Tokyo Bay. That is a real-life landmark that's close to Pallet Town. As usual, they mention that there should be immense crowds here on an evening, but no living person is there. What is there is an enormous violet thunderstorm with a shadow inside. They coalesce into the 5th and 6th trials together. There's a typo there. I wrote fight. But they each become, 2 interlinked beings. The first is the Deathstorm King, Theodric Ulter, and then the Annihilating Beast, Le Bête de Gévaudan. So, hey, history facts, because the game doesn't always explain all of these. Theodric the Great was a real-life guy, real history guy, king of the Ostrogoths, origin of several myths. There are several mythic characters based on him. He was also very important to the tribes in Germany who would become, and Austria who would become the Holy Roman Empire. He is one of the historic figures, sometimes said to lead the Wild Hunt. The Beast of Gévaudan was a massive animal, usually thought to be a wolf, which caused several deaths in France in the 18th century, in the 1700s. Actually happened, at least according to historical efforts. The animal was alleged to be unlike a normal wolf, so it could have been something like an escaped lion, hyena, or also was thought to be supernatural. Usually it's bundled into werewolf lore, but again, the original Beast of Gévaudan was not attributed at the time to be a werewolf. It was just a freakish wolf.
Yeah.
Theodric is explicitly mentioned as altered, which is interesting, but Gévaudan is a real anti-hero straight up, kind of like King Lobo.
I'm about to say, we're doing Hassan Lobo, just bigger now.
Yeah, basically. And it's a scary wombo combo because, again, I'm pretty sure both those guys should be spirit origins recorded in the Throne of Heroes normally anyway. The Beast of Gévaudan is a incredibly well-known, folk legend.
Oh, yeah.
And again, would not normally be summonable, but should be an anti-hero. And then, Theodric the Great was, a big deal in history and has fictional bases on him. Also, that said, I'll say it now because I didn't write an explicit note for this, but this Wild Hunt stuff, this is one of the other things that I'm mad about in this, that we're getting even more Wild Hunt stuff, but we're not doing anything with our original Wild Hunt character, Lancer Alter. Come on, yeah. Summer Lancer Alter Avenger, do it.
I'm ready.
I'm so ready for this shit. Come on. It's again, the Alter Boudica Avenger tease, and then I'm just like, okay, so you drew a fucking sick brand new design for a Wild Hunt Avenger, but you're still gonna leave me in the lurch about ever having Lancer Alter appear in the story again? Killing me, Smalls. I mean, I don't know if I would say that it's a potential, because it did show up. We have seen the Wild Hunt straight up before in the anime, one of the anime-only episodes of Case Files. But the girl who shows up in that is canon, though, I think. She's appeared in the background of other stuff. Not like as a detailed character, but she's been like in the backdrop and mentioned later. So like we're doing more. Anyway, both of them, describe, because Gévaudan can't speak, but they collectively are omen and cruelty. Shadow storms which have returned from the distant land. Again, kind of personifying, concepts of death and fear here. The thunderstorm they summon is so large it reaches us all the way back at school. Jolter thinks from this far away that they have the quality of a divine spirit, and Cagliostro says, yeah, those guys are pretty big. Also, they're physically large, so we'll have to be careful. Sorry, I had to rub my nose for a second. Itchy. This time, though, our boss teleport appears right on time. We jump inside. Jolter says that she still feels a little disoriented, but at least we didn't have to run all the way to Odaiba. I realize now that this is ironic. I'll remember this.
For later.
That said, we do actually see our enemies are huge. They have to be at least 10 meters long. Cagliostro identifies it as kind of collectively being the Wild Hunt Avenger. He explains Theodric's background and also is personally familiar with Labette because there was a second incident that involves Le Comte. I'll use the French to avoid confusion because just saying the Count and the Count is troublesome. Anyway, this causes a memory insert for us. We static out, and we remember the steam train in 1838 again. Lecomte, the manifestation of love and hate, sets out to help Sir Morel because he remembers everything done to him, good and bad. This is literally what the Avenger skill Oblivion Correction represents. Mm-hmm. Avengers literally never forget. Also, he's jealous that the Beast is killing Ferdinand Morcerf's men. That's my Comte. You can't kill that guy's underlings. I get to kill that guy's underlings. Anyway, the Master brings up that they saw Dante's memory, so this is the source of the Beast. It's a wild and powerful soul that's been chain-summoned as one linked entity, the Avenger of Wild Hunt. And we get thunderbolts and lightning.
Very, very frightening.
Galileo would be a cool servant. Do you think he'd drop the weights on him from, like, the Leaning Tower of Pisa as his noble phantasm? Or would it be, like, the heliocentric universe shit?
No, it'd be heliocentric universe. It'd probably be Galileo in a tower with, like, some sort of some futuristic mage fucking, telescope.
Shoot telescope lasers. He also, named a lot of the moons of Jupiter, the Gallian moons, which are all named after important people, so there's probably some weird shit there. Anyway, this takes us to Pip 2. The storm is even on the map, it's so big. In the actual Pip, a bolt of lightning becomes a bird, some sort of thunder bird. But the bird has killing intent. Celia identifies it as a manifestation of the Wild Hunt. It's a harbinger of death, a manifestation of, the random loss of life. This is a pretty common folkloric theory about what the Wild Hunt is like, it's the Wild Hunt and the similar legends in other places is kind of like a metaphor or an explanation for just, sudden death that happens. Literally being lightning struck, but also, falling dead of disease or other misfortune. Mm-hmm. Just, getting stabbed by random people on the road, which is a thing that can happen. So, the lightning bird is a manifestation of that. The bird is pretty big. Cagliostro says it's a real elemental, a manifestation of nature, not a demonic beast. It should be a thunderbird, but its power is not a proper ancestral spirit.
It's just a giant yellow pigeon.
Yeah. And don't worry, we gotta fight this guy a lot, so I have yokes about this. But, for now, Jolter's just mad that Cagliostro didn't tell all of us this sooner. Like, he seems super well informed on this trial, and just isn't sharing. Anyway, the Wild Hunt isn't waiting around for us, though, so it closes in to attack again, and so we jump to our next Pip after another battle. The Avengers are having a tough time with this evil-ass bird that I hate. They keep hitting it, but it's not sticking, and none of our Avengers have any air combos. Salieri can kind of fly, but like most of them are not really good at air-to-air fighting. Kagekiyo decides to use the environment to their advantage, and Salieri calls it to boost Jolter, and they both go for it. The narrator's talking to us, kind of like describing this bird. The Thunderbird doesn't fly with wings, it uses magical energy to hover, but it has a mind like a bird. It circles overhead. It instinctively focuses on us alone on the ground, while the Avengers target the wheel, the Ferris wheel, which is right there in the background. As it swoops down on us, remember, swooping is bad, Hassan appears and pierces its wing, limiting its motion. Kagekiyo tries to cut it, but it's too shallow, so Jolter closes in for the kill. And then I think there's another battle Pip there to actually finish it off. Yes, it is an asshole purely by instinct. But in Pip 4, Hassan, congratulates us for following up on him. We say that we're not sure exactly what he means by that. Kagekiyo reacted purely on battle instinct. And Salieri didn't even have the instinct to react. He was left on the ground. Jolter complains about her nickname again and says that the big guy's still looking at us. He turns to observe us. Cagliostro, does inform us ahead of time about some things and says that the enemy has a defensive ability, like Britomart. Is surrounded by an invisible storm. But his real ability is raw power. He's just a big fucking guy.
Stonks!
Hassan, having caught up with us, says that everybody in Tokyo has vanished, including our aunt, and that this is pretty unprecedented in the trials. Also, crazy scale-wise, I double-checked, Tokyo City's like over 16,000 square miles.
Oh, jeez.
Population in the millions. So, that whole area has been cleared out for the trial, and we're just kind of hanging out here in Odaiba by the Ferris wheel. So, Salieri summarizes everything. It's really simple. With 4 extra classes, 1 assassin, and simple summons, we have to defeat a combo platter spirit origin who has the power level of a divine spirit and can summon elementals. Easy, right? No. Wild Hunt Alter speaks. He says his piece. He says, runs through all of his combos again, tells us to, turn our fury into the sword and overcome. As he does, a huge wind blows down on the master who stands firm. This is a manifestation of the Wild Hunt itself, an invisible storm of madness, terror, and pure pain. But we take no steps back. This guy, by the way, is friggin' huge, it's true. They show his, you actually do the first fight with him and his sprite, and he is enormous.
He is quite big. He is large and in charge.
Yeah. Also, when you finish this fight, the master's portrait in this fight is clearly in pain from the storm. You are not having a good time, and this does fuck with our master skills.
I like the combination.
Yeah, this is a mechanic that's, easy to follow, unlike some other choices that are made in this story. Anyway, that's your first fight with Theodoric. We go to Pip 5. Theodoric praises us for standing firm against the form, the storm. He says we walk without fear. We seek our goal, unafraid of the loss it will cause. We have done this before. We will do this again. And he calls us a true stargazer. Second time I believe we're called stargazer in this story.
Oh, there.
He basically just talks us up a little and says, if you're brave, immerse yourself in fleeting beauty. If you are reckless, let your foolishness guide you. Live the life in the moment, gang. Honestly, also, yeah, some people in the Patreon chat commenting this is nothing compared to Ort. Yeah, no, this is probably why we're okay with you, a mild conceptual storm of terror and pain. Ort is literally a galaxy-sized thunderhead we were hanging out by, catching all kinds of cosmic rays. Anyway, Jolter's annoyed the enemies have so much damage resistance, and Salieri agrees, He says that he thought Deathstorm King would be a conceptual enemy, the idea of death we have to overcome. In retrospect, this makes me wonder if this was meant to be a call to Pale Rider?
Could be.
But no, the Wild Hunt Alter has a real-ass spirit origin. He is a real physical guy full of power. Salieri thinks he's got the same output as a machine god, which is
honestly,
damn.
The more I think about it, I don't think the Pale Rider could be an Avenger, though.
No, actually, I do think correctly Pale Rider could not be an Avenger. I think that was just the story beat Salieri was trying to invoke when he was thinking, I thought the Wild Hunt would be a concept. Maybe some of the other horsemen could be, but no. The horseman who represents, pestilence and death is not an Avenger. Also, this is a reference to a conversation that is now a couple weeks old, but this is where I first thought of it when I was completing the story. There was conversations going around about inner monologue. Mm-hmm. And I want to say, for purposes of FGO, I'm very glad that Mr. Sal has one here. He's a character I've mentioned before who thinks a lot and speaks little. So it's good that we look in on him and get his inner thoughts. And he could even technically be broadcasting them to us via telepathy since it uses parentheticals. I don't think he is, but if that, helps you wrap your head around it.
Yeah.
I think, it does work. Anyway, Jolter looks shocked at us and we make a blood spattering sound. We're fine, mm-hmm. Obviously. We're obviously fine. It's just a little nosebleed. Nothing's the matter.
Okay.
Jolter instantly wants us to retreat, but the Wild Hunt summons another bird who swoops down on us, and then we get a fight. Oh, hey, that's where those stray dogs came from.
Oh, they're Wild Hunt dogs.
Cool, great. Anyway, we jump to Pip 6, which starts with a fight. More dogs! Also, 2 whole birds. 4 birds in total. Jolter's keeping count of this shit. She's real tired of it, too. That said...
700,000 pigeons. Eat this man.
Yeah, that's what's happening. I'm just thinking of another meme. What's wrong with your dog? Oh, he don't bite. Yes, he do. That said, more and more waves of enemies keep coming, which means, you know what that means. Time to regroup. Cagliostro walls off the enemies with illusory fire, and we fall back to Venusport. Which, remember, in real life is Venusfort, because it's Venice. Everybody switches back to their school uniforms. They need a rest since we've been non-stop fighting, and these giant monsters are no joke. Jolter's Chuni German energy has respect for the Wild Hunt, but she's also, mad that she's not damaging enemies at all. Stormbeat fire, I guess. We learn a cool fun fact about Oblivion Correction. Avengers can beat any enemy they've bested before, but it's physically taxing to defeat the Wings of Thunder repeatedly. If our enemy went all out, we'd definitely be defeated, but Theodoric doesn't seem interested in that. We could use another combatant, but Salieri really doesn't want us to use our last command spell.
Oh, yeah.
Cagliostro speaks up, pipes up and says that his NP is an anti-city type who can destroy all enemies in a wide area. All we have to do is ask. But even so, we aren't interested in destroying the city. We don't know the score with the people here, so destroying their lives without a care isn't our style.
Mm-hmm.
Cagliostro hits us with, well, didn't you sacrifice 7 lost boats to get here? Jolter leaps into our defense, but Cagliostro just ignores her. We remain firm, though. We will use everything we have and strike the enemy. We will not utilize Cagliostro's NP. Chat telling Cagliostro's going to catch these hands. Anyway, Cagliostro continues to wheedle us about our strategy, and we say, we'll just use the command spell. Jolter doesn't agree, but she turns it back around on Cagliostro. She basically plays the, if you say you're hungry, you can't say no to every time somebody suggests food trick. Complaining doesn't actually change things, so we'll just figure it out, man. Fuck it, we ball. Jolter's secret plan is to get close and defeat the enemy. Also, this is where Jolter does basically straight up call Cagliostro Temu Limbo. She calls him a bargain bin Limbo. But we move to Pip 7. There's more birds. Salieri uses his lamenting exterior to keep up. He even calls on Hassan to back him up. This really jazzes up Kagakiyo as well, so she jumps into the fray. Boy, I love stuns on my 3-man support-only party. That's sarcasm. I had to use a stone here.
I didn't write that I had to use a stone, so I probably didn't. But I'm going to be real. I don't remember these fights.
It's not a tough one. It's just the birds keep stunning you, so it's, annoying. But we go to Pip 8. The Wild Hunt continues summoning more damn birds. But Jolter is now free to face the hunt 1v1, because it's still, being blocked up by everybody else. Theodoric has a slightly different speech here. He talks about, succumbing to the storm, loss, despair, etc. He specifically says that we have to use the flames of our soul to overcome him. The flames of love and hate. We're like, nah, brah. We will not kill and we will not trample. We will not be consumed by hatred. We will seek victory, but for the clear blue sky of tomorrow. Amatsuka's talking about how everybody can change, and he wonders, what will John Alter do?
In a world where everyone has vanished, why is he and his damn ukulele still here?
I don't fucking know.
This is never explained, by the way.
Yeah, I'm about to say, this story does a decent job of explaining several plot points later. Some of them are just recurring mysteries, and Amatsuka is. Like I said, if Tawara Mary doesn't exist, why does this guy think they're childhood friends? Is that just... Did Cagliostro set that up because he looked like Amadeus?
I'm honestly thinking... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, is Amadeus part of the Dream Squad?
No, I think Amadeus was just like Hassan, and just fucking, you just schmoozed his way into the school.
He was summoned by the world, but he's like, nah, they don't. I'm a terrible fucking servant. They don't need me to do servant things. I'm just gonna chill and be moral support.
No, I honestly think that's what it is, because it makes no sense otherwise.
Otherwise, he has to be like a mental cover for a person we know, like he's their representative in the story.
Mm-hmm.
But
because honestly, I don't know if Amakutsu Senpai was actually attending classes. I really don't think he was.
No, I think he just stood on top of the gate and played his ukulele.
Yeah.
He went to music club at least, but yeah. Anyway, Jolter understands the method being used, so when we're rushing forward, she plunges her hand to the shadow and offers her magical energy, so we don't need to use a command spell. She just fucking yoinks Dantes out of your shadow and calls out for Avengers to come. She grasps 2 forms beyond the shadow. Fangs, eyes, 2 servants emerge. A hooked sword and a demonic serpent. It's Hessian Lobo and Gorgon. Gorgon uses her noble phantasm and obliterates the wolves. Lobo uses NP to obliterate the bird. Cagliostro calls Jean Jolter's sister here, but he's, thinking about how she's doing this process, like actually thinking about her methodology. And Jean, regular Jean, is no stranger to martyrdom, but Jolter doesn't get to just, kick his butt.
No.
She's focused. She's got things to think about. Lobo and Labette square up, the Wolf King versus the Storm. Gorgon skips her usual attitude. She's just impressed by our audacity here.
Mm-hmm.
She would be like, normally I would threaten to crush you or eat you, but, this is crazy, so whatever, man. Theodoric catches on to what we're doing here. Lobo and Gorgon are not bound by the same fears as humans. They are monsters, so they do not worry about, the things that humans care about, like sudden death, loss, despair, etc. So, we join battle. This is how I was reminded that because you can use yours or support, my Gorgon's only NP2, but my Lobo's NP4 somehow. I think he might actually be NP5 now, after all the other rolling. Anyway, I spent a stone again. I probably could have done it without, but we have 20 and I got shit to do.
Yeah. I think this fight was a meat grinder for no reason. I had to spend the stone, but as usual, I beat him on that immediate turn. I'll continue to say this. The cooldown for skills are too long for the amount of damage I have to withstand. Especially with the game saying, hey, you need to use these characters.
Yeah, like, the strat is this is the one where just if you keep hitting him with Lobo or Gorgon, they will remove his extra turn.
Mm-hmm.
And they do get damage bonuses, but it is the kind of thing where, like, well, when they're gone, so there's only so much you can do. Like, I think both of them do have defensive abilities. Gorgon has a Guts, Lobo has an Evade, but you're still taking a lot of incidental damage and shit going on here, and have to kill a guy with a lot of HP bars. But, like I said, we had fucking, 20 stones. I think I was actually wrong, I think it was more. Even more than that. But we had a lot of stones, so whatever. Resetty. Not even resetty. Juice up, kill him. So after the fight, Lobo goes for the throat. Gorgon paralyzes the enemy's arm. Hessian and Jolter strike the enemy through. Theodoric is pleased. Alone, no force can overcome entropy of life. Like, you can't resist entropy yourself. But if humans, animals, and demons work together, the impossible may become possible. And this is basically Chaldea. This is basically what we do. The Wild Hunt fades, he's gone, and Gorgon and Hessian Lobo fade as well. Of course, they don't have a place in Tokyo. Jolter is also completely out of gas and transforms back. We helpfully lend her a shoulder, which shocks her back into motion. She basically says she's not going to use that trick again. If she did it, she would explode. She's like, my spirit origin is going to fracture if I do that again. But we did save one command spell for the final trial.
Huzzah!
The Mask Comte congratulates on us defeating the 5th and 6th trials. Only one remains. Wait and dare to hope. This moves us to Section 20, Without Saying Goodbye. Ooh, rice cooker pancakes.
It looks delicious. I want it. Holy shit.
Anyway, this means that morning has come again. We have fought through the night and emerged victorious. We stare into our mirror, but nothing but you/I's reflection stares back. Hassan is back on auntie duty, and Hassan would hate for anything to happen to her. It could affect our performance. This is secretly the Sundari Singularity.
I mean, it's all Avengers.
Something has gone on while we went to sleep, but Hassan won't talk about it. Auntie's made French toast, though, and she's very happy about it. She's very excited. We thank her, and she thinks we've become more dependable. Probably because we're no longer having a psychotic episode. Anyway, we go to Pip 2, out the door. Jolter's here to escort us again. We get a good night's sleep for once. The Spectre Avenger is no longer looming over us. Jolter said that she wished the other Avengers had stuck around, especially Lobo, but I think she just wanted to hang out with the dog.
I mean, he is a big fluffy dog.
He is a cool big dog. Both of you wonder where Dantes is, but know he'll show up soon. Jolter thinks it's going to be our last day today. I wrote here, I really wish I'd counted sunrises and sunsets. I was wondering if it was 7 days. Spoilers, it's 7 days.
Makes sense.
They counted for us later. But yes. Himiko and Ricardo lurk at the front gate, unsure what to say. But Ukulele Man has come to soothe their woes. His nihilism powers, senpai powers activate, and he says, what matters is what is perceived and what your heart tells you to do. You never know whose dream you're in.
For a moment, get to see yourself in the Persona Ass school uniform. When do we get that as a Mystic Code?
That would be pretty cool, yeah. We have a special school uniform. Anyway, Himiko summons her courage to speak to us, runs right up to us, immediately runs out of courage. Ricardo carries it over the finish line, though, and finally we can speak more freely. Breakfast helps. She need a good breakfast, everybody. Ricardo vaguely implies that Himiko is gaining weight, and then she says that it doesn't matter because she live streams her VTuber avatar to 20,000 people in Tokyo. I don't think this is correct for 2017 date, but is for Himiko.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, apparently we had a future career survey to turn in. Obito wants to go to culinary school, but is too cool to tell Himiko and Ricardo. Himiko has nerd interests, but could also go to college. Like, she talks about just dropping out and doing streaming or doujinshi, but she has the scores to go to school. Ricardo thinks that he'll just get a job, maybe take over the family business, but his parents want a college kid in the family, You/I did actually answer our survey, and we said that we have a place we need to reach. We need to reach that open sky once more. We see the image of everyone's youthful faces, kind of everybody gathered together. The narrator thinks that Kirie should have been here with us. But before we can take that thought too far, Vice Principal Cagliostro shows up. He gives us Kirie's phone, complete with wallpaper of us.
Why did you do this?
I don't know, man. I actually don't know. I mean, it gives us a phone, I guess. Anyway, Pip 3. Back at home, Hassan considers father's study. He kind of wonders about the trick of it, but he also already knows what's up. The Count of Monte Cristo was hiding inside.
Yeah.
He literally pops out and he's like, hello.
It's me.
Jolter complains about school chores and wishes the incinerator was working. Then she could simply go Fower and burn the comp to ash, right? It's because he's there. He's been gathering Avengers, and he's already spoken to Salieri and Kagekiyo. We don't get to see the full breadth of that conversation. At home, we find two things on our desk, a note and a letter. Hassan read the note, and he says the letter's from Salieri. Salieri claims in his letter that he must depart and cannot join us for the 7th trial, and Kagekiyo's the same way. Extenuating circumstances has forced his hand. In the park, Kagekiyo is telling Jolter the same story, but she's not happy about it. Jolter is very upset that Kagekiyo won't say it to our face.
Mm-hmm.
Kagekiyo's not that happy about it either, but something is forcing her to retreat, is how she phrases it. Jolter calls our house phone, because she doesn't know we have a cell phone.
Ooh, excuse me.
But Jolter says to us on the phone she knows Salieri and Kagekiyo are gone, and that they aren't responding to, they aren't responding to telepathic hails when we check. She says we need to speak in person. So we're going on a date to Odaiba, so she can win one over on Mary Alter. A complicated girl, that Jolter.
Just like Saber Alter.
Yeah. Anyway, we go to Pip 4. We're back at Veniceport. Jolter gives Kagekiyo's message. We talk about Salieri's letter. Jolter knows about the circumstances, the unforeseen circumstances coming up, but she is not sure she can answer the question well. We ask, but she deflects. And instead, she asks about our date with Mary. She then asks us on a date, in her most tsundere way. Jolter Stonk's going very up.
Super up. How dare they put this much character into Jolter at this moment?
Yes, no. I mean, it is kind of the point, because the thing is about, not without saying goodbye, but something is clearly off, but we're in what I call a leave it all in the field sort of situation, don't save anything for the locker room type stuff. We claim not to have a lot of experience dating. It's true, and servants don't count. They're weird. But if she's okay with that, we'll accept. We get a Jolter POV. She thinks about the master all the way back to Orleans. Who would have thought? A date in Odaiba. Jolter's been thinking about it since apparently she, reads fashion magazines in the archives. You just know, by the way, that's all Dr. Roman's idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he, much like building a chatbot copy of Majimari, you know that he's the one who's like, all right, in case of emergency, we'll need an archive of every bit of human knowledge. You know what we need? Magazines. Anyway, sadly, reading magazines no substitutes for the real things. Jolter's doing her best, but she is completely out of her depth. She wants, a happy, normal date, but she feels hopelessly lost. But still, even if she would rather be on a battlefield, she thinks she loves it.
Mm-hmm.
She thinks she likes it, but it's hard to tell because, again, it's just so completely alien to her. Jolter recalls dancing in Shinjuku, another classic last hurrah.
Mm-hmm.
She reminds us that Avengers never forget, regardless of summoning. Again, oblivion correction. Also, by the way, means that she could excuse that she was technically a ruler at the time, but it means that she's fucking lying when she says earlier in the start of the scenario she doesn't remember Orleans. Fake as fuck.
I mean, that sounds like Jolter just to fucking deny.
Yes. I definitely don't want to have any awkward conversations with Marie Antoinette or Jean or anybody about anything. But she asks us for a dance once more. We nod and take the lead. This is the part where I mentioned this, that there's a lot of callbacks in this scenario, actually. Like, obviously to Prison Tower, but a lot of past events and moments are brought up. Like, the fact that Matsuka is here, could be considered kind of a throwback to Orleans because he was a vital member of the squad, including giving Mash her first pep talk.
The pep talk was very important.
Yeah. So, there are a lot of thematic calls back. Anyway, while we're dancing, Jolter suns it up some more. But she also talks about, she talks about being jealous of Cinderella or not getting her. Which, again, to remind everybody, Cinderella means cinder girl. It's supposed to be about the cleaning up cinders of the fireplace, but I think it works out here. And she basically says that she has to go as well. It's about Avengers. We don't know the specifics, but we can tell because Kagekyo and Salieri also left. And Jolter basically says she can't explain it better. It's something about Avengers, but she can't give us more details for that. The dance is finished. Jolter leaves without saying goodbye. She simply vanishes from our sight. And the final trumpet sounds. This takes us to section 21. Count. Dark Hour trigger. This one's freakier than usual. We do not only the negative effects in the ring, but we also warp from sunset to completely bleached out and gray. Dead silence settles over Tokyo. All 10 million people gone. The only people here are us and the Comte, the flame of love and hate, Monte Cristo. Anyway, it takes us 3 hours to hoof it back to our house.
Boy, howdy, I miss instant teleportation. Shit.
Yeah, I think Jolter didn't count on us not getting teleported straight to the Comte. Everything is completely frozen, though. Clocks, cars, trains, people aren't there, but you know what I mean. Everything's frozen. Not even the shadow will talk to us. We jog back to our house, and Hassan says, "You're late," and we say, "Okay, bucko, I had to walk." He's also in his Hashashin garb. Hassan asks if anyone is with us, and we have to reply no. He had already noticed the rules were Avengers only, so he says it's time to talk to the Comte. Pip 2. Cagliostro looms out of the shadows at our house. He's been waiting. He knew we wouldn't get a free teleport, but didn't help us out either. He says to follow him inside. The final boss is waiting. Scary as fuck, by the way he looms out of the shadow.
Not suspicious at all, freak.
With all the stress and other stuff, Fujimaru doesn't seem to have realized the secret location we've had under our feet all along. Only once inside and looking at it do you/I remember Father's study, the place we're not supposed to go. Cagliostro opens the door and reveals the study that we saw the fractured bits of the Comte having their conversation from. He says that it is the heart of the singularity and will lead to its furthest reaches. It's also been completely shielded from outside perception, so the Comte's been hiding out here for 6 days, confirming it's day 7.
Mm-hmm. They said that a servant probably would. I remember this part. They remember them saying a servant probably noticed if anyone had came inside your fucking house, but no one ever did.
Yeah, only Hassan did, and he was in spirit form most of the time, and technically did notice because he spoke to the Comte. But yeah, Salieri didn't come inside. Jolter didn't come inside. Anyway, we're very surprised we didn't notice. But Cagliostro takes the time to hit the Comte with some strays. But Hassan doesn't comment. He simply offers his hand and says to form a temporary contract. Hassan doesn't know if we have what it takes to be the last master, but we've got guts, so that has to count, right?
I count for something.
We're glad to have him on our team. We're not glad to have Cagliostro.
No one's glad to have Cagliostro.
Anyway, we get the cut to this new area where we get spooky pianos and electric guitars.
The dark spiral!
Yes, because beyond the study is darkness which spirals down, 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 and down. Into infinity, seemingly. The deepest darkness, looking into gives you vertigo. Cagliostro calls it the Black Spiral, a deep, long stairway into the darkness, where the Comte lies. Somewhere. Down there.
Fucking mementos.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely that. Zahando attack! Cagliostro immediately clocks them as Dante's flames of love and hate. But, I don't know if we trust that guy. And we are back to Avengers cannot be selected.
Yep.
But anyway, we're dodging and weaving and killing guys, but something seems off. Our simple summons are limited again, and we cannot call Avengers. Cagliostro again tries to be like, wow, those guys suck. Some friends, huh? Anyway, you can trust me, heroic spirit of betrayal. I'm just imagining looking at Cagliostro, looking into the infinite black spiral, sighing and saying, I miss Vortigern.
I mean, that was a good and proper betrayal.
He was pretty good at being our friend right up to it. We had to talk about everything. Anyway.
Yeah.
No time to complain. We turn to go, but the Count leaps for us, still smiling. He's fast, even though we've been on guard. He almost gets the strike, but Hassan is as fast as thought. But that Cagliostro was a dupe! He evades into a visual glitch. I do like the way they do Cagliostro's, like, personal special effects, though. Like, fading into RGB pixels and stuff.
Yeah, the digital glitch.
But, there appears to be a sword in my chest.
Complete with CG.
Yep. Now, Cagliostro tries to be, yeah, no, I lied to you, but it was pretty obvious. He is still a foreign disciple, but he is going to betray them too. And he explains that, basically, like BB has a forced class where no matter what, she will always be Moon Cancer. He has to be a pretender. There is no other option for him. He is lies. He is deception. Or, as my good friend Saw Gerrera would say, lies, deceptions. You have no idea where I am. Anyway, this takes us to Pip 3. The map has become the Black Spiral. Also, anyway, it says we're going to form a battle party here, so I suspect we're not really dead.
Not yet, anyway.
Not quite. But, in the actual fight, Cagliostro clashes with Hassan. And he's gloating, bragging about having killed a third of the Comp's cherished allies, it was me, Austin, it was me all along type shit. He is a generational hater, and he has always been here just to fuck over the Count of Monte Cristo. Like Lex Lutherax guy. We call out, though, that he was suspicious as fuck the entire time. We never trusted him at all. Unfortunately, being stabbed hurts. A lot.
Yeah, I bet it do. I think he said he got stabbed to the heart, too.
Yeah. But we're only mostly dead. Cagliostro is pretty sure he got us with that one, but whatever. Where's the fun in that? It's more fun if we fight back, right? It's more fun if you struggle. I'm not owned. This is not blood, Jojo. This is victory wine. He even gets a He really is Temu Doman. Hassan, blocks for us and we reach into the shadow. Apparently, he stopped our wound from being mortal. Hassan is a job's not over till it's over kind of worker. Despite not being instantly killed, we've still been stabbed. It's bad. Every movement is wasting time, losing blood. But since we didn't die, we gotta fight. That means we pull the shadow out of the ground and use our final command spell. Also, no, he did betray the foreign god. It's like, he really is on nobody's side but his own. Anyway, inside the shadow is a blade, a guillotine, the blade of love and hate, the lily filled with rage. The shadow parts, and we call out for Mary Alter. She immediately stabs Cagliostro because, he betrayed her, and she's an Avenger. He's kind of dumb. Why would you do that? Anyway, we go into the fight with him, and I just put a note here. Kukulkan, send him to 65 million years dungeon.
I do not remember what I did for this fight, but since I didn't write anything, it must have not been that much.
Actually, yeah, I don't think this fight was that hard. It's pretty normal. You can use your or Story Mary, and he's a pretender, so he's weak to foreigners.
I probably blasted him with Koyanskaya then? Or hell, maybe I used my Kukulkan. Maybe I went fucking Kukulkan, Koyanskaya. That could have been scary.
That would have worked, yeah. That would have got him pretty good. Blown his ass up. I'm pretty sure my Koyan of Dark was in the team as well. Anyway, Pip 4, after fighting the fight, Mary's attacking Cagliostro while Diaz Irae plays again. She performs her NP once more. She also cuts off Cagliostro's head, but he just grows back. He's freaky like that. We get another subtle jive about him just being budget Domon because we talk about Gas, that's just like the sword masters from Shimosa. But he's like, no, it's very different. I'm just immortal. This is Dumas' fault, by the way. Dumas used Cagliostro as a character in short stories and was like, I'm a 3,000-year-old immortal. Anyway, Cagliostro tries to go, well, see you later, and skedaddle, but Hassan activates his noble phantasm. He uses his magic circuits to the fullest, he chases the Count down the spiral, and blasts the Count, and he appears to be critically wounded. It's a strike so masterful that he won't even describe it in words. He tries to be like, well, I'll get you next time, and Hassan's like, nah, this was your one shot, buddy, you're done. Cagliostro says that his sword is cursed, and an ordinary human would be obliterated in minutes. So while he lost, he has still completed his objective, but Hassan goes, no, thought of that one too. He borrowed a healing noble phantasm. Mary Alter reveals that she's been riding shotgun with us since she was killed. The Comte saved her and put her aside for later. And this is why I use the French to avoid confusion. She literally has to say, oh, the Count saved me. No, the other one. Anyway, Mary has used up what little magical energy she had left, though, and starts to disappear. She smiles, gives us a goodbye, and vanishes. Hassan asks how we're doing. When we look at him, his body is broken, damaged. I said it was a leave it all on the field kind of day, so it's his turn to depart now. He used every bit of energy he had to destroy Cagliostro's spirit core. Blasted him good.
Get him.
But he has one thing to let us know. The thing keeping us alive right now is Attendre Esperer, Wait and Hope, the noble phantasm owned by the masked Count of Monte Cristo. He gave it to Hassan to use, just in case. Dantes knew that Cagliostro should be led into the circle and knew that Cagliostro would act like he was trusted no matter what. We've never turned down help from nobody. Like, we may turn down specific help, but if any time a person has wanted to join our team, we've let him. Hassan asks us if we know which Comte is which. He finds it a pain. He was just summoned to do his job, but he got caught up in the alternate universe anyway, even doing, school shit. But we don't hold any of it against him. He says to continue the path and give the masked Comte a piece of our mind. And is too. Hassan of the Shining Star vanishes, and we are now well and truly alone. Except we're not. Because the narrator's still here. We enter section 22, decisive battle / farewell. Now, the narrator, despite being here narrating, says that we're alone on the spiral stair. Neither of us counts the steps as we progress. There's nothing to do but move forward. The Black Shadow appears. He's on his last legs. We can ask him for answers one final time. Which Dantes is he? Both? Neither? We give him one last word that will keep going, and he dissolves into darkness. From that darkness, the flames of love and hate manifest. So I have pips 2, 3, and 4 all as one block because they're basically all fights. You physically move down the spiral as you do each.
Personally, I like this bit. I know we talk about nothing fights and stuff, and no, I personally thought this was pretty nice, where it's like, there's no words, just no story, just going down the ever-dark staircase, battling by ourselves.
And I will say, I think this is not a nothing fight, because this is a boss rush. You fight in the shadows of basically all the guys you fought already.
Yeah. But,
And ends with Salieri and Jalter's shadows.
No, but this is something that I definitely want to say I've been appreciating, and with a recent thing, the concept that, the master can fight on his own, that his simple summons are actually, pretty fucking strong.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm personally glad for this little bit, even if it's just a little something. I'm just like, yeah.
No, I think it very intentionally adds to the moment. But in Pip 5, we get to the actual story. Before us, there's a shadowed figure. He asks if we're alone. Even Hassan couldn't make it. We got some questions though for the Comte, and he's very curious when we say we'll make him answer. He draws his sword, which makes cool sounds, and he does his whole speech. He's fire and ash, the flames of vengeance, and then it's go time. This is kind of sort of a fight. And since Dantes makes everybody do only half damage to Avengers, I felt no reason not to just pick my biggest bonklers. One of them is Dioscuri, by the way, so I cheated. The game still says you can't use Avengers, but Dioscuri is half Avenger.
I don't remember who I used.
It's not you have to just break a couple bars, so it's not like a real fight. But the Comte is impressed with us, but he wanted to take off his mask and tell us plainly. He doesn't see the point in doing this, but he does remove his mask, and we do see that he is falling apart beyond his broken eye. His spirit origin is limitless darkness.
The void.
So he says he's used all of Caldea's Edmond Dantes' energy. The Shadow has no energy left, so we're alone. We ask why. What's the purpose of this? What the fuck is he doing here? If he wanted us dead, we would die. We would be dead. We're just a guy. We're a kid, almost. And in this Singularity especially, we're just, a normal high schooler. He chose heroic spirits we knew first, and then unfamiliar ones later, basically giving us challenges we could wrap our head around, and then ramping up. And why Tokyo, for that matter? He says it was necessary. We wonder what it is, what will happen, what it is, sorry, my grammar is ambiguous. What Tokyo is, I should say, this Tokyo is, what will happen to it when we're vanished here. But he says it's part of us, so it won't truly vanish. And then we're like, even the people who died, their structure remains, but Dantes says, he killed everyone here who held affection for us, and that the dead do not come back to life. So, yes, but no. That moves us to Pip 6. We recap basically all that stuff, and we begin to pick apart the structure of what's going on here. This world we're in is a reality marble. It's effectively a prison tower. A second prison tower.
Yeah.
Pseudo-Tokyo prison, he calls it. The people here are just hollow. They are images based on our memories. They might not even be alive in that sense, just a dream. Even so, as always, the masters of the opinion, illusion or not, the people we interact with who are alive, who are going about their daily lives, are real, just like Singularities and Lost Belts. That's how we feel after so long on this road. Monte Cristo says he could argue with us, but won't. Regardless, even illusory, the dead do not return. They can only live on as memories. The dead cannot cross over, just like Lost Belts cannot cross over, and just like how dreams and reality are different. If so, If death is final, what's the purpose? Why did he do it? To teach us revenge. He needed to stoke the fires of revenge in our heart. This is, by the way, is very appropriate for the Comte who made many convoluted schemes to spark revenge. Also, the novel Dantes is of the opinion that a person can only find real happiness after they've been subjected to the deepest, darkest despair, like he was. Like, real self-selecting philosophy, bud.
I kind of understand it. It's hard.
I get where he's coming from. It's just that his example in the story is when Dumas does the Romeo and Juliet fic. Like he has one person's daughter fake poisoned so she only looks dead and then hides her away. After discovering that one of his staunch allies in this is experiencing a secret love affair with her and never told him. Because the Count of Monte Cristo might have been soft arranging her murder for, like, hundreds of pages.
Wow.
So that's immediately Dantes is like, oh shit, for real? Fuck. I gotta fix this. Like, Edmond Dantes is a great improviser. Many times in the story, the Count of Monte Cristo is hit with, oh shit, my actions have fuck. Shit. I gotta fix this. But yeah, he keeps that guy in the dark for like a month. He's basically like, that guy's just like, well, my lover is dead. Guess I'll kill myself. And Dantes is like, no, don't do that. I ask that you live only for 1 month, and if you still have no, need for life, I'll fix it for you. And then, Dantes, like, reveals that she's still alive at the end, and that guy's just like, wow, that's crazy. And he's like, no, the reason why I did that is because I needed you to experience the despair of having nothing, so that when I reveal to you that everything's fine, you'll be, like, happy about it. And even as this story plays out from his POV, he does it in, like, probably the most painful way to him personally, because Dantes is also a freak like that. He arranges the murder of our loved ones as in the story, he's still our anime dad. Kyrie calls him uncle. And, like, of course he had to figure out how to do this because he absolutely, like, he's got a huge murder complex. Okay, guys? Also, I want to say, this is very anime dad of him to be like, I'm doing it for them so that they will overcome. He is of the belief that if he doesn't do this, if he doesn't, do this system of revenge, we will not get past the wall of humanity. And even if we did, if we reached the final showdown, the flames of vengeance would stop us. This takes us to Pip 7. Monte Cristo talks about the power of revenge. When all hope is lost, the flames can seem powerful, resolute, power unchecked by mercy. If you use the power of revenge, it can allow you to kill unrelenting and cut down all obstacles. So, how was the power of hatred? Did it feel good, letting anger guide our hand? Did we feel its sweet nectar when we defeated the fake Nudicrous altar? He doesn't need an answer. He knows. He's revenge. He gets it. Revenge is power. It can perform the impossible. There's nothing stronger than steel forged by hellfire. Some great lines here. We, of course, say that we did not need revenge to fight. We've been fighting all along. But Monte Cristo says that revenge could still transform us. As a certain detective would say, just like the incineration of humanity, the bleaching of Earth has affected everyone we ever knew and loved. So, if we were kind of like at the final battle and was looking at like what it's all for, we might get a little annoyed. Could get a little mad, bro. But the Comte says we should not look away. Everyone we knew before is dead. This means that we have the power to perform the ultimate vengeance. There's no God here but you and me, says Dantes. Even if God should disapprove, the Comte says, it's okay. He understands. But, while we understand what he was getting at, we get that he was trying to share something as thus. We still say, that death was unnecessary. The Comte agrees, though. He says the most beautiful success requires no sacrifice at all. Which, again, very Edmond Dantes. If we didn't have to kill anybody, that would be great, but sometimes you have to kill people, says the Count of Monte Cristo. But even so, he has taught us the sweet taste of revenge, so now he's asking us the question. When we reach the end of this road, when we return to Chaldea, what will we do? When we reach the end, we will fight. Not for those who died, but for those who yet live. No matter the cost, we will move on, and we will reach the end. Monte Cristo laughs and is engulfed in flames, transforming. He says that if we can overcome him without using the power of revenge, we will be unstoppable. Monte Cristo's NP theme plays through this entire fight, by the way. This fight is a cool concept. The idea is that he puts, the soot on you, and then you cleanse it by using master skills. I was using Decisive Battle Uniform for this entire fight. So the mechanics for using your Mystic Code don't take into account the party order switcher, which after you're in your backline, you literally cannot activate that skill. So it was almost a wipe. I managed to thug it out by just having superior units because the fights in this aren't that overtuned, but definitely think there were some missteps in the way these mechanics were designed.
No, I despise this fight. It's ill-explained, grindy. It's constantly denying whatever, constantly denying whatever effort you've been investing in, all for the sake of challenge. It's like, no, this fight was not it.
Like, there are some global effects, like next to your master icon, but I don't remember how easily you check what those statuses are. It feels like they probably should have illustrated it a little better, and like I said, there was no redundancy for if you have a skill you just can't activate to, like, keep cleansing your moments. I don't even think that, like, usually these moments have some kind of thing of, like, pay attention to your Mystic Code, look at your master skills. I don't remember this actually doing that.
Nope, it didn't.
And
I didn't even understand the fucking skill term thing until I opened up, I can't remember. You know, but thinking it has like it in teeny tiny text. Like
I said, there's a weird status icon on the battlefield. It's the same place that like Ark's Millennium Castle goes, right? That appears in the first fight, but it's all question marked out. I think it says some of the mechanics in this fight, but it's very unclear, and it just kind of like shows you out. I think that like I get the idea of trying to let you, like, pick your own Mystic Code, and then, like, you know, working on switching your, you know, you use your servant's skills to affect your master's skills and vice versa. But it's one of those fights that just, like, the first time you do it, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. I really wish they'd just given us unique master skills as, like, an incentive. Like, I know I complain sometimes about them taking away our regular master skills, but in-story master skills are usually pretty cool. Remember Golem punching the mammoth?
What's up?
That was rad.
Anyway, Omega, I need to step away real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, that's okay. I was going to pause for a second anyway in a minute, so we'll just pause here.
Actually, I might have done Arc Summer BB.
Summer BB's also a pretty good unit, but she also has a buff that would make it weird to swap. Anyway, the fight, I like the concept of what the fight's trying to say of, like, your own determination of your servants and your master skills is what lets you overcome Dante's. I wish that was communicated a little quicker, and we had a little bit of room for error again. Who thought that one of the vital skills you need to pop is in your master skills is the third one, which is the team swap one, which again you can be ineligible to access. Like, I don't know, man. Why would you think I wouldn't want to be leveling the decisive battle uniform right now?
I just hit level 10 on it today.
Nice. That's very good. I'm definitely not there yet.
I've used it a lot
more. Yeah, no, it's a good one. I need to slam more Bleached Earth quests. I need to do that anyway, but yeah, no. So, like, it's a cool idea, but it's one of those ones that's just, like, has flaws in its execution, but I think that would be improved by either giving us more tactical knowledge earlier, or just making it feel like when you boot up a fight, you can get the information you need and then reset it quicker, because I feel like that's part of the problem is FGO fight. Sorry, excuse me, drinking some water. FGO fights are not short, and because you have to do most of them blind, most of the time you feel like sunk cost fallacy and just spend leyline stones and reset to 0 rather than actually go, I could do this differently. Sometimes we talk about how, like, we're doing a fight and we see the mechanics and we're like, wait, no, I can do this now that I know. But most of the time it's just like, fuck it, stone.
For rocks.
And give you so many. But with that done, we have a, in story, fierce clash. We land a blow on the Compt. I wonder if we Gatia punched him. He says, you know, when you reach for the stars, you might catch one. Those who seek vengeance could be redeemed, but the Compt doesn't think it's for him. Also canonical Edmond Dante's behavior. Having hit him, which is basically defeating him, not dying in a 1v1 with a servant, light begins to well up around us. But we're like, still have to speak to this Compt guy. And he says, nah, too bad, time to wake up. And the ray shift light takes us. Now this part, though, thematically is super cool, because this starts Section 23 Return, where we are kicked all the way back to the Bleached Earth for this.
Yeah.
Like, again, there are some really cinematic storytelling decisions in it that I like. The Black Spiral is really good, like you talked about it earlier, but the way you, like, move down it physically every pip, and then the thematics of being booted back to the Bleached Earth. It's fun. It's funny. Yes, also, Robin bringing up the story forced your portrait to the decisive battle, so of course you used it. Yeah, I'm a sucker for that shit. Anyway, we appear to be in the infirmary. We're greeted by Nemo Nurse. We seem to be operating normally, and MASH welcomes us back. She says that Trimegistus 2 figured out that it was like Shimosa. We, the Master, are overcome with emotion seeing MASH again. MASH is concerned, but we're not injured. Not physically, anyway. We ask about MASH. She says that she's fine and welcomes us home. That's great. Good. Perfect. We move to Pip 2. Sion catches up with everything as well. Basically, we had a large-scale singularity in our own mind. We used a lot of magical energy and all 3 command spells. You know, we burned through everything. And... Itchy my nose again. And we used a lot of magical energy. But the Foundation of Humanity score is adjusting. It might even hit C or C+. Woo! Gordolf is incensed. He wishes that the FOH board would make sense, and nobody in this conversation seems to pick up that these odd moments are our ordeals. Like, canonically, I don't think the Chaldea crew has realized we've done 2 of the ordeals. Anyway, we apparently came all the way to the bridge in our hospital gown and slippers to report.
Ass out, baby.
Muniri really says we should take it easy and go and restock our command spells in the engine room. We glance at Da Vinci, but then we go knock off for the day. You know, she doesn't summon us forth, and we're good. We do a little montage, we whisk by the infirmary and the engine room, we return to the cafeteria, where it all began. It's a little lonely since it seems like the heroic spirits are elsewhere, since we're on alert. Since no one is staffing the kitchen, it's time for ration type B. Emiya, though, Mash comes by and says that Emiya prepared many frozen meals for us, though, so we can pick one and sit down with Mash, who of course didn't eat while watching over us. And I put a note here, there's a lot of text choice in this scenario. Like, you get to have a whole-ass visual novel cover... Sorry, that burp cut me off there. You get to have a whole visual novel-ass conversation with Mash about what you want for dinner.
Yeah.
That, like, doesn't actually change anything in the scenario, but is a nested choice. Like, you get to ask about them and then pick.
No, I love it.
Also, very coincidentally, I literally took a break for dinner here myself.
got a food, baby.
Now, we were in the long haul here. Anyway, we go to Pip 3. The narrator's still with us as we eat early and go to bed early. Probably the first sign this isn't over yet, if you didn't know how many sections the story was. I stare into the ceiling and quickly fall asleep, since we used a lot of juice up in Pseudo-Tokyo. Remember your path. Remember why you're here. The vision of blood and fire fills our vision, then static, then nothing. Complete with a VHS click-off sound. In the space between dreams, we see images of how Edmond Dantes lived his life. Fleeting and distant images, still connected to our magical energy, his very last remnants. We do a Count of Monte Cristo speedrun. So first, Dantes was falsely accused. Then he was let down by the justice system and imprisoned in Chateau d'If. He lost everything good in his life and replaced them with despair, grief, tears. The fire first burned him then and grew to consume him. In that dark and hellish place, though, he found destiny. He meets the Abbe Faria, who arms him with the tools he needs. He escapes the prison and sets out to foment deadly revenge. He acquires limitless wealth at the Monte Cristo Island, the Mountain of Christ. In case you didn't know, by the way, yes, Monte Cristo is literally Mountain of Christ. He also acquired an untold power in the forms of black flames. Edmond Dantes transforms into the Count of Monte Cristo, a demon bent only on revenge. We get into some fantasy shit, but Dantes took some names. He defeated a vampire. It's Roa. If you didn't know, that's where Roa, one of the bad guys from Tsukihime, is. In Fate, the Count of Monte Cristo fucking killed him.
Well, it's also one of the things in Fate worlds, dead apostles can't actually reach the highest rank of ancestor, so they're a little bit weaker than they are in Tsukihime.
Yes, they are. They are more vulnerable to humans. Not completely vulnerable, as seen in Strange Fake, but they are not a, like, pinnacle that overturns the counterforce.
Yeah. Because the counterforce is stronger in Fate worlds.
Also defeated the Wild Hunt and Cagliostro. His flames swell higher and higher, and he decides not to stop at Paris, but to bring his revenge to the whole world. A spiral of flame which will destroy everything and everyone. However, he stops at the last step. He found something he thought he lost. Love. True love.
God damn it.
I mean, I said it and I heard you say it in my head, so I had to say it. We've been doing this a while. Anyway, he leaves his fire behind, and in the process retained his body, mind, and soul. You and I wake up mysteriously, feeling a presence. Fujimaru finally senses the narrator who's been with them every step of the way here. The narrator speaks directly to the master. They've been with us the whole time. They've been in our shadow. They've been with us every step. They spoke, but did not think we heard. Other times they ignored us, even when we could speak. So basically, canonically saying the narrator was actually saying all of that shit out loud, and we could hear them, but whenever we tried to question them about it, they just didn't respond.
How rude.
The shadow becomes an image of the young woman. She is the final remnant of Edmond Dantes, the end of his path. She is his last light. It can only be Heidi.
Man, we had a design of her from a materials like so long ago. I'm so glad we finally brought this shit out.
Yeah, they did a design for her for the drama CD, which also is where Dante's fighting Roa is from.
Oh, that's where that's from? I didn't realize that.
Yes, no, there was a drama CD that came out after Prison Tower, which explains some Dante's backstory. Some of it is basically brought back up here. That's also where his two maidservants, who appear earlier in the scenario, are from. Like, they're name-checked there.
Okay. I gotta see if anyone's done a
translation? There might be a subtitling somewhere. I hope there is.
Yeah.
If only so we can get more Nobunaga. Love that guy.
Great.
Also, this story never takes an opportunity to bring it up if it could, I believe, but it has always been pointed out that Heidi kind of looks a little bit like Gudako. They have a similar face structure, and they have a similar hair color, but Heidi's hair is huge.
She's quite the ephemeral beauty.
Yeah. She's Greek, I think, or at least part Greek in the story. But of course, Heidi obviously couldn't become a heroic spirit on her own. Like, she does some stuff, but, does not seem to be kind of like an indelible character to etch on mankind. But she is integral to part of Dante's story, so it's only natural she appears. She is one of his instruments of revenge, but also is kind of one of the new lease on life that, gives him juice at the end. But she doesn't have much of herself left, not much juice as the last of the summoned Edmond Dantes. She only has, though, to ask us one thing. As a person who has embraced and overcome both love and hate, what is our wish? Our desire is to see the Avengers and the other souls who have departed one last time. I believe Ali Pasha is described as a governor of a Greek island. So she might also technically be like Ottoman, like Turkic. But yeah. Honestly, I will say this about the Count of Monte Cristo that I do appreciate. It's very like Mediterranean, like encompassing. Mercedes is actually from the Catalan region of Spain. Dantes is obviously from France. But the island he's the quote unquote count of is east of Sicily, so it's close to Italy. That kind of thing. The Greeks and the Ottoman Turks are involved, etc. Anyway, we move to Pit 4. Nightingale enters our room. She heard voices. She thinks we're just hallucinating, but we say it wasn't like that. Nightingale has noticed that Dantes is nowhere to be found. All the Avengers have departed, it seems. Nightingale is so off-put by this that she's driven to describe things in esoteric ways. It's so odd, but she says that their presence, their aura, has left. Because, she's Nightingale. Now, Nightingale doesn't really know about the spirit origin graph business. Like, they haven't retreated to the briefcase. But she says that the Stormboarder is a ship on a journey. It's inevitable. Everyone who embarks must disembark. Some sooner than others. So, have we said our goodbyes? We haven't, so we're going to pursue them. Nightingale wishes us luck, and we jump out into the hall, where Amakusa and Doman are collaborating. Doman asks Abby to help as well and eliminate one last malignant data clinging to us. Yeah, Nightingale is like, I'm not magic. Magic's not real.
Science. All science.
I am a woman of medicine. Anyway, this takes us to Section 24, the inescapable Gehenna Id. You always love when you drop the title, baby.
Yeah.
Also, we're thrown back into the Black Spiral on the map. The Black Spiral is described again, and it is in fact basically our own personal mementos. It is the shadow archetype of Pseudo-Tokyo. The buried bits of our psyche, the master, which fall away to darkest depths. It is literally the Jungian shadow archetype of the city made of our memories and dreams. In the darkness of Prison Tower 2, some sort of inverted tower, walks a man, a lone shadow, darkness incarnate, the demon of vengeance. He has cast aside all his traveling companions and moves on alone. Before him, the flames of love and hate manifest once more. He cuts them down without hesitation or mercy. Because they are not the flames of love and hate after all. These illusory flames, they are his enemy. Also, he calls them illusory flames. We never line them up, but I bet it was Cagliostro all along. Anyway.
They have been blue fire this entire time.
There are an awful lot of them, so the Comte needs some help. He summons the Black Shadow. The two Dantes stand face to face. But it seems that there's not, quote-unquote, two Dantes at all. The Shadow of Chaldea is their regret left behind. The Mass Count is their resolve combined. The tension between regret and resolve is what makes both of them the Comte. This is, again, pretty thematically correct for Count of Monte Cristo. I feel like those are the two moods of the Count in the back half of the novel. He either has regrets or resolve. Sometimes he has regrets, so he needs more resolve. Sometimes he gets a little too resolved and he gets regrets. The whole thing. But the Comte bursts into laughter as more enemies appear. But a familiar sword wipes them out. Jolter's here. She's trying to get the Comte to make sense about what the hell's going on, but he's still extra as hell. He's just talking in circles. The Comte wonders where she heard the thing about, resolve and reason. She says straight up she got it from the narrator, who we know now is Haiti, but it seems like the Comte can't hear her.
Honestly, I feel like that makes sense. If the Count could hear Haiti, he probably wouldn't be an Avenger anymore.
He probably has to deliberately, ignore or perception filter. But Jolter says this probably is a result of his, damaged spirit origin. Anyway, Salieri, Kagekio, Nitocris, Gorgon, and Lobo all appear to face the enemy.
Woo!
Apparently they've all been lurking here in the long dark tea time of our soul for Dantes to show up. Jolter's not really okay about this, but, it's an Avenger team meeting, so.
Avengers Assemble, literally. Jesus.
So, fun fact, in the very final boss fight of this, that is what the translation of what Dantes, the Count of Monte Cristo special story buff for everybody is. They translated it as Avengers Let's Go, or Let's Go Avengers, which I think also works without possibly running afoul of the House of Mouse.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was literally translated as Avengers Assemble. So there's a few gags in this. Anyway, the Count of Monte Cristo is here, having called an Avengers Club team meeting. He says that he has business at the very bottom of the spiral. While we have passed the ordeal call, there's just one little thing left he's got to do. This also, by the way, I really do like this storytelling style. Officially, we have passed the ordeal call. We deeply understand how Avengers work and, what they represent. We have literally felt the flames of vengeance ourselves and realized that, we have resolved that we will not use them in our journey to save humanity.
No, we're kind of we've already gone through this. We're kind of in denouement, but we're in an action denouement. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's a very interesting case where the story is on the downslope, but there is one little last thing to take care of. The way we cleared the trial, but we have unresolved business.
Well, that is
speaking of resolve.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just saying, speaking of resolve, that goes into my next bullet point. The two Dantes basically combine back into one whole. Resolve and regret, love and hate. He says that it would have been tough for us to finish things in his original form, so he transformed into his killer self. It was hard, though. Being the murder count was tough, but he also knew that if he wore his normal Dantes face, it would have been harder for us to square up. Real true. Anyway, we go to Pip 2, and I will note here that basically much like the previous bit, every time we go to a new Pip, we walk down the spiral a little.
Yeah.
I think it's the Super Smash Brothers of Avengers down here. Everybody's available. Everyone is here. Jolter notes that Dantes is in remarkably good shape for somebody on death's door. Amakusa, Merlin, Abby, even Kama got it. I don't know if that's just a nod about Summer Kama, or also Kama being the flames of love and hate,
Yeah, I was about to say, it's I do feel that, Kama is quite literally flames of love and hate. So, maybe
also the Kama is... So Dantes has the power to escape the bounds of space-time. Basically, Enfer Chateau d'If is the metaphysical representation of Dantes escaping the Chateau d'If from which you can never escape from. So he can literally escape anything. Which lets him, break the boundaries of space and time. Kama is the boundaries of space and time. Sansara Kama is, I am the one without a body, which means I am everywhere and nowhere. So I suspect that, like, Dantes and Kama probably get along pretty well. But in a way that Kama, says that is, she hates his guts.
Love you too, Kama.
Dantes just laughs. Anyway, Dantes, reveals that he was drawing energy from himself at Chaldea to make Pseudo-Tokyo. This was the stage for his call of duty. Jalter still doesn't follow what he means by that, but what does matter in this fight is this battlefield. We must move as one, stay frosty. Maybe we'll win a Medal of Honor. Okay, no, sorry, that's just me reaching.
Sir.
He used the phrase Call of Duty, and then Jalter talks about it being a battlefield, so I had to get one more in there. Anyway, Pip 3. Dantes reminisces. He brings up how he would not normally be summoned, like, ever. Either his story is complete and he has nothing to wish for, or if you summoned Avenger Edmond Dantes, he would not be summoned. He would not answer the call. But since Gaetia incinerated everything, he decided to check it out just once for kicks. Just a soupçon of summoning.
But he was, if I remember correctly, he was curious about, the flames that annihilated humanity.
Yeah. He was like, this incineration of humanity thing, that sounds like a crazy idea I had once, so I guess I'll see what it's like. And then he met Ritsuka, and the rest is history. He is tsundere, just like Jalter. All Avengers are tsundere, actually. And in fact, that is my next point, because Dantes even concludes, we're all tsundere. And every single one of them seems to agree, even the ones who are our enemies. Like, all of them talk about how, Fujimura Ritsuka's a cool guy who doesn't afraid of anything. Like, all of them came to Chaldea because despite the fact that Avengers are a really nasty class, like, almost all of them who are normal Avengers are chaotic evil by default. They're like assassins. Except most of the Hashashin are lawful evil, but you know what I mean. They all have a very particular role, but our struggle is so interesting that they stuck with us. Heshin out of Lobo gives us a thumbs up. He is our ride or die. He also manages to shrug out yada yada daze. Like, he just shrugs as if to say good grief. But Dantes says that in order to complete our journey, the master must be rid of flames. The power of revenge is only the power to kill, not to save. Jalter's still mad at Dantes about how it played out, though. That said, it's funny that he doesn't ever fucking explain this part to us because he's a fucking overdramatic bozo, but him saying to the rest of the Avengers that's why this needed to be set up, like, I think thematically resonates. He is right that revenge is only the power to kill and destroy. You can't save somebody with revenge. If you're enacting revenge, you've already lost something,
Yeah.
You're paying them back for some wrong. So, like, you can't do it that way.
No, and I kind of understand why the Count had to do it this way, because, again, we had to actually understand, what wanting revenge is like and what it did to a person.
Yeah. We had to feel a need for revenge and then make the choice to abandon it.
Yes.
Not that, like, Dantes wouldn't have, like, these Avengers would have ridden with us to the new Chaldea if we had decided to become revenge. It's just that Dantes is like, that's not going to be a happy ending if we do that, though.
Yeah, because we're not going to, if we, we can't save humanity with the power of revenge.
Yes.
It's like, that's why
we can only destroy the person who destroyed it, but that's not what our stated goal is.
Yeah.
Now, Salieri, takes over a little bit of narration and describes that the prison tower is not just a dream, it's a net which captures minds and souls. A bounded field which is like a reality marble, but also not, because it exists in a dream. So it's not a reality marble because it doesn't replace the texture of the world, but it's like a reality marble. So says the Doctor.
Oh, Axe puts it in a good way. We could avenge humanity, but that would not save humanity.
Yes, no, that's I think, again, the singularity doesn't put it as fine a point in it, but yes, that is I think that is the correct read. We could avenge all of the deaths of humanity, but that wouldn't bring them back. That would not save anything.
Yes.
Basically, in order to avenge them, we would have to admit that they're all dead and gone. And Dantes makes another key point in this, that, like, once you are dead, you do not come back. Actually, by the way, that's a funny story. Alice actually brings that up in the Mahoyo event. She discusses the concept that, like, if you could wish for a person to come back to life, that would basically violate the natural order of the world as we understand it. And if you kept doing that, it would change the fundamental order of the world. Basically talking about degradation of mystics.
Oh, yeah. I haven't got
so, like, there are rules, gang. Anyway, Salieri quotes a report from Dr. Roman. He's not mentioned by name, but the chief medical officer of Chaldea is mentioned. Now, the question then is asked, where did Dantes get these souls and minds? No living humans are on Earth. He did not have a grail to conjure heroic spirits. Salieri seems to get what it is, but Jalter, is a little dumb. But Dantes just says if they have time to think, they have time to fight. Now, I gotta say this. This isn't actually explained explicitly in the story, so it doesn't get answered right here. I'm guessing that what was used is fragments of Dante's soul, his memories of people. That would explain why he is also, so intimately connected to the story, and also adds to his self-suffering bit. But like I said, it doesn't actually get explained here, what it was. Another interpretation I had was I was wondering if it was the memories of all the people we've met in the Lost Belts, but I'm not sure. Salieri brings up this whole concept that, well, it's not actually literally a dream, the prison captures people. So, is it aspects of us? Is it people we knew? Because it's not just our memories, it's minds and souls and bits. But Dantes talks a lot about being fractured throughout this, so I don't know, it's an open question. Anyway, he swirls his cloak and leaves, because he's a cool guy. Swoosh. At Pip 4, we are now entering the end of darkness. The narrator even speaks it out loud for them. They've reached the end. Dantes says that this place is beyond perception. There's no rules to reach the end of darkness. For us, it was a spiral stair, but it could actually be anything. In the infinite void at the bottom, the Avengers see pillars of stone. Vast monuments to every horrible thing we've had to climb over to get here. The ill intent of our enemies, their malice, their regrets, even their dreams for the future. A monument to all our sins. And they look just like demon god pillars.
Thanks for that.
All the regrets and like I said, the dreams and other things stacked up. Dante says normally he burns these away, but they're taller than a Tokyo skyscraper. He also points out correctly our Lost Belt regrets are bigger, too. Reaching up, threatening to drag us under. Yeah, no, that's true. Jalter and Dantes team up to blast these pillars of despair, but they're unshaken. What were you saying, Lucky?
I'm about to say, we are still not over it. I'm still not over it.
No, it's bad. But yeah, the pillars are unshaken. They're full of delicious magical energy and still growing. Since they entered the garden, they have been glowing without restraint. So Dantes has assembled everybody here to burn them all away. If they don't do that, they're going to grow without end. He says that somebody has been supplying these things. Someone who became malign data and who also grows without limit since they entered the garden, who schemes and squirms. Old Man Jenkins, Count Cagliostro. Also, I think this is the plot to Kingdom Hearts Coded or something. Turn yourself into malignant data and then consume our memories or some shit. I don't know, man.
I think it was something like that, yeah. Like I said, I'm definitely not the guy to talk about Kingdom Hearts lore, man.
No. I also don't know how Coded/Recoded works, because that was one of the games that in the collection you can't play. It's just a cutscene montage. Anyway, this takes us to section 25, Decisive Battle / Final Apostle Cagliostro. So the guy we met before is just a fully functional clone of Cagliostro. The real one is Malignant Data, who plots on our life. That Cagliostro manages to praise and talk down Dantes in the same breath. It was a cute way to have a set-aside vengeance, but he has plans in store. But Dantes had a double secret plan. The Comte always has more plans. The prisoner of this tower, the inescapable Gehenna, is Cagliostro. You are already a prisoner. Anyway, all the Avengers step forward, and Cagliostro, the final apostle, says his own boss subtitles. Also, for this first fight, he's using Zeus's boss theme. Pretty appropriate. Just because I think Zeus's face is sticking out of his pillar.
Yeah, no, that's why I thought it was going. It's very on the nose.
But we do move to Pip 2, where after the fake fight, Cagliostro is still kind of immortal, and even our Avengers aren't making much of a dent. He's restricting their magical energy flow, which prevents use of noble phantasms. The big Cagliostro explains this is the power of his noble phantasm, Rebellion au Monde. Once fully active, it twists and distorts all rules and order in a place. So basically, he has now routed all magical energy through himself, which gives him super regeneration and also cut off the Avengers. If the Master is a microcosm, he is a god of that cosmos. You thought the microcosm thing was a metaphor, but no, it's actually tangibly relevant.
Wild.
The Avengers discuss the situation amongst themselves. It looks pretty bad. Even Dante says he's not sure if he goes all out, he has enough fire for this. But that's okay. We're here. As in the Master of Chaldea. because Dantes is still our accomplice, so we're happy to lend him a match. He'll get a stern talking to, but later.
I do think you actually light up and give him a match.
Yeah, no, because he's like... Because basically, my line break makes it a little harder to check, but I remember this scene very well. He says, yeah, I don't think I have enough fighter. What do you think about that, my accomplice? And then we're just like, don't worry, I got you. Light a match, throw it to him. I'm always ready to give you a little fire. Everybody is really stunned to see us. Visiting your own dreams is magecraft type stuff, Vision Quest, etc. But basically, we said, we've done enough super REM sleep, we've done enough times. We decided it's time to try lucid dreaming. And we had help from a huge squad. This was like an active sequence that was going by. I tried to note down everybody as they appeared, but I might even have missed somebody. But I'm pretty sure I saw Doman, Amakusa, Merlin, Paracelsus, Kama, Geronimo, and even in the end, Abby and Haiti.
That does seem like our dream team, literally.
Yeah. And definitely like Paracelsus and Geronimo for the magecraft stuff. We're bad at doing magecraft, but they probably could have helped us build some ideas to...
I mean, if I'm gonna go on a fucking dream/vision quest, I would talk to Geronimo, man. Just saying. I
mean, no, that is not to... I almost said Orientalism, that's not the right word. But not to, romanticize Native American spirituality too much, but that is actually an aspect of their cultures, is going on inward journeys. And Geronimo is from that magecraft school. That's why he's a caster. So, that would be the guy. And Paracelsus was, in addition to being a mage, was a philosopher, alchemist, obviously, in medicine, but also, generally had, theories about the world. That's why he described macrocosmos and microcosmos earlier. Now, Cagliostro says it's futile. He's the god of this world, and he will destroy us in one final trial. But Dantes is laughing. And we get some crazy boss intro scenes, final apostle manifestation and everything. Overlapping crazy stuff.
So, we didn't note it here, but throughout this fucking, whole... At one point, a pentagram just appears on fucking Cagliostro's head. No one comments on it, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's why I didn't write it down. They just do that.
Yeah.
But you basically... This fight is... This fight I like, because it's basically split into two halves. You do the first two break bars, and then Cagliostro pauses to be like, how could this be? The big Getty star allowed me to cheat death! Again, not literally, but that's basically his speech. He's like, I'm confused. I'm taking damage. Why am I taking damage? I should have absolute power. Is the microcosm itself, overpowering him? And he's like, but you're not strong enough to micromanage your own magic circuits. What the fuck?
No one notices the tiny fluttering talisman that landed on him, first turn of the fight.
Yeah. But we restocked our command spell, so we feel great now, actually. They're burning blue right now. Great effect.
I feel that we should do a fucking G Gundam scene right here. This hand of mine is burning blue.
We probably should. Anyway, there's a great thing happens here because Dantes pulls a second comp from his hat. He's just like, you know what would fix this? Another one of me. They laugh in sync. It's the double Dantes hour. Literally in party select, you have to use two Dantes. Angramanyu even pitches in this fight. You get a little, from an Avenger senpai.
No, I love it.
Anyway, Avengers, disassemble this man. I have no other notes on this fight. I just went, oops, all Avengers. I used all my coolest Avengers, and I kicked ass. After the actual fight, in story, we blow all three command spells to have our Avengers overpower and destroy Cagliostro. Both Dantes use their Noble Phantasms in sequence. Cagliostro is consumed by flames, and we point out that Dantes' purifying flames only work on those who are his bitter enemies. Cagliostro is impressed with us as well, but says we must impress, quote-unquote, a great organization and overcome the elemental Olgas also. This is what Lucky was complaining about earlier. Cagliostro frames it like it's a mission-critical objective.
Yeah.
But Jolter finally gets to reduce an enemy to ash.
Woo! Because she's been trying this entire time.
Yeah. And so, we move to Pip 4. Now it's all over except the crying. I did actually get a little teary-eyed through this. Not here, I'll tell you when, but the end beats of this did get me a little. Honestly, got me a lot for me, so we'll phrase it that way. Jolter says they can't go with us except past the wall of humanity. So, if one or two Avengers drop dead during this fight, that'd be okay, right?
No.
Everybody thanks us for coming, but their time is at an end. That's okay, but first, we gotta say some words. We can't let it go like this. They mention, if we wished for fire and blood to revel in the slaughter of our enemies, they would come. But that's not what our journey is about. Dantes says to us, Go where your heart takes you. Lead your own way. Take the path of salvation, not destruction. But we shake our head. We're very set in our ways, and when we dig deep, the master can be really stubborn. Jolter basically has an anxiety attack about this, but Dantes says, okay, he'll leave shadows behind, but physically, we cannot travel on with them.
No, personally, I do love this. John is just in her panic tonight and is just vibrating back and forth, like, across the screen. Like, she wants to say something, but she doesn't know. So she just keeps, moving back and forth.
No, it's a great effect. Again, lots of good production value in this story. So, Jolter, talks about it a little. She says, she's not real. She doesn't have a hometown or childhood friends. She doesn't care about the Earth. So it doesn't matter what happens to her, but we had those things. We lost those things. We need them back. So we can't give up now. But, Dantes says for us to leave our anger and grief behind. Our tomorrow is filled with hope. Everyone nods their goodbyes. We actually get to say goodbye to everybody. And then, motherfucker, a voiced line. This motherfucker talks. Wait but dare to hope. The stars in heaven see all. Where you go, they will follow. Call back to the classic line from Jean at the end of Temple of Time. This takes us to section 26, and you head to the end of the journey. Nightingale gives Nurse a hard time for mentioning occult mumbo-jumbo at work. She also thinks the Nemo series might be triplets or something. But she pauses when she senses Dante's aura. He's left a single cup of coffee, just like he always does. This, by the way, is when I started to feel my feelings.
No, yes. Just the last little tokens. Oh.
Yes. The moment I saw them use the CE of the coffee cup, I'm like, no, don't do that.
Oh, God, I'm starting to
thing he always does. No, yeah. Amadeus finds something waiting for him as well, and for Maria. We get a little montage, all the Medusa sisters have a moment, as does the Great Pharaoh. Apparently he hangs out with Arash, which I always find cute.
Yeah, I mean, that's a thing back from the prototype days.
Even Rhyme gets a little feeling, because Rhyme was like Lobo's one friend. Standing on the deck is the Saint of France. Jolter has come to say goodbye one last time. She basically has nothing to add besides saying goodbye. She says, we have to look forward. Avengers only look behind. Jana, see you later. And then we get one more voiced line. Make sure you win. And so, she is gone.
Oh, God, just John, just not saying anything, saying it's like, you may not be my sister, but I've always thought of you one, and John Alter for once, not denying it.
Yeah, just doesn't have anything to hit there. She's just like, I need to say goodbye, and we're out.
Say something to the little me and, punch the other me.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Complex breakthrough. Foundation of Humanity, rank C. Okay levels, not.
Yeah, no. Floor levels, intense.
Yeah, I'm glad that the appendix takes a little bit to proc, but I had to go lay down.
No, I was just, I was not okay.
And a golden light appears in Italy. And yes, if you don't know, chat, there's an appendix.
This actually surprised me.
This unlocks 3 hours after you clear id. Gives you a little bit of follow along, a little bit of extra explanation, just a little bit of denouement, but doesn't quite want to step on how beautiful an ending it was. Oh, also I should mention, a golden light appeared in Italy. But yes, the appendix unlocks 3 hours after you clear id. Kiji Hogan is teaching Ushiwaka about something or other. Ushiwaka pays no attention because it doesn't involve cutting off enough heads.
Yeah.
But she catches Doman lurking and tells him that Kagekiyo thought that Cagliostro was a cheap knockoff of himself. And as Kichi personally says she'll have to take his head if Cagliostro was another one of his Shikigami. And Doman has to be like, no, I merely used my knowledge as the caster of Limbo to concoct an anti-Cagliostro spell and then sent it where it needed to go in our heart and soul. Anyway, that means he admitted he's the caster of Limbo, so Kichan summons Sei to pelt Limbo with oranges. I love that this is our anti-Doman measure, is just not even the Berserker Sei Shonagon, the normal archer one, just have her appear and get that guy.
No, it's right up there with stick him in a jar.
No, it's good. Anyway, we cut back to the cafeteria where Himiko, Osakabe Hime, is recruiting for a raid. She's apparently set up an intranet on the border so we can play Giga LAN parties. But Boudica recruits Mandracardo and Hime for some physical training. We begin with physical conditioning. We suggest to Mash that the three of them might actually be better friends. We also volunteer to join the raid team. Mash is a tank with crazy good clears, I bet.
She's very diligent.
She watches those HP bars. I think I had other jokes about like what we're doing on the Shadow Border intranet, but none of them really were great. They do play fighting games in the bathrooms though, and I bet at some point a servant has been duct taped to the ceiling.
I mean, with servant skills, they probably don't need to be.
No, probably not. That means it's just for funds. But in the space between spaces, Abby asks after Dantes. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, they probably just duct tape Blackbeard to the ceiling for people.
They duct tape him just for fun. Yeah. It would be Blackbeard. Blackbeard would be like, why am I duct taped up here? And it's just like, it's better this way. But we're in the space between spaces, the infinite reflection dimension, where Abby asks after Dantes. His faintest shadow remains. He gives the keys to Gehenna to her. He says that there's only 7 seats to defend humanity, and an exception can't be made, and he tells Abby to be ready when the gates of an ancient hell open. I think actually an exception can be made, but Dantes doesn't know about the bullshit we're going to do next year. He didn't realize there would be Grand Duel Extra. But Abigail offers one last farewell to Dantes and to the Avengers. The darkness was deep, their fires were bright. But even if they do not dream of a blue sky, maybe they can find their way by the stars of the night. And honestly, that's it. That's Audio Call 2. I get what we were going for with Paper Moon, and I actually really like Paper Moon. Like, it has really good storytelling. The aesthetics are like really interesting. Like, the soundtrack for Audio Call 1 is really good. Audio Call 2 is way better about the understanding what an extra class is and like accepting them, but also in a sense letting them go.
Alter Ego, I felt, really just kind of saved all the exposition on Alter Egos till the very end, and you just kind of felt like you were just going on some wacky ride.
Yeah, the Alter Ego stuff was it was pitched as a Grail War, so the Alter Ego stuff was the secret twist.
Yeah.
And Ronnie was like, oh, by the way, you're all Alter Egos I created through this rotation method.
And, like, with Alter Egos, it was one of those things where we already knew the answer. We just needed to, say it out loud to confirm it.
Yeah.
But with the Avenger ones, it was definitely one of those things like, no, you cannot understand this until you actually experience it.
And I think it probably says a lot that the Alter Ego ordeal call was like, what was it, like E or F to D? Like, we didn't go very far. This kicks us all the way up to C, the middle level.
Mm.
And I think Moon Cancer will be B, and then Rulers will be A. I think that's the order.
I don't know.
I guess we'll find out when we do the Moon Cancer one. Which my understanding is that also is a much better grasp of what the fuck it means to be Moon Cancer, and also answers some other questions.
I am excited for it. I knew it kind of came out of nowhere and blew some people away with its very weird schedule, but I'm still excited for it.
No, I think thematically it's going to be really good. And obviously the ruler one will be important because that's another one that's like, yeah, rulers aren't supposed to be summoned. I am still really hoping that those teases are correct, and some of the follow-up story we're going to get this year in the after times, we're going to do the Foreigner ordeal call.
No, I hope so as well. Again, like, when is the next story planned for JP? Was it summer?
May? Or June?
Oh, was it May? I don't remember. I feel like it was June.
Because late April, I'm pretty sure, is going to be the call. I think the next story release will be June. Yeah, that sounds right. We may still have a brand new event before that will have some story stuff.
No, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're setting things up for Foreigners in various ways, so...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, obviously Dantes, passes the torch to Abby. That's a great thematic beat, because that's kind of what the through line of Dantes and Abigail's interludes has been.
Oh,
also, by the way, funny story I didn't realize until literally just now, but also canonically not only are there 2 Dantes, but there are also 2 Abigails.
I was literally just about to mention that.
Yeah, you just there is that as well.
Yeah, no, Abigail. There is an Abigail just out there, like, traversing the cosmos with, an old gentleman, and she pops in every once in a while. Yeah, the Salem Abigail that Raum created, like, he accidentally made her a heroic spirit by bonding her with Tutsif, Yog-Sothoth, basically. I won't say his fake name. She
actually has the power to transcend space-time, so she's just hanging out with the mysterious gentleman Randolph Carter. And then we summoned a Chaldean copy of Abigail after, who does not remember Salem directly. So both of them are around and occasionally hang with us. So it's very similar to Dante's in that way. I'm pretty sure the Ancient Hell is a reference to whatever's going on in Trinity Metatronius, because
I do
Dante is connected to that.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think there's a judgment of heaven and hell type shit. So
yeah,
makes sense.
Which for the ruler class. But we got about a year before that. Like I am. Oh man, when it's gonna be.
But no, this one's a much more personal cut that I really like it, and I talked about this a little earlier, but like this was such a weird one to thematically hit because I was reading this conclusion, all this stuff, and I'm just like, man, I didn't intend it this way, but boy, this really thematically resonates with this tabletop campaign I'm running right now. This complex shit about revenge may come back later.
No, I think we're trying to get a little bit more into the revenge angle, especially post that. But we can talk about Rain in a little bit here. Do we have any more thoughts on that? Like I said, it was good. It was well written. The boss fights were tedious in some areas, but I do think there were some inspired designs in there.
They were trying to. I think they were trying to balance out the mechanics by like giving those guys, special damage resistance and stuff to make it so that like they didn't just, level up to the difficulty beyond Lost Belts, but also kept it a little fresh. But some of the ideas struggled a little.
So,
but it was the story writing was really good.
No, it really goes. And like I said, I like how they explain, like, basically the story explained what Avengers were without sitting you down and going, hey, this is what Avengers are about, man. You get it?
Yeah. They discuss the concept of revenge, and then also pepper in little facts about Avengers specifically, reminding us that, Avengers are constantly burning, or Jalta reminding us, oh yeah, Avengers never forget, shit like that. Like, things that were in the rules and regs, but were not discussed openly.
No, that's what I kind of appreciate that Oreo calls for. I know that they're kind of like some weird filler arc kind of thing, but like I said, we are actually putting in the work to explain some things, and I'm excited.
The way I understand the Ordeal Calls as a story beat was basically Nasu kind of felt like after getting to LB through LB7 was like, okay, we should go to the final confrontation, but I kind of feel like the way that like the greater mystery worked out, it feels like we're not ready to solve it yet. Like, Daybit hit us with like, hey, there's a lot more stuff going on, so it felt like we needed to explore it.
No,
but they feel kind of like a filler because so far they've been deliberately disconnected, down to the point that like I said, Gordolph and Sion and Da Vinci don't even realize we're doing them, right?
Yeah.
And the Ordeal Call one, literally, we don't remember. We just kind of like subconsciously integrated.
Yeah. Like only Sion remembers because of her petition ability.
Yeah. Yes, and Nasu felt specifically that ending the story with the Avengers on our side would be the story Avengers anyway, would not make thematic sense.
The real Avengers.
And if you look at your list, yeah, you don't have data lost, but you have link lost with most of these characters. I think Count of Monte Cristo is bad link. Link bad?
I actually haven't checked.
Yeah, there's a couple of servants who aren't included in this. Ushi Gozen is like too new. Space Ishtar's not covered because she's from space.
Honestly, I feel like Summer Kama as well. Yeah, she's just Summer.
Yeah, Summer Kama's just Kama, but Summer. Same with some of the others we got. I mean, I think one of Mary Alter's like profile lines also indicates that like technically she will like skedaddle sometime before the final battle.
Actually,
but she's not actually gone. Like it's ambiguous that she has been summoned to Chaldea. She will hang out with us for a little while. She will dip before the actual final battle happens, but not like right away. Oh, sorry, I bumped my mic. I had to stand up for a second.
I don't know. I think she hangs out pretty well from what I understand of her line. But actually, I am curious that if like some of our Avengers will vanish like as time goes on.
Yeah, I don't know. I believe the idea is that all of those story Avengers we met and that bid us farewell are not going to reappear in any of the story events that happen from now on.
Mm-hmm.
But that the link continued leaves room that, like, technically now that we've concluded, there could be a moment where the Avengers come back in the aftertime. Like, we don't know, you know. I do also believe there are some stories of interviews and stuff that Nasu was originally going to go for everybody to be hit with the full link lost, like Musashi, but the author of Ordeal Call 2 talked them down to kind of that shadow thing that Dantes does, like, not to make us feel like we are actually permanently losing our units that we use, but to emphasize that story-wise we are stepping away from these characters. Kind of makes me think of the Yoko Taro, hey, what if the Nier raids deleted your account? No, we can't do that.
Like, please don't.
No, and like I said, I think the author correctly caught that, like, they got what Nasu was putting down with the idea that we have to separate ourselves from our Avengers, but also, like, I mean, damn, dude, no, it would not feel right to completely sever our links with Jolter or Dantes. Like, first of all, Jolter as a character, she's been with us since the start. Like, we literally evolved her character. She went through an arc as a villain and then coming back and then being summoned. And same with Dantes. Like, that guy was summoned by Gaetia to get our ass and was like, no, I don't like that guy.
No, and I think we had, like, a fairly good showing for, like, Salieri and Kagekio, but they were definitely, like, supporting characters. It was definitely, like, Jolter and Dantes, you know, carrying that weight during the story, especially Jolter. Dantes did good as, like, you know, the behind-the-scenes villain, you know, and you pepper in the stuff, but Jolter was there, like, the entire thing, and you really got to feel her relationship with the Master, like, doing this. You know, from being, you know, her tsundere self to, you know, panicking to, like, how concerned she gets with us, but also at the same time doesn't, like overstep or something.
I will say this. John Alter is a character who I think, as much as we like her, cannot appear outside of FGO. Like, she is a character that is unique to the arc of the Master, because, like we said, she was there with us in Orleans. We defeated her, and she was like, shit, maybe I'm fake. Her, like, built-up resentment doesn't return to the throne. Like, she doesn't disappear forever when she leaves, you know, because Giles created her spirit origin. So we have the false heroic spirits, where she basically comes to terms with being a counterfeit, and then we basically go, well, there's nothing that says a fake can't overcome the real thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then she is embedded in the story. It means she shows back up for Temple of Time with everybody, but also she is in Shinjuku with us, which, again, even though it's optional, happens. Like, that canonically happens. That was our first crack at trying to define Avengers. And then she's with us in this. So, like, her whole character arc is wrapped up with the Master of Chaldea. So, like I said, I don't think she can appear without, like, being part of the FGO thing. Even the Dark Jean in Samurai Remnant is, like, still weird.
No, she wasn't... How do they explain it? Because it wasn't... Because that wasn't John Altered. That was just...
that was Jean Altered, if that makes sense. She takes Chiemon's negative vibes onto herself by her own choice. So she is not an alter, because she is not changed by outside forces, but her spirit origin is a little fucked up. I think is the best way to think of it.
It's almost like how Herc you gave Herc, you know, well, Berserkers, you know, Madness and Hammond, or how something like that. She basically took on...
She takes on Chiemon's desire for revenge. Because, again, I would like to point out, remember, Jean is an ultimate masterclass martyr. Like, she's full of bullshit. Honestly, kind of reminds me in a different way of, like, what's going on with Alcades, of, like, he doesn't explicitly say he's an alter, even though he really should be an alter, because he's been altered, but he's also deliberately doing something different.
Well, like I said, he got three command spells forced into him.
And a lot
of goop.
All right. Well, that seems like a good point to switch to that. But I got to take another little bio break. We've been going for about 4.5 hours.
Alrighty.
So we'll take a second down and then run back to do our other What's Up stuff. Unpause recording. We're back. We're just taking a second to grab on out for our limited time bonus quest. Because I still need... the QP. But that finishes our id recap. I'm sure you're all very glad. But let me scroll back up. We have a couple of things in the What's Up zone. Mostly when not, like, directly working on stuff. You know, I can talk a little bit when we do talk about Rain later. I sadly have been very light on my marathoning. I yearn for the Dire Swamp, but, you know, I do really like that game. I've put a lot of hours into it. I can't be doing it, like, every single day, you know?
I did notice that it said on PlayStation that your most played game this week was Space Marine 2.
Yeah, I think that's what we did the most, because I've been doing PvP with you, and it's fun, most of the time.
It is fun, most of the time.
Some of it's a little annoying. But that, I don't think we have anything new to add other than what you already said about Space Marine 2 last week? 2 weeks ago?
It is a perfectly okay game.
And, you know, it does seem like some of the stuff we're unlocking some funny things through progression. Who could have guessed? Mm-hmm. But, oh, sorry. I inhaled to say something and I coughed. I was going to say, actually, that is not something I noted down, but that is an aside. If you are interested in Space Marine stuff, don't know when exactly, but I did get the gang to buy onto doing a shorter run campaign of Deathwatch, the Space Marine 40k RPG by Fantasy Flight.
Yeah, it does seem interesting.
I set down some. I actually wrote down some of my high level concepts and told some of them to the gang and got people to sign on and start thinking about character ideas. So
you're gonna be finding orcs and corn.
The maze.
Orcs
the maze. But yeah, we'll continue to work on that one. But so no like brand new video game news right now.
Right now, no.
And I can't think of any other like pop culture asides to talk about a lot.
There's a few things here. Actually, no, I don't. Never mind. I could talk about stuff, but that's just me jawing about random shit. And I'm like, we don't need to jaw about random shit right now.
Not in this episode. We're at 4:36.
Because I had stuff and I was like, wait, nope, don't.
We'll save our random jawing for future episodes.
Yeah.
So things that are vaguely timely. We mentioned it earlier, so I'll bring it up again. It is still relevant with the collab coming out. I did actually catch up on Strange Fake.
Woo!
I was about episode 8, and I just locked them all in, binged them all. Had a great time.
Oh, it's great. I love it.
Honestly, I probably need to. I want to still watch like 1 to 13 all in, maybe not all in one, literally one go, but I want to watch them back to front again as well. It's just really good. It's really well made. Like, the animation is crazy good and consistently good. I kind of understand why the production was delayed so long. They hit a very high with Whispers of Dawn, and they were just like, no, we really want to maintain this production level.
That's good. I'm excited.
Yes. No, the second season is going to be great, but, oh, man, no. Just some really good stuff. Like I said, pouring out for the homies, but also, damn, Jack is, like, really cool. That fucking conversation Jack has before activating From Hell with Al-Qadiz, which is just like, basically, paraphrasing, okay, buddy, if you're no longer, a servant of the gods, no longer a hero, you're just a human man, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm Jack the Ripper. You're dead. Like, that sequence where, like, it shows all of the could-be Jacks, including Ghost Kid Jack, Ghost Girl Jack, like...
Right there on the side. You get to see her. It's great.
Yeah, like, just a little aside, and then I mean, it was an older episode, so I don't know if but I didn't catch a lot of people talking about it, but then he transforms into a demon from FGO, including doing their NP attack when the heartbeat beats.
No, just seeing, like, the little, like, FGO mobs in there fucking sends me to...
No, yeah, that's another thing that I really love, is that obviously their Kerberos isn't the same, but just whenever they need random demonic beasts, they use FGO mobs is really good.
You pull out Gazers, they pull out Chimeras, they pulled out the Soul Eater.
Soul Eaters, yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Giant Ghost women were based off of our Giant Ghosts. We also had regular small ghosts.
Yeah, they had a few different things. So, like, that was all, like, super cool. I knew it was going to happen that Al-Qadiz has plot armor, but I'm still a little mad at it. That's okay. That's his job. His job is to be the guy that I'm fucking mad at. I'm sure he'll get his. I mean, he kind of got his already. If he didn't have a cheat card, he would have got his ass beat by Jack the Ripper. Which, by the way, that's something you can't say lightly, that you can throw out about, like, oh yeah, Jack the Ripper turned into a demon and almost beat Heracles.
Pretty strong.
No, it's pretty good. Like I said, I really hope Jack becomes summonable.
I'm curious to see what they would do.
Maybe flat pseudo, like pretending to be flat.
Maybe there's shit going on with flat. Hang on one second.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna, because the collab could be spoilers because the final volume's coming out soon. I don't know if we're gonna get into that outright, but Flat does mix his soul a little with Jack, so there could be some overlap there. We'll see. I mean, there's a lot of characters to include. Like, obviously, I want to see some Jack. I really want them to do an FP campaign with Dumas, because he's a pretty cool guy. Alright, Lucky's back. Sorry, okay. So yeah, we're just kind of generally discussing, like, servants we want to see, like, want to see Jack, want Dumas as, like a FP servant.
No, he'd be good as an FP servant, I think.
Match with Hans and Shakes.
Mm-hmm. Like, because, like, who do we not have? We don't have Jack, we don't have
Dumas. Don't have non-Berserk Herc.
No, we don't have non-Berserk Herc. Pale Rider, but that one could be a little bit weird, probably.
Yeah, I feel like that one's not gonna... we could, but if we don't do that one, I think that would be okay, because Pale Rider is fucking weird.
I don't think the Pale Rider is gonna answer the call to save humanity. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, no, it's like... also, just the way that Pale Rider works, like... Pale Rider isn't physically there, right? It's a purely conceptual enemy.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, but when Pale Rider fucking hugged the girl when she made her wish.
No, that was a heartbreaking scene. Fucking all my homies hate Jester.
All my homies hate Jester. But
Francois and Francesca, yes, that would be a great fit.
I need them to both be. I want them to be a twin unit though.
That would be really cool.
Yeah, but if they did a gender swapping extension, I think that'd be fun. But honestly, I love their duo gremlin energy.
I've seen people saying that. I don't think Ayaka's gonna. I mean, she might have show up. I don't think she's gonna be a playable unit. That's kind of not her thing.
We'll see.
Like, I think even when she unpacks in the story, I don't know how physically she's involved.
Like, we'll see. Like, I don't know. Maybe they'll plug her into something more. Maybe they won't.
They could do that. We'll see, I guess. But by default, I don't think. Like, just because she's kind of the heroine doesn't mean we can expect to swoop her in.
We'll see. I think it's pretty likely that Ayaka will get maybe the welfare slot, but I could be wrong. I'm not saying it's a guarantee because there's a lot of characters. Like, doing a flat slash berserker, I think would make sense. There's just baggage associated with that for reasons.
Yeah,
like that won't become clear until season 2.
Mm-hmm. But I brought this up earlier while you stepped away. With Dumas, Jack did get a little bit of flat mixed in there, so that could be like a Jack ascension is to be like, well, this was a master I really liked. Obviously, this guy can't show up because he's but a humble man, child.
I could see that if Jack the Ripper just takes the disguise of flat because it's someone he knew and liked. That could be pretty good.
That could be an interesting one to see. She didn't get a lot of coverage in the anime season, but I do really hope they do Hippolyta because she's fucking cool.
No, she's so rad. She's so rad. We'll get more of her in season 2.
Yeah, she is a character who's much more in the back. What I think will be the back half, because I think they can do this in 13 more episodes. But yeah, no, it's out there. Some people are like, "Hey, will Philia be a character?" And I'm like, "No, I don't think so. We already have Ishtar in."
I do like Ishtar Philia though, because doing Philia being a fucking Einsburn homunculus, she's like a perfect vessel. So there's no like contamination of Pierce's personality. So we are basically just seeing pure Ishtar and not
also
Ishtar.
Fun backstory note. That's Bazette's fault. Philia was a Einsburn homunculus who escaped, and apparently Bazette caught her and beat her senseless. So she was inactive. So when the Einsburns, gave the shutdown command after the last war, she was not shut down.
Good job, Bazette. Always fucking it up in the end.
But yeah, no. Philia as a character is really good. Am I crazy? That was Kana Ueda, right?
I'm not sure if it was Kana Ueda, but
if it isn't her, it's somebody doing a very good impression of her.
Yes, no, that's what I was about to say. I was like, I'm listening to her talking. I'm like, I almost feel like Ren's talking to me, like with like the word choice and whatnot. Actually,
Also, her visual design, like obviously the color is Ainsburn, but I feel like they got the face because I'm pretty sure it's Mori Shizuki doing the art also. I feel like they went out of their way to draw a similar face to Rin. Like the hairstyle is different, but it feels like the way they use her face shape in some shots is like this reminds me of Rin for some reason.
No, it's Yui Makino.
Okay, yeah. So that we got somebody who does a really good job of having Kanoeda's like beats. That's good. That's cool. It's kind of like how Ishtar fought in Babylonia, but like I do really like the way they animate Philia, like just being like blocking an arrow with her foot and just being like, nah.
No, like even though it's like there's not Rin mixed in there, she still feels very Rin coded, which is, supposed to make sense. Ishtar is supposed to, go into vessels that, are compatible.
Yes. Like there were some similarities, and it's like it's just funny that Rin blunts some of Ishtar's worst impulses with her own tsundere-ness. And I forget her name. I don't think she'll be a playable character, but I just hope we get more of her in the second season. But True Berserker's master, she's great. Like she just gets fucking like jobbed out by her own servant, and then Philia shows up and is just like, "Oh, that really sucks for you, huh? I'm gonna heal you. Don't worry. Carry my shopping bags.
No,
you're the master. You should give an order.
No, like I've
even
this
fucking
sorry,
guy I hate, Codillion. It's okay. I'm sure he's designed for me to be a guy that I hate. He's full of grail mud. But like he shows up and he's like, "All right, order your servant to commit suicide, and I'll give you a painless death." And like she summons up the gumption to be like, "You're not even gonna say you're gonna spare my life? Well, okay. In that case, I guess I'll use my command spell to fuck you up." And then Prelati is like, "No, guys, you're fucking it up. You can't just jump to the enemy base and have a deadly showdown."
I do hope we might get. I do hope Humbaba also is a.
No, I really like the design for they use I think the pronunciation they officially use is Huwawa, but it's that one.
I always use Humbaba.
Yeah, but like it's gonna be an interesting one. I think we're gonna see some funny stuff. But like I hope we get Hippolyta. Like I said, I'm kind of hit or miss on like Alcides as a character. Like he's a cool concept, but also he's the Gilgamesh to Gilgamesh, if that makes sense. Like, he is the overpowered, unrepentant heel character.
I like his voice.
No, actually, I'm so glad that because that's Herc's voice actor since the VN days. Like, yeah. I'm glad he gets to do something besides just roar. Like, if they wanted to do just 5-star Archer Herc uncorrupted, that guy looked sick. But, like, he's got a great voice line, and I like the way he talks to people, like, even down to him, calling Jack weak one and then acknowledging his strength, or, like, realizing that, like, fucking Flat got him. Mm-hmm. He's like...
no, or how he told, like, the master, "You don't get to talk shit about Jason. You weren't fucking there."
Yeah, he's like, do not talk about my guy. That guy's my homie, okay? Do you understand? Because that's, like... We know Jason as, like, a shifty little scumbag, but it is canonical that Jason's ideal that Herc was invested in was building a kingdom that was not necessarily, like, prejudiced by people's, like, station or place of birth. Like, Jason, had his birthright stolen, so he kind of wanted to build a world where it didn't actually matter. And I can totally see Heracles being like, "Nah, dude, that sounds pretty cool." No, like, he has some great moments. Even when he's being a shitter, like, Philia introduces herself as a goddess, and he just instantly shoots. He's just like, nope.
Well, he's very anti-god right now.
Yeah.
Playable Achilles is gonna have hella anti-divinity skill.
He'd probably be pretty good. But no, Hippolyta seems really cool, Huwawa, all that stuff. Like, there's some funny things going on. But no, like, all the story stuff was really cool. I kind of wonder if... Because obviously that's what Watcher's going for. I wonder if Sigma will appear.
I don't know. Like, even like we still don't know. Like, there's only like supposed to be one more volume of Strange Fake out, and while the many things have been revealed, what is going on with Watcher and Sigma has not.
Yeah, that hasn't actually played out. It is confirmed, though, like, through commentaries in the episodes. Yeah, no, so, Old Man is Captain Ahab.
Yeah, knew that one.
And that is supposed to be, the guy with the snake is supposed to be Asclepius, and one of them is supposed to be Orion. I think Orion at least makes sense that he's normal man Orion, not superhuman Orion.
True.
Asclepius has a very different design, but the idea that's been pitched is it's supposed to be similar to the difference between, like, Assassin Jack and Berserker Jack. They are different versions of the same story.
Told by different
So, like,
people, maybe?
Asclepius is, like, the legend, whereas the guy we meet is, like, the real guy, hypothetically.
Honestly, that makes sense. Strange fake Asclepius seems more mystical and magical.
Yeah. But we also
Our guy is just all, like, medicine.
Yes. But we do have, and additionally, we seem to have, Kanamaki, Icarus, Etienne.
I guess
and
Icarus.
It is supposed to be Amelia Earhart. Yeah, Wingboy is definitely supposed to be Icarus. So, like, if we could somehow work that into, like, a bunch of character designs, that would be neat, but also, I totally understand that being too much of a pain in the ass, especially because, like we said, we have not resolved whatever's going on with Sigma for the pitch is set up in the first season, which is, no, you're gonna become Lancer.
Oh man, Amelia Earhart's voiced by Yoko Hikasa. I love her voice. She does.
She doesn't talk a lot in the scenario, but she seems pretty cool. So, like, there's stuff there. I also, like, if that was the welfare, I wouldn't mind. I spit on Jester's not grave. I hate his guts. He knows what's up though. Fake assassin Zealot. She's really cool. I like her a lot.
No, she's very interesting.
Like, I like her like, she seems, like, so one way when we first meet her, but then through her conversations with Sigma, we start to see a lot of her character. And also just the ballsiness and the way that the animation handles, just her fucking spamming Zabania. Like, and she has a different, subtitle for each. I'm just like, that's such a cool fighting style.
Well, yeah, she's the assassin who failed to become, the old man of the mountain because, I guess, like, I'll spoil it. I don't mind. It's not that big a deal. Basically, she mastered, all the predecessors Zabania, but could not make one of her own. So that's why she can
mastered 18 different versions, but she didn't come up with a new one. And the one that she didn't come up with is one she couldn't replicate because canonically it's 100 personas.
Yeah.
Also, I think the idea is that even the elders of the Hashashin thought she was a little too much of a straight shooter.
I believe so. I believe
because you can see this in her personality. She doesn't fight like a Fate assassin. Like, she only ever uses presence concealment to get to your front door, and then she knocks on your front door with cursed arm and is like, "Hello, I am here, Zabania." Like, she has no problem rushing into and confronting enemies directly, being like, "Hey, you part of this Holy Grail War shit? Die."
No, but I like her too. I'm excited to see more of her in season 2.
Yeah,
like I said, Straight Bay has a lot of good characters going on, and I'm excited. I'm excited to be a part of this.
I'm it's one of those moments where I'm very glad that like Natsu encouraged Narita to be like, no, this is Fate. Get weird.
Get weird.
Like,
and this
Narita,
is great because
Narita loves continuity, so there's like a lot of little nods. Even in the anime, they add more nods.
Well, you gotta remember, him and Sanda were, good buds, so they do a lot of cross between, Case Files and Strange Fake. But I think they go in a little bit further. And like I said, he loves continuity even further, because if you don't remember, I know Narita is the author behind Bacano, Durarara, and Deadmouth Deathblade, and he has put, like, cameos from, like, all of his other series and other series. He just loves nods like that. He loves them.
Yeah.
So good.
So no, it's a really, really neato one. And obviously there are a couple of characters we don't know, like, jack shit about. Like True Assassin.
Just Skullface.
Seems cool, but, like, he's just floating in a mirror. I hate his master, Faldius Die. Don't know what the fuck his problem is. I will say it's funny. I wasn't sure I would like the Clan Catan as much, because, they are American cops who are part of a secret urban fantasy war, but they seem like straight shooters.
They grow on you.
Especially also once it's acknowledged by, like, Watcher. Watcher's like, hey, by the way, Sigma, these guys seem cool. somebody leaked your plans, though, because such things as corrupt cops do exist. Whoops. That's another thing that, like, Watcher is a really interesting concept, because it also, like, straight up says that, oh yeah, Teenage Shelk has traitors in her organization, too. It just hasn't come up yet. But no, there's a lot of really cool stuff. Obviously, like, the aesthetics of the show are really good. This was before I was, like, I got really busy and stopped following along as much, but, like, the Enkidu versus Richard is, like, really good. Oh, yeah. Ending, of course, on the Excalibur. But no, there's lots of really good stuff. A lot of the stuff with Pale Rider is really strong. Alcides versus Jack is, like, really good. Like, they have these very strong moments. The shit they do with, like, Pale Rider in the final episodes is, like, ooh.
Nah, we put the big budget in there. We really did.
Yeah. And people brought up in chat, but, like, the reanimating parts of Zero was, like, really slick.
Oh, it was, like, the clip notes of Figure. And shout out to fucking Richard for just seeing all that shit and just being like, yeah, my king was flawed. So what? That just means they're even greater.
That's why I said Richard is my goat. Like, he really shot up his stonks. I actually got a little, like, overcome with emotion at that moment, because, like, not to be too, not inside baseball, but too, like, fandom brained, but, like, I feel like there's been a little damage to Artoria's reputation because of Fate Zero, because everybody thinks Gilgamesh is super cool in Zero, even though he is kind of a punk ass, and, like, Alexander is cool, but, you know, Artoria feels like she kind of gets the short end of the stick in the Banquet of Kings, and the way that the war ends. Because Zero is supposed to be a prologue that's supposed to explain why she's kind of in her darkest moment when we do Fate Stay Night, right? Like, she has a character arc of redemption in Stay Night that's intentional. But a lot of people take it kind of at face value. Unlimited Blade Works, the anime, does a little bit of that, because she kind of, like, gets to, like, recenter her own ideals through Shiro. Mm-hmm. And, like, kind of gets her moment of using Excalibur properly to fucking blow Anger Manyu's ass up. Rin uses 2 command spells. But, like, she doesn't really get to, like, rebuild her character the same way. No. But, like, Richard gets it. Richard sees all that shit, and he's just like, nah, I don't care what those guys say. That's my goat right there. That's my Oshi.
I love how, Predlati was just like, you're not weirded out by this? And he's all like, because he's just like, thank you. Thank you for showing me this.
You've added a new story about the King of Knights I've never seen before. This rules. And Predlati's like, are you okay, dude? And Richard is like, no, I've never been okay. That's the other thing I really like about Richard. Like, he's such a gung-ho, upbeat guy, not because he's, like, a moron. In fact, he explicitly points this out. He's actually kind of a genius. He's really good at a lot of things.
He's actually kind of bad at being human, it seems.
Yes. His problem is that, or rather, he's so upbeat because he's actually, like, seen the worst. Like, Richard the Lionheart went on the Crusades. He has seen some real fucked up shit. He's done some very nasty shit. Like, the kind of, like, punitive attacks against people. Mm-hmm. He is canonically a mama's boy. They put that in the adaptation.
I love seeing Eleanor of Aquitaine, especially when she did the fists. Like, oh, this boy's about to get punched.
No, and she was a pretty tough lady in history too. But, like, it's pretty clear that Richard was her favorite son.
I mean, I think it was like, I'm not very familiar with Eleanor of Aquitaine, but she was a really fucking ass-supported queen. I think she's one of the only few queens that can say she was both the queen of England and France.
Yes, because she, through her side of the family, she was Queen of England, and then her husband was Duke of Normandy, like owner of several French areas and stuff. And like her sisters were, like, deeply related to the French crown. So, like, yeah, like, there was a lot of stuff going on with her that was really.
Give me playable really Eleanor cool. of Aquitaine.
That'd be pretty interesting.
Give me that would be rad.
But no, like I said, like, Richard has seen a lot of dark, fucked up shit. As a kid, as, like, not much older than that guy in that flashback, waged war against his own father and brothers because their dad was going to cut him out of the inheritance. Another reason, by the way, that, like, we're pretty sure that that's historically true to life was that was you know, dear mother's suggestion to be like, hey, you know, your dad's kind of shorting you on this whole kingdom thing. What if you rebelled a little bit?
And he rebelled a lot.
Mother.
The conflict born from this lasted a long time.
Oh, and there's a reason why, despite being declared King of England, like, Richard spent, like, less than 2 years there. It was very, very indirect. But yeah, like, so he's seen a lot of bad stuff. He's been, betrayed and gone against by his own family. Not just John, obviously, but, fought against his own dad, problems with his own brothers. His own retainers turned against him multiple times, stuff like that. Like, he's had a real fucked up hard life. So he's just kind of cheery because he's basically like, I'm here, though. I'm a guy. I'm chilling. But, like, I love that he sees, kind of Artoria, the King of Knights, in her darkest moment. And even though she feels like it was pointless, the chivalry that she embodied and that the other Knights of the Round Table embodied, that was a real thing. That even if physically the Kingdom of Camelot was destroyed, that story gave us something that was still alive in my time.
I think at that point, that's when they actually they flash to King Arthur's grave.
Yes.
It's like, oh, no, it was so good. It was so good.
And I gotta say, and the thing there's two things I love about this. Richard says, I know, King of Knights, someone will reach you someday. True.
Facts.
That is a actual fact. That's in the golden endings of Fate, is Shiro makes it to Avalon. Somehow. He's just that much of a baller. But also, he's like, I wish for the story of mankind's victory, to the Song of Victory, to echo all the way to Avalon. I think even if he doesn't get his wish on the Grail, that's still technically true, because remember, Artoria is originally almost a counter guardian. She makes a deal with the world to show up before her death to go back and reverse things. Later, she joins the Throne of Heroes, and, like, they show this moment of a hand reaching out in the FGO Memorial movie that, almost brings me to tears every time. Like, so, like, Artoria shows up for humankind, like, so even if he doesn't win the war, I think Richard already won because he doesn't know it, but his goals are already realized.
Oh, that's so good.
No, that's like God, I said, I already really did like Richard as a character, but I am so glad that I did summon him in the campaign kind of randomly, because I'm like, oh no, this is really resonating with me. This guy gets it. He's really cool. But there's a lot of really cool servants in this story.
No, I'm excited to see what the collab brings out.
Yeah. And obviously, like, the second season. But before I think we pivot off that, we also have to shout out the GOAT. The Sawano soundtrack is fucking killer. First of all, the use of the instrumentals early in the season, and then the vocal versions later.
Oh, no, he's
chef's kiss. Brilliant. But also just all the different genres he does. And also, Sawano's a freak. I assume he's naming these tracks himself.
Yeah.
But they're all puns. Hippolyta's theme is like, what was it? Like hip-hop dragon punch. And then it's like, you just take the first syllables and that's how you say Hippolyta. Like, that kind of stuff. There's one that's like a pun on servant, which is the theme that plays, when Jack and Alcides are fighting. There's, ARK, or it's like RKDS, Alcides, and then Philia, but spelled weird with numbers, Yeah,
Sawano does that because he wants people to focus more on the music and not so much the title, which is why also he gets sometimes fucking weird with languages in...
No.
That's not good.
Discord?
Good.
Okay, no, Discord's still here.
I still hear you. You still hear me?
Yeah, no, I'm still here. We just, my windows on my task, my main taskbar disappeared for a second, but we're back, okay. And everything does still seem to be capturing. Velocity looks a little laggy, so I should probably stop it. But we recorded for 5 hours, so we might as well run it back and finish it up. But no, like, all of Sawano's tracks for this are, like, really good.
No,
and we did talk about it that, like, Avalonian, like, is Richard's NP theme in FGO, so, like, they had that shit ready for years.
Oh, yeah.
And, and, like, I saw a lot of people joking in comments, like, Hans Zimmer of anime, but, like, Sawano does really have one of those, like, incredibly broad styles. Reminds me of Soken, actually. Like, Sawano can take any kind of, like, genre or set of instruments and make them work. Like, Hansa Cervantes' theme is, like, all Spanish guitars. Mm-hmm. Jester's theme is, like, weirdly industrial and, like, reversed. Like, there's a lot of really good choices from, like, a bunch of different stuff.
It's almost like he's on the opposite side or something.
Yeah, I know. It's real good stuff.
I'm so glad we got the Van Femme cameo in there. It was amazing.
No, that seemed flat. Who's that? Who's talking? I called the one dead apostle I know,
like, I met him,
Professor. And Waver's just like, I apologize. Had I known I was speaking to someone of your talent, your venerable period, I would have been better. And then Van Femme's like, don't worry about it, bud. That was great. I followed along perfectly. Anyway. Jester, you fucking suck. You're stupid. You're a dumbass.
Get his ass.
You're like, oh, the dead apostles reject humanity, but you're out here making goo-goo eyes at a servant, a heroic spirit, the symbol of human order? What a fucking dumbass idiot you are. What a stupid goofy ah. And then, yeah, no, like, Jester just completely loses his shit. And then I don't remember if they brought that up explicitly or that's just in the light novel so far, but, like, Jester's... I guess spoilers, guys, to watch out, but like I said, I don't remember if they brought it up or not, but I remember Jester's plan is to wake up Ort.
Is it?
Yeah, like, that was his original idea. He got distracted by Fake Assassin. But that's why Zeltrich is watching, is because people are fucking around with Ort.
Robin.
No, I know, he's dumb. I hate him. I hate his guts.
We have two, but what?
No, it's a bad idea. It's very dumb.
No, I don't remember that being in the anime. Actually, I don't remember that detail. Well, I haven't read like the synopsis.
It's I don't know. Maybe he reverses course and brings it up later. But I remember Ort being mentioned in the actual light novel and that not being really detailed in the anime. The anime does compress some things because, again, Narita's writing style is very dense with like continuity porn, and so they have to like slim some stuff or we'll fucking die. Maybe it'll come up in the second season, but like it's one of those things where I'm like I said, I genuinely couldn't remember if it had brought up before, but I just want to remind everybody how much of a punk Jester is.
Fuck Jester. All my homies hate Jester.
True. Real.
Oh,
it's okay. I'm pretty sure he won't fucking succeed, though.
No, not the way things are going right now. Especially what's about to happen. Fuck.
It's gonna get a little weird.
Things are about to get weird. Oh, God. I hope we can get some confirmation when the next season's going to come out.
Yeah,
I don't want to
wait. Take 2 years.
It shouldn't take 2 years. They probably got their production pipeline down. No. Right, but
even though we have disk space for 70 hours, yeah, I think we've talked enough about that Strange Fake. We're eagerly awaiting the second season. Would love to read the light novels. Anybody? Maybe I also did a manga adaptation. We'll settle for that.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to do is kind of like before maybe doing some rain talk as kind of a jumping off point was to bring up, we did accomplish something last week. They're all archived. Resident Evil 6 is a video game that, like, for the first time in a long time, I've mentioned this, but it was physically exhausting at multiple points. We would play it for, like, 1 hour or 2 hours, and I would be like, Lucky, I feel like we've played this game for 3 or 4 hours, actually. I'm fucking wiped.
Oh, God, like, I don't like saying games are bad, so I'm not gonna say Resident Evil 6 is bad.
No,
but Resident Evil...
It's not bad. It's flawed. Like, there's good stuff in it, but
it's
it is all
flawed. Like, because, like I said, we can play RE6. The combat is functional. There is a story in there. Honestly, I think the thing that I think bugs me most about RE6, it's not like necessarily the story itself or the combat, while there is some flaws in that. It's mostly the story direction and the characters, I think. It
really suffers from kind of like a weird kitchen sink thing. But we broke down the plot and we're like, okay, so why is there a 6-month time skip? Like, Sherry and Jake get imprisoned in China and Chris Redfield gets amnesia, but then we gotta put them both in China. But then also, Leon has to be here. And by the way, the president's dead.
Simmons is evil?
I guess, but also we barely know who that guy is if it's not Leon's campaign, because he's supposed to be Sherry's boss, but he never has a voiced line in Sherry and Jake's campaign until we meet him in China when he's like, "Yes, I'm Simmons. I've been evil the whole time."
Leon Kennedy blasts this man with double guns.
And then he gets darted by evil doppelganger Ada, and he's like, "No, now I'm contractually obligated to turn into a battle cat. And maybe a T-Rex with eyeballs. I'm a Monster Hunter monster now. And then, like, the weird... Oh my god, Ada's campaign was so trippy because it was, like, literally not designed with duos in mind.
Hang on, I have to post Leon and his 2 guns.
So, like, the shit they do with Agent, like your co-op buddy, is so wild. Like, me being left behind, literally can't open some doors, fucking teleporting in front of you every time you do something.
And, no, I love it. I love Ada's psychotic breakdown. It's great.
What we really learned is that Ada really does need somebody to talk to. Now that Wesker is dead and he's not on the other side of her cell phone giving her weird orders, she's just, like, doesn't know what to do with herself.
Who does she quip to?
Like, that's why Agent doesn't appear whenever she's in a cutscene with other people. She actually gets to talk to humans, and she doesn't need to make up a guy in her head to bounce her jokes off of. But also that guy can, like, break necks with his mind. He's definitely Ada's stand.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about how Ada, just for no reason, lands the helicopter, kisses a rocket launcher, puts it down, leaves, doesn't explain anything.
Goes in the elevator to the bottom of the building with the secret key so that she can, quote-unquote, resolve the plot, but also it's really just, like, a cutscene montage to explain shit just in case you didn't get it, because all the files are in the main menu. No, it's... Like you said, I won't say it's a bad game outright, but it is a very flawed video game that really hurts it. Like, parts of it are good, and it's very functional. Like, there weren't really that many, like, weird glitches. There were some, like, bad ideas with difficulty, like bad decisions, falling over when you get shot full of bullets. The stealth segments as Ada were a little weird, but it is physically playable. We did, in fact, play it front to back.
We beat it, and... Like I said, it's flawed and exhausting, but that's from, like, a combination of things. Like, if I was gonna actually give it a score, I'd probably put it, at a 4.5 out of 5. With, 5 being straight average. No, I gotta be a little bit meaner than that. I'll give it a 4. Like,
yeah, I would definitely think somewhere in, like, the 4 or 5, like, definitely towards the bad end, but, like, it is not broken, it's not grossly offensive, like, it's just, like, oh boy, we missed some shots there.
Yeah. And it's like, it's something that is playable and can be enjoyed in certain areas, but it is not a overall, I was not hating myself every moment I'm playing this game.
Also, God, please play it with if you have to play Resident Evil 6, play it with a friend. Like, just having another human being there in the trenches with you is immense. I'm pretty sure Lucky or I would have lost our fucking minds if we played it solo.
I mean, I've talked about this. I only could get through the Leon campaign on my own. I got to fucking Christmas, like, I'm fucking done.
It probably is the worst mainline Resident Evil game, but that's only because Resident Evil is usually a pretty high hitter.
Yeah, no, we can definitely say that it is the worst RE game. Well, mainline, as you say, mainline. Yeah. We have some weird ass fucking side games, but mainlines, no, it is definitely
from what I've heard, Code Veronica is another one of those games that is, like, physically flawed, like it has problems, which is why people are asking for a remake.
In Veronica, you have to... Is it in Veronica or in Zero that you have to swap inventory, but, you don't get to do that easily. You have to do it at specific points. I can't remember. I remember someone telling me about it. I haven't played. That is Veronica?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And RE0 has soft locks. Okay, so it sounds mostly like those games are worse just because they have, like, big errors in them. Mechanical problems.
Those are both PS2 games, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can pick them both up on the PlayStation Store right now.
Yeah. Like I said, game design was a bit different back then, and they were still being a lot more experimental.
Yeah. But yes, we've defeated the evil that is Resident, and we talked about what we want to do next, which is probably take a little bit of a break from Resident Evil, not to just blow everybody's minds. We're still working on it, but maybe take a section. And I did dig up my copies both of Okami HD and Tales from the Borderlands. So if we do want to do Adventure April, we can run it back. People can let us know what they're feeling. We can feel what we're feeling.
Tales of the Borderland is good. I do recommend that everyone play it at least once. If nothing else, just for the badass fucking opening scenes where they play music and shit happens. I love those every time.
Yeah, I obviously, like I said, I own it. I physically have it. I'm holding it in my hands right now. I posted a tweet when after we finished RE6 with me with the 2 cartridges being like, I got that thing on me. But yeah, I've seen some bits of it, but I'm pretty sure I never got around to playing it. But it is actually like the physical disc edition, so it's got all the episodes.
That's rad. I don't know. Maybe I'm feeling more Okami. I don't know.
We'll figure it out in a couple days.
Tales from
Okami will be
Borderland
longer, but I do like Okami. Like, a lot.
I like Okami too, like a lot. It gives me joy. It gives me so much joy being Annie.
That's kind of what we need. We need a little joy.
We need some joy. Like I said, Tales from Borderland is good writing and it's pretty good comedy, but it's Borderlands comedy, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but like I said, I got the physicals for both of them, so they're I don't got to worry about spending $5 or whatever. They're right here.
Rad. Yeah. So we'll see what happens Monday.
Yeah. Also, we skipped another movie week just to film this giant mega super show, which is good because it's fucking almost 5.5 hours, and we're not quite done yet. And I mentioned earlier to Lucky, I probably want to poll the audience and also have us think about ourselves and what to do next. Because after Mummy Returns, I was like, oh, let's do Big Trouble in Little China. That's another game from when I was movie from when I was younger. That's super quotable and quippable, and it is. It's a very very good film. You should watch it if you haven't. Very fun. But that made me go oh yeah, that's a John Carpenter movie. We could do The Thing next, another classic, and that is on our actually on the movie list. But then also during the intervening weeks, I was I relearned because somebody posted about it. Oh yeah, Van Helsing 2004 was done by Stephen Sommers, the director of The Mummy. And that's also on our list. So I'm I don't know which trigger we want to pull next because you missed a couple weeks and I. We've skipped a couple weeks, so it's I'm not sure what our direction of movie watching is right now.
No, but we gotta get back on it. We gotta maintain continuity.
Yeah, so we'll reset here.
Also, just because I was in my Twitter Pokemon, I'm posting this again.
Yeah. But other than that, I guess it's just whatever we do want to say about Rain. And
so we're fine.
Good
yeah,
session.
So we're finally... Yeah, no, it was a good session. I enjoyed it. Like I said, we did a lot of talking, a lot of roleplay, but I think we actually got some good-ass roleplay out.
Yep.
We were basically
Loth
mostly
was
setting up...
very tired, so he was not there for the back end, because this was during his sleep explosion week.
Sleep explosion.
But otherwise, very solid episode. Yeah, we did have some good discussion, some good meetings, some good theory crafting. You guys made decisions about the future, talked out your ideas, and locked in some stuff, and then actually, genuinely discussed some of the great riddles before you.
No, I actually enjoyed that. Like I said, I don't think we actually necessarily made a lot of headway into things, but I think it was good to, have this kind of think tank moment. Grab our experts in the field and see, what do we know? What we know is we don't know a lot.
Yeah, but even if you that, first of all, that's a great step in any investigation, right? Realizing there's a thing you don't know. But also, I think it helps coalesce from just this could be literally anything to okay, we don't know what it is, but we know what it isn't, a couple of things it isn't, and we've got some ideas for some directions of where to go with stuff.
No.
Which is always fun. And next time should have some more exposition, and hopefully we actually do a little bit of the tangible.
No, I hope we're gonna get a little bit of the tangible. I think we're still probably gonna be, doing stuff, like I said, because I already got more meetings planned. Hecking, got to talk to Conrad about a reliquary. Got to talk to Logesh about, labor laws. Got to talk to Narissa about, bodyguards. But I think a lot of these things will be pretty quick, I hope. Mostly, I'm curious. I'm mostly curious about, honestly, is Dallas listening? No, Dallas ain't listening, so I'll talk shit about it. Mostly I'm curious about where, conversations with, Nicola will go right now. Because I'm trying to set up this little bit of conflict between Enos and Nicola, but I'm not entirely sure Dallas is going to fight on it. He might just be oh, Enos is ignoring me? Okay.
I mean, Nicola is a very non-confrontational character, so it might take a moment to kind of crystallize it.
Yeah, so...
But we'll see where it goes. If nothing else, the moment will work. It took a while for the characters to kind of bury the hatchet, but that is kind of a moment that did finally happen between Enos and Logesh. Logesh actually sold the fucking diamond. But then also there was that moment of oh, Enos is real fucked up, and Logesh got to show concern and kind of nobody literally buried the hatchet, but it kind of served as a moment to be the two characters I feel can kind of come together and move past it. And I'm hoping that we can show that with, you said, you want to talk with Logesh about stuff.
Oh yes, no, it's the impetus for the meeting is talking labor laws, but Enos is already gonna be Logesh, how are you and stuff. It's are you okay? Because, some shit happened on Logas's watch, and Enos is slightly concerned about the mind space.
No, it's important to check. We've talked about this a lot, that, like, I don't think we have, like, a frame of reference for, like, mental health, like, the way we do in modern times, but I think we've made it pretty consistent that we understand that there is a mental or spiritual aspect. One of the underlying principles is, mind, body, soul. So, like, we can realize something can be wrong with your mind, brain, and be like, I want to check in with you. How you feeling? You doing okay?
Yeah. Like I said, and, like, not to the same exact, like, standard with, like, Conrad, but I do want to, like, Aaron has been, discussing a little bit about, maybe needing more direction. He did mention, we were actually talking about it before. He wanted to, get more involved with the church and stuff. And so, we banded some ideas about it, and we landed on one that I think would work out pretty well, because I actually think it's, quite good.
Gonna give Conrad a collection of swords.
No, I actually know, like, in hindsight, I actually think this is a really good idea, because Conrad is a man of faith, but he is also a man of steel, and a man of action.
And giving him a bunch of different weird swords, like, even if he's not going to use them, like, that's thematically a funny thing.
No, I
There's
love
a reason
it.
for more of them to come up.
Exactly. So, we're gonna
there's a couple different factors there. And I mentioned this to you, but I did actually, when I went in the tank today and I did writing, I'm pretty sure I outlined all the new stuff about Fogvale you need to know, like the representatives of the different sanctuaries and kind of what's going on with them. And then, like, all of the major bullet points of your planned meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about leasing and stuff, talking about your plans to sort the Corsairs, probably broaching, like, the prophecy and what that means.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just general decisions about letting them know, like, hey, here's the Viceroy, here's the Crown Prince, we got some ideas, we've got some food for you now, we're probably going to bring some more food later we'll probably bring doctors. Will your people be available to escort if we send scientists and surveyors and guys out here to figure out problems, that kind of stuff. Like, just general vibes. Which will probably include discussing actually giving them the loan.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not expecting us to be, like, doing, like, super big RP on it, like, unless, like, there's some, like, points of contention, because agreements such as this usually require some sort of compromise, But
yeah, like, mostly I think this will be, I'm going to introduce some major NPCs for later, because all of the sanctuaries are going to have, like, mini arcs, basically. Some of them,
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you've been to Verdensseppel, they have a weird forest in a forest thing. That's a thing you're probably going to solve. Spoilers, in character, the team's going to warn you to not do that right away, though, because you passed midsummer, and because it's always winter in there, that probably means that it's going to get worse.
Winter's. Like I said, I think, I think we shot ourselves in the foot a little bit with the planning we did for this year, but I think come next year, we'll be a lot more loosey-goosey freeform and not,
a lot more strategic.
Like I said, I partly blame myself because I love getting down to nitty-gritty details. I really do. I like planning out the days and stuff, but that's me being my fucking logistic brain going. So...
And I think it meant that some of our events were very, like, locked in, but also, it did kind of, like, in some cases we felt a little too locked in because it, didn't leave quite enough breathing room, and that's what we're getting better at. But there are a lot of things I think we can work around with that. And we'll set up some future stuff for people to, like, be interested in.
Yeah, no, I am trying to, like, spin things, like, coming up in the future that we don't, like, have to do them. Although I am giving side eye to Axe once again because Enos was trying to, like, hey, we don't have to go to Crag to do the thing, but Axe did the thing where Leslock looks at him and is like, for the pause, I'm all like, no, Enos isn't gonna say that he's gonna frickin', trying to go kill a man. You don't say that in public. I don't know what Leslock is pausing for.
Well, I mean, we talked about that, like, this is the thing I think I need everybody to get a little better on, is, like, narration style, like, dividing, here's what I'm saying in character, but also, here's what I'm,
Oh, bless you.
Sorry, it snuck up on real fast. But also, like, here's, like, what I'm getting at out of like, my character is meaning this kind of thing, or we're emoting this sort of thing. Because, like, I think, and I'm pretty sure Axe said this was kind of what he was going for, but like I said, how I interpret it was, Leslock's leaving a pause so that anybody can be like, because he asked, do we have a greater reason to go to Crag personally? And, like, leave it open.
I'm pretty sure Axe, actually said in character, he, gave Enos, like, a specific eye and then actually said out of character, about the thing, which is why it's stuck with me.
Yeah, well, that I think is some of Axis, like, trying to say it specifically, but, like, it felt like just a beat to be like, okay, well, if anybody wants to say, we have a greater reason in character to do it, let me know now, otherwise, and then it's, like, going off. And then, that, didn't have to say, I have specific ideals, it's just like, well, there's some stuff we could do personally. The others did kind of talk into doing it anyway, though, because it was like, well, we should at least do, like, a courtesy call and like, once we know about our tactical plans with the Fog Veil, discuss if A can help us out with our plans against the Corsairs. And hopefully that won't be a long time. And I'm pretty sure you guys do still intend that to be the next thing after the Fog Veil return?
Yes.
Okay, so that's where I'll write my notes next.
Like I said, the Fog Veil thing should probably take maybe a session and a half. I'm not sure.
Maybe a full session. We'll see exactly. It depends. It, as usual, depends how much extra information quizzing you're going to want to do, because there will be a handful of brand new NPCs. But, there should be some side giggery.
Side giggery.
Like, obviously, Enos is going to follow up on the Dragon Bones, but I think there's also stuff like following up on some lingering plot hooks just in general in there. Because I know you're still hoping that all the pirates' gold is in that fort.
I am.
So, we'll have to figure that out. But yeah, it was a solid time, and I think a lot of the theory crafting was good, and, hopefully the future stuff flows pretty good, because we'll just bounce to, like, Craig. That should be a few paragraphs. Yeah, because we'll describe Tokavig, the Shadow Fortress, and kind of, like, what its vibes are. I'll probably give you some like, follow-up for the general ideas people have, and then specific information about a guy, and if you want to pursue that one. Then it'll be all, like, rules and physical details for stuff with the Corsairs, because I think you guys are probably gonna hash out your general strategic ideas pretty soon, based on, like, getting intel from the Fog Veilers. But we'll see exactly what everybody picks. But yeah, so we're excited for Rain, as usual. We got a few different things to pull out, and I'm hoping that, again, we can... The magical mystery parts can bubble up, because it's been a while since those. We love a magical mystery here.
We do love magical mysteries.
Yeah, anything else about the... I wanted to say Rain Sash, but then my brain was going to be like, the rain and the plane, and I'm like, no, don't do that. Anything else about Rain to say?
No, I'm thinking about it. There's plenty of things to do. Still needs to heal. He still has three killing in his arm, 2 killing in his torso, and 1 shock all over. I'd never rolled to heal Stain the Soul.
Oh shit, yeah. We should have you roll Vigor. That's okay. You have thoughts, and I'll tell you right now, if you're gonna loop Alestra into this, she's probably gonna do a hybrid approach where she's not gonna keep casting Lay on Hands until you're all better, because I think, one, out of character, pretty cheap. The non-player characters just spamming healing spells over and over again. But also, I think I feel like Enos isn't the type of guy to, like, lay in bed and be magically healed through prayer over and over and over again.
No, it would probably be like, maybe like, well, also it also depends on, like, how much time before we actually head out. Because that's the thing I was double checking. I was double checking the healing rules. It was like, if there's like no medical attention, you confirm 1 killing a week. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's
killing
5
damage
weeks.
Nasty.
That's 5 weeks. And I'm like, but like I said, we're kind of having a tiff with Nicola right now.
Having a tiff with the doctor.
So,
and, like I said, Alestra would tell you just to be direct with him about it. But also, if like we kind of talked out how this conversation might go. Like, when Enos goes to, like, well, I shouldn't have to, like I said, Alestra would just kind of have to shrug. Like that's a thing where it's like, she doesn't know how to fix, quote unquote, Nicola.
Yeah.
She just knows how she deals with him, which involves trotting on his foot a lot. Direct confrontation. But she would probably, like, roll a Lay on Hands and then roll a medicine, or roll a medicine then roll a Lay on Hands. I'm not sure, like, how we'll figure it out when we get there.
Well, it's good to get healing practice in anyway.
Yeah. I mean, Alestra's a good pick because of the magical healing, but she also has just as many points in healing as, like, Moira does.
How many points does Moira? I didn't know Moira had healing. Well, I guess
Moira
it makes sense.
Like, she's a bodyguard. She has, like, 2 points in healing, and I think she's knowledge 2 or 3.
That's pretty good.
Like she has a little bit, something that would be okay for some things.
Yeah, no, but, no, so, Eno's gotta get healed. He's probably still walking around in the sling, just because arms hurt. So, get that resolved, because who knows, no. Also, that's something I definitely want to try. Like, this is something I really leaned on when we were post Carnage of how Enos was injured and stuff. Definitely want to try. I definitely want to do more. What's the word I want to use? Emotive descriptions, I guess the word is.
Yeah.
Say what my character is doing rather than just speaking. Add a sense of the scene, I suppose.
Yeah, and add more immersion. And like I said, that's the thing I think I should lean on all of you guys to do a little more, because I feel like that is a problem we sometimes have where the gang just talks in character a little too much. Obviously, I think some moments are better at emoting than others. Like, Aaron is usually very good about, because Comrade is not as talky as the other characters, does kind of talk about, okay, Comrade would, get up and move now. Comrade would kind of be upset at this, or he would be happy about this, but get that moments in others, because I think that would be, again, that could have cleared up our, what Axe actually meant Leslock to mean in character, not just out of character. Not to turn this into a dunk on Axe, but I feel like Axe is a kind of person who, you and him have contrary philosophies sometimes when it comes to, out of character versus in character stuff. Axe is the kind of guy who is well, if I know about it out of character, above table is the phrase he's been taught. Like I said, I've mentioned this before. I never heard at table or above table before, and Axe brought it up. I don't know where that one is from, but I get the concept of if I know about something above table, I want to above table try and arrange it so that happens at table in character. Which I appreciate the effort to try and bring those scenes up to characters, but it also sometimes leads to awkward character conversations because we're not necessarily leaving the split of clarifying. Leslock's not implying, for example, Leslock's not necessarily implying anything specific to Enos, just that he's looking at Enos do you have some reason for us to go to Crag? I don't, Leslock doesn't, saying out loud, Leslock doesn't care what the reason is, he just needs to know that there is a greater reason to go. And just go with it. Because, this is a thing that's, right now I think we're struggling with a little character-wise, is, Axe has said straight up that Leslock trusts Enos quite a bit, and, would like to, leave him to his desires, but I think that conflicts with Axe as the player trying to do what he likes and wants to as a player, and, allow the other players to bring their bits to forward. So we're struggling with, how does Axe show Leslock trusts Enos, while also Axe the character leaves opportunities for Lucky the player to bring Enos' stuff forward. And obviously you can say that he doesn't need to worry about you bringing stuff forward because you're Lucky, but, it's still, I think it's something that, for all, Axe treats all the other players equally in this, that he wants.
Well, I think this is one of the good reasons why we have the Sessions Gold argument. If he wants to, write a scene or put himself in the thing, I think that's something he can do beforehand, but I think Axe doesn't think about that until he's in the moment, which means he usually flubs his word. Also, I'm gonna be real, Axe was a bit goop last time.
He was coming out of it. He was better, but he was still a little goopy.
He was still a little goop. Like I said,
there were times when I think even in that last session where he paused and was sorry, I'm I thought I said something, and I was no, I don't think you did say that, but that's okay. You've said it now, so we're there.
No, so because yes, I am gonna be the person who's don't worry, I will push my agendas, as I see fit. But if he wants to be involved, that's why I think it's good, to put in the session goals. This is what I want to do, so I can see that, read it, and be all right, Axe is gonna try and do this. I can prepare accordingly and not just get sidelined by a sudden question,
and that's been pretty good for prep a lot of ways. Even
unless he's unless he's trying to sideline me, that is important.
Yeah,
but
sometimes blindsiding works. But I think our last attempt was better because that with the hot spring scene that Axe was really interested in, that he was he preambled that a little because he did happen to be pre-thinking about it and was I'm very interested in this. In role-playing terms, I want to let the players know so that people aren't completely blindsided so we can have a better scene.
It was a pretty good scene.
That was a good moment. The session goals is also good, like we said, because there's a lot of things that have come out of that have been good for both the players, specifically, at one point during the week, Axe mentioned, I hope we get to one thing first, and then later a couple of the players were kind of debating where that would go in the order, and it was I was like, well, Axe did say he wants to do it next session for sure. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, well then we'll do it that way. We'll do it that try and do it that order.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Right. The other thing I was going to say, and I could say this before pausing, or maybe even we're close to the end. I won't stop it down and double check. I'm sure Audacity is fine, and if Audacity wasn't fine, it's okay. You didn't miss anything. It's still recording most of the stuff fine. Usually it glitches out when it freezes, and I go, oh no, my Audacity is frozen, and then it comes back. What I was going to say was the other thing the session goals was good at was, the players put this conversation I mentioned earlier about talking to the Mer about stuff. They got a letter if you've listened to the section, which is out now. But like in my mind, I kind of always assumed that everybody would at least want to be there so they could hear it without having to do the fucking telephone game of like, wait, did you tell me that in character? We're bad about that. That's a thing. We're bad at as a group. Because we don't want to assume that everybody shares everything, but also, like, we kind of assume everybody shares everything until proven otherwise. But, like, that was a moment where I was like, oh, yeah, no, I low-key assumed that everybody, but it was definitely a moment of, no, it was M for mermaid. But, like, that was a moment where, like, most of the characters deliberately went out of their way to write down, oh, yeah, no, I want to be here for this. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's good to know, actually, that you guys were thinking of this and we're not necessarily thinking of it as a given that you would be there. Okay, sure, we can work with that, and we'll, keep on keeping on with other stuff. It's good. All right. That was a whole ass thing I forgot to bring up. There was a Famitsu poll, yeah, showing over 2,000 respondents responded, and they asked, like, what game do you play the most of? Minecraft was number 1. Final Fantasy 14, I think, was number 2. I thought of this because I was looking at my list of hours in Final Fantasy 14.
Okay.
And then, but surprising was that FGO didn't make the top 5. It was top 6. I was just mentioning the Famitsu poll about game time.
Oh yeah, sorry. By the way, the reason why I've been having to step away so many times is my roommate was disassembling his bed frame and reassembling it, so he needed muscle.
I needed a second guy. Yeah, no, yeah. I know that one.
So he's going around and helping with that.
That's okay. We've had a little stops and starts, but I think we're basically donezo.
I don't think I have anything else for Rainy. Enos is going to become a super spellcaster. I'm excited about that. I'm going to meet a dragon. I'm going to start getting dragon spells. Then I'm going to get more soulcraft spells.
Shit. We love wizard shits. But okay. All right. Then, if there's nothing else to mention. Sorry, I psychic attacked myself. I looked at my PlayStation clock in the corner, and it was like 1, 2, 3 a.m., and I'm like, yeah. Psychic brain attacks aside, as I see several people are typing many funny things going on. Well, Axe, you can't say to bring up a game that's not written yet. I know you're very excited about the concept, but my Shadow Wizard Money Gang is like super conceptual. I have a lot of work to make it a thing.
Axe only knows that it is a thing, therefore he wants it.
I mean, I appreciate the drive because that is how I get a lot of my homebrew stuff done, but also it's not done, so like that's one of those factors that's like far away from getting in there. Is it Rat Day? I don't know.
It was Rat Day.
It was Rat Day. It's not Rat Day anymore for me. I'm in the future. But yes, we're gonna wrap it up. So hey, if you watch this video this far, all 4 or 5 hours, what did the edit compresses down to? Give us a like. Leave your comments down below, whether that's your comments about id, your comments about the Mahoyo collab. If you're interested in seeing us stream Mahoyo, that would probably not necessarily be our next game in the list if people are super excited for it, but we'll think about it, whatever. Your thoughts on movie night, any of that stuff. Let us know how you is below. You can also join our Discord. Consider ringing the bell for notifications whenever we post new videos, like I had to post some, Wanteds pretty rapidly in there. It'll be a little bit before we have a new one of those. Also, Lucky, yes. Robin posted a Hakos Bales emote, who is in HoloLive English, but she is from Australia. So she is an upside-down rat.
Oh.
Also, her design by Mika Picasso.
Yeah, I actually just saw the tweet of how she talks to Mika Picasso like every couple months, and Mika Picasso is the doting mother or older sister type. I thought that was cute.
That is very cute. Yeah, some VTubers have very, very close designers with their, mama, the character designer. Mother is character artist, Papa is character rigger for 2D or 3D. Anyway, join our Discord. You might see Robin post emotes of rats. If that doesn't sell you, I don't know what will. Consider joining the channel memberships. And consider supporting us on Patreon and get access to polls, audio episodes, early releases of one, and all kinds of stuff at various levels. Minimum level starts at $1 a month. Thanks, everybody, for your support. And, of course, our highest tiers to give a special shout-out to our patrons like Adam DeHart, Blex, G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Jane Van Peasant, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, and Sharvor. Thank you very much for your support, patrons. Thank you very much for your support, listeners. We'll see you next week for more Let's Talk FGO. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
I got a little Mickey Mouse there.